Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 10. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Our next match is kind of poetic if you ask me. The girl WHO can create anything versus the boy WHO can transform into anything. Izuku Midoriya vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Midnight's announcement thundered across the stadium, met with an eruption of cheers. The energy in the air was palpable, each spectator leaning forward with anticipation. Izuku stepped onto the arena, his green eyes glowing with quiet determination. His breaths were steady, his movements precise. This wasn't just a battle, it was a test of everything he had learned. Across the arena, Momo Yaoyorozu stood tall, her fingers twitching with a mix of nerves and resolve. Anxiety clawed at her, but she refused to let it show. Her onyx eyes locked onto Izuku's, her heartbeat hammering in her chest. This is it, she thought, taking in a sharp breath. My chance to face him, to prove myself. Midoriya won't hold back, and neither will I. Her grip tightened, her muscles coiling like springs. He's smarter, stronger, and faster, but that doesn't mean I'll give up. I'll find a way to win. From the Class 1A stands, the tension was palpable. Conversations were scattered, uncertainty in every voice. Man, who do we even cheer for? Kaminari asked, slumping back with a groan. I'm rooting for Midobro, Kirishima said, cracking a grin. Yaoyorozu's insanely smart, but Midoriya, he's got smarts and power, no contest. I don't know about that. Ashido pumped her fist in the air. Go Yaomomo, she's got this. Yeah, Yaomomo, Hagakure chimed in. Iida, sitting rigidly, adjusted his glasses. Observing this match is crucial. Either one could be my next opponent. Really? I figured you'd wait in your room, Kaminari teased. I would prefer to witness their strategies firsthand, Iida replied. Kyoka crossed her arms, smirking. You just don't want to wait 10 minutes for them to fix the arena after Midoriya wrecks it. The group chuckled, though Kaminari raised a brow. Wait, do you really think he'll? Everyone stared at him blankly, the silence heavy with certainty. Oh. Right. Never mind. Are you two ready? Midnight's voice silenced the crowd, her presence commanding as she raised her whip. Izuku gave a single, firm nod. He pressed the Omnitrix, the device lighting up with its iconic glow. The dial spun rapidly, silhouettes of alien forms flickering across the hologram. On the opposite side, Momo's breath hitched. Her stance shifted, her heart pounding in time with the growing anticipation. Midoriya will want to end this fast, she thought, her mind racing. If he transforms into fast track, I won't be able to keep up. Most of his forms have an advantage over me, but that doesn't mean I'm defenseless. Izuku's hand slammed down on the Omnitrix. A flash of emerald light erupted, bathing the arena in a blinding glow. As the light faded, Diamond Head stood tall, his crystalline body catching the sunlight and scattering rainbows across the field. He rolled his shoulders, the sound of crackling crystal echoing like thunder. Begin! Midnight's whip cracked, signaling the start. Diamond Head moved first. With a sharp, ground-shaking rumble, jagged green crystals erupted from the arena floor. They shot toward Momo's position like spears, forcing her to leap to the side in a burst of speed. The air was filled with the sound of shattering concrete as Momo's quirk activated. Her hands moved with practiced precision, creating a cylindrical canister in an instant. She hurled it into the air before rolling again, narrowly avoiding another spike of crystal. The canister hit the ground with a hiss, releasing a thick cloud of gas that spread across the arena. Momo quickly slipped on a gas mask, her breathing steady as she disappeared into the haze. Diamond Head paused, his crystalline nostrils flaring as he stepped back cautiously. Knockout gas, he thought, his jagged features grimacing. Smart move, but it won't save you. He crouched low, his sharp eyes scanning the fog for any sign of movement. A loud thud echoed through the smoke. Without hesitation, Diamond Head's arms shifted, morphing into deadly spikes. He launched a volley of crystalline projectiles toward the sound, their velocity cutting through the air like whistling knives. The projectiles struck something solid, a massive diamond cannon. Momo stood behind it, her hands steady as she adjusted its aim. The cannon fired, launching a shimmering projectile straight at Diamond Head. The impact was deafening. The crystal cannonball slammed into Diamond Head's chest, shattering into glittering shards. Izuku barely flinched, his feet sliding back slightly as he absorbed the hit. "Not bad," he muttered, his voice reverberating like grinding stone. Momo's mind raced. He's too durable. Even using diamond against him won't work. But I can't stop now. She fired another shot, the cannonball gleaming in the sunlight as it soared through the air. Diamond Head swatted it aside, the projectile exploding into shards that scattered harmlessly. He advanced, his heavy footsteps reverberating across the battlefield. Suddenly, jagged spikes erupted from the ground around Momo, destroying the cannon as she dove to the side. Her shield formed in an instant, blocking a barrage of incoming projectiles. The effort left her winded, but she pushed on, her hands moving to create another tool. "Think, Momo, think," she urged herself, her thoughts flashing to all the times she had strategized with Izuku. Diamond Head's relentless approach didn't slow. He swung his arm, launching another volley of crystalline shards. One pierced through Momo's shield, grazing her cheek and leaving a thin trail of blood. Her eyes widened. Tungsten. And he pierced it like paper. He's on a completely different level. Izuku's mind was equally focused. Her creativity is impressive, but it won't stop me. I just need one opening. The smoke began to clear, and Diamond Head emerged, his towering figure cutting through the haze like a shining juggernaut. Momo's chest heaved as she scrambled for a new plan, determination blazing in her eyes. "I can't give up," she thought, clutching her latest creation. Not yet. Momo nervously seeing the gas Disida had anxiety growing knowing Diamond Head would have clear view of her and take down. "Come on, Momo, I need to come up with a plan." Momo's heart raced as the gas began to dissipate, the fog of confusion and concealment slowly fading away. The anxiety that had been bubbling beneath the surface now intensified. Diamond Head would have a clear view of her, and without the cover of the mist, she knew he wouldn't hesitate to take her down. "Come on, Momo. Think. I need to come up with a plan," she thought desperately, trying to control the rising panic. Her mind was a blur for a moment, her thoughts scattered. But then, like a spark of clarity, she remembered something fundamental, something from the basics of physics. Crystals. Sound. Her eyes widened as realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Crystals shattered when exposed to high-frequency sound waves. It was a simple principle, but it could be her key to turning the tables. A fierce, renewed determination crossed her face. She turned to Midoriya, her resolve hardening like steel. "I'm going to create something really big," she exclaimed, her voice unwavering despite the knot of anxiety twisting in her stomach. Diamond Head's eyes widened, clearly realizing what that meant. He knew all too well that in creating something large, her quirk would inevitably tear through her clothes leaving her exposed. A tense moment passed. As Diamond Head tensed, Midoriya slammed his fist into the ground with all his might. The arena trembled, and massive green crystals shot up from the ground, forming a thick, emerald-hued prison around the two combatants. The jagged crystals erupted from the earth, forming a high barrier that blocked the audience from seeing inside. "My arena," Cemento's voice echoed in mock horror as the ground shifted beneath him. "Hey, what the heck? We can't see anything." Present Mike's voice came out in frustration, a mixture of confusion and irritation rippling through the crowd. Aizawa let out an exasperated sigh, his gaze focused on the crystal walls. "Yaoyorozu can create anything, but her quirk tears through her clothes when she makes larger constructs. Midoriya, being respectful, created this crystal barrier to shield her from the audience." The men in the stadium groaned, visibly disappointed by the loss of the visual spectacle. Aizawa's voice cut through the murmurs like a sharp edge. "Do I really have to remind you she's 15? His tone was low but firm, a clear warning that caused the crowd to quiet in an instant. The men, embarrassed and awkward, fell into an uneasy silence. The women in the stadium, however, couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation mixed with reluctant admiration for the young boy. "Damn it, and he's a gentleman," some of them thought, their eyes narrowing with a mixture of exasperation and respect. Within the crystal dome, Aizawa's voice echoed in Izuku Midoriya's mind, "Never take your eyes off your opponent." Diamond Head tried to focus, tried to prepare for whatever Momo was going to throw at him. But no matter how hard he tried to concentrate, there was one thing he couldn't stop staring at. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyes. He repeated the mantra in his head, but it didn't help. Momo, in her usual calm and collected manner, created a massive speaker out of thin air. The force of it caused her sports bra and gym shirt to rip apart, leaving her momentarily exposed. A sharp rush of panic hit her, but with steady hands, she quickly created a new shirt and slipped it on. She sighed in relief, still blushing a little from the moment. Focus, Momo. Focus. She cleared her throat and, with a slightly flushed face, looked over at Diamond Head. Keeping your eyes on your opponent, right? Mr. Aizawa always preached that. Sorry. Diamond Head didn't know how to react, his own internal battle raging as he struggled to regain composure. If he could blush, he would be as red as 4 arms. He cleared his throat, a little too late to hide the fact that he was caught in the moment. And no worries. He murmured, the smile he wore a mix of embarrassment and contentment. The image of her bare chest, her perky nipples burned into his brain. I'm never going to forget this. Diamond Head assumed he had thought that silently, but his lips betrayed him, and the words spilled out loud. Momo, caught off guard, let out an adorable squeak. Eep. I said that out loud, didn't I? Diamond Head groaned. Momo nodded sheepishly, but a blush quickly crept onto her cheeks. She shook it off, a fierce determination crossing her features. I'll make it up to you. After I win, she declared, putting on a pair of headphones and pressing a button. With that, a deafening sonic blast erupted throughout the dome. Diamond Head's crystalline form shook violently as the walls of the arena began to tremble. The sound was like nothing anyone had heard before. The audience immediately clasped their hands over their ears, desperate to shield themselves from the overwhelming frequency. In the arena, the sound was so intense it felt like it could pierce through solid steel. Momo's voice rang out, barely audible through the chaos. Since the USJ, I made sure to study as much as I could in my free time, learning everything I could. I wanted to make sure what happened there wouldn't happen again, she screamed, her words a declaration of both frustration and resolve. But Diamond Head, already reeling from the intensity of the sound waves, couldn't even hear her. His body trembled as the vibration of the sonic blast rattled him to the core. Damn it, every time. My body. It's shaking. It feels like I'm going to shatter. Diamond Head thought desperately, his limbs shaking as he struggled to maintain his footing. Each step he took was a battle against the overwhelming power of Momo's sonic attack. The cracks in his crystalline form deepened with every second. I know I'm not as smart as you, or even as strong, but, Momo's voice cut through the chaos, filled with emotion. If you would just help me grow stronger, because I admire you so much, Izuku. Diamond Head fell to one knee with a heavy thud, his crystals splintering as the damage finally took its toll. His vision blurred, and the cracks in his form deepened. He gritted his teeth, desperate to hold on, but the power of the sonic waves pushed him to the brink. He could barely see Momo through his shattered vision as she continued to speak, but he couldn't stop himself from faltering. Suddenly, the intense pressure of the sonic blast was too much for the crystal dome to bear. The walls, already cracking under the strain, shattered in a violent explosion of green shards. The deafening sound continued to rip through the air as the dome disintegrated completely, exposing the two combatants to the open arena. Outside the dome, the audience watched in stunned silence. For the first time, they saw Diamond Head, the seemingly indestructible force, brought to his knees. The indomitable fighter they thought would never fall was now barely holding it together, his crystalline form in pieces, unable to withstand the raw force of Momo's sound attack. Holy shit! Yaoyorozu might actually win this. Mineta shouted, his voice piercing through the sound waves, filled with disbelief. What? The rest of the class exclaimed, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. The sonic blast had left their ears ringing, and it was hard to hear anything, but the sight before them spoke volumes. I couldn't even break through that. Bakugo growled under his breath, his fists clenched in anger. His red eyes burned with irritation as he stared at Momo. That ponytailed bitch managed to shatter him. His words dripped with frustration, mixed with a deep respect that he wouldn't readily admit. Diamond Head slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave through the arena as jagged crystals erupted from beneath the surface. The sharp shards ripped through the air, piercing the speaker Momo had created, shattering it instantly. Momo stumbled back, trying to regain her footing, but the strain of using so many lipids, combined with the overwhelming fatigue, began to take its toll. Her body was still moving, but creating any more objects would be a serious challenge. The ground beneath her trembled ominously, and before she could react, long, jagged, pale green crystals erupted from the earth, surrounding her in a jagged cage of crystalline spikes. The column of sharp points encased her, trapping her in a beautiful but dangerous prison. Izuku, struggling to maintain his form after the sonic assault, touched the Omnitrix and transformed back to his normal self. He dropped to his knees, breathing heavily from the attack. His body was rattled, the strain evident in every labored breath. Note to self: thank Melissa for those sonic training sessions. It would have knocked me out if it weren't for them. Izuku pushed himself up, his vision blurry as he stumbled forward, hearing a rumble from behind him. His eyes snapped to Momo just as the crystal column shattered. He instinctively raised his arm to shield his face as shards of crystal flew across the battlefield, causing the audience to gasp. Through the falling debris, Momo stood, clutching a small speaker, her breath ragged. Both of them were exhausted, the air thick with tension as they panted heavily. The world seemed to slow around them as they locked eyes. Izuku couldn't help but stare at the sight of Momo's usual spiky hair now undone, cascading around her face in soft waves of black. In that moment, he thought she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen, his heart pounding in his chest. Their smirks faded into determined expressions. This was the final stretch. Izuku's fingers moved quickly, activating the Omnitrix once more. Momo, on the other hand, was struggling to stay on her feet, her lipids nearly depleted. Her legs shook, but she was ready for what was to come. The fight wasn't over yet. Izuku slammed his palm onto the Omnitrix's faceplate, and a bright green flash enveloped him. The light flickered and vanished, leaving Goop in his place. Goop! The newly transformed Izuku shouted in his slimy, goo-like form. The audience's reaction was immediate. Shock and disgust filled the air as they took in the sight of the human-shaped slime. Ew! They all muttered in unison, cringing at the sight of Goop's gelatinous, green body. Midoriya reveals another form, the human snot rocket, Goop. Present Mike bellowed, his voice booming across the stadium, adding to the spectacle of the moment. Momo acted quickly, her instincts kicking in despite her fatigue. She sprinted toward Goop, who, in turn, extended his gooey arms toward her with a slurping sound. Momo barely managed to evade, but Goop's arms snaked around her, catching her in midair before slamming her body into the ground. With her body pinned against the gooey mass, Momo fought back, launching 2 canisters from her belt toward Goop. The canisters released a burst of nitrogen, and the air grew colder as nitrogen flooded the area. Goop's gelatinous form stiffened, freezing as the temperature plummeted. The audience gasped at the sudden turn of events. Goop's form shuddered, frozen stiff, but Izuku quickly reacted, using his strength to hurl Momo out of bounds. She was sent flying across the battlefield, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. The arena erupted in cheers and applause, the crowd buzzing with excitement after the fierce battle they had just witnessed. Izuku quickly touched the dial of the Omnitrix, reverting to his human form. However, as the transformation completed, he winced as nitrogen frost crept across his skin, the residual chill from Momo's attack biting deep into his muscles. He shivered but pushed through the discomfort, his focus shifting entirely to his opponent. Momo, visibly drained from overusing her quirk, wavered on her feet. Her breathing was labored, and her vision blurred, the strain of the fight taking its toll. Before she could collapse, Izuku activated full cowl, green lightning sparking around him as he dashed forward in an instant. Catching her just before she hit the ground, he held her carefully in his arms. Yaoyorozu! Izuku called out, his voice laced with concern. He adjusted his grip on her, trying to assess her condition. Momo's eyes fluttered open briefly, hazy and unfocused, but she managed a soft smile. "Thank you, Izuku," she murmured faintly, her voice barely above a whisper. Her use of his first name sent a wave of heat to his face, and he blushed deeply. Before he could respond, Momo's eyes closed, and she fell unconscious, her exhaustion finally overtaking her. Later, in the infirmary, Izuku sat bundled in a thick coat, his body still trembling from the aftereffects of the nitrogen. A steaming mug of hot cocoa sat in his hands as he tried to absorb the warmth. Ochako sat beside him, her brows furrowed in concern. "Are you still cold?" she asked softly, watching him carefully. Izuku nodded, taking a small sip of the cocoa. "Yeah. But I'm starting to feel a little better," he replied, his voice still carrying a slight tremor. Across the room, Nurse White bustled about, setting up more supplies. He glanced at the group with an exasperated sigh. "I have a feeling I'll be making a lot of hot cocoa today. You students really know how to push yourselves," he muttered. Tsuyu and Kyoka were seated nearby, each nursing their cups of cocoa. Abara and Itsuka had joined them as well, their quiet presence adding to the comforting hum of the infirmary. Izuku's gaze flickered to Itsuka for a moment, and a faint blush crept across his cheeks before he quickly looked away. The room was a calm sanctuary after the chaos of the arena, but Izuku's attention kept drifting toward the bed where Momo lay. The steady rise and fall of her chest, the peaceful expression on her face, it was a relief to see her recovering, though the IV drip in her arm reminded him of just how much she had pushed herself. He finally turned his focus back to the group. "Shouldn't you guys be watching the next match?" Tsuyu took a sip of her cocoa, her tone casual. "The arena's still being repaired after your fight with Yaoyorozu." Kyoka smirked, setting her cup down. "Is this going to be a regular thing, destroying the stadium every time you step in?" Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm trying not to make it a regular thing," he said with an awkward chuckle. His eyes drifted to the monitor in the corner of the room. It displayed the tournament brackets, highlighting the next match. Bakugo vs. Iida. Anxiety coiled tightly in Izuku's stomach as his gaze lingered on the name he would likely face next. Abara noticed his unease immediately. Is something troubling you, Midoriya?" she asked, her head tilting slightly as she sipped her cocoa. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his fingers fidgeting with the edge of his blanket. "Well, it's just my next match," he murmured. Ochako followed his gaze to the screen, her expression softening. "Oh. Bakugo," she said quietly. She reached out and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You'll be okay, Izuku," she said with a gentle smile. Izuku gave her a small, grateful nod, though the tension in his shoulders didn't ease. Itsuka glanced at the monitor, her brows furrowing. "Bakugo, huh?" she said, her tone holding a hint of distaste. She turned back to Izuku, noting his nervous expression, and offered him a confident grin. "Don't overthink it. Just do what you always do. You've got this." Izuku tried to return her smile but ended up squirming a little under the encouragement. "Why yeah, I guess," he said softly. Ochako crossed her arms, her face scrunching as she recalled Bakugo's explosive temper in the recent fight. "I kinda get why you're nervous. That guy's really scary when he's mad," she admitted with a shiver. "And he always seems extra mad when it comes to Midoriya," Tsuyu added bluntly. "Midoriya fighting Bakugo quickly becomes a very angry and dangerous Bakugo." Kyoka leaned back in her seat, a teasing smirk on her lips. "Usually, he's a walking rage factory, but when it's Midoriya, he's a ticking time bomb just waiting to blow." And yes, the pun was absolutely intended. Izuku gave a dry laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah. Kachan really hates losing, more than anyone I've ever met. He's always been at the top, and when he thinks someone's threatening that, well, let's just say it doesn't go over well. Especially for the person standing at his way to the top." He trailed off, his voice faltering as memories of their shared past bubbled to the surface. Itsuka frowned, her arms folding tightly across her chest. "I've met guys like him before. They think their quirk is everything and can't handle losing. Just a bunch of bullies trying to cover up for their massive egos." Abara nodded in agreement, her expression serious. "Pride is one of the 7 deadly sins, after all. He does seem like the prideful type, always fighting to prove something. That kind of pride can't lead to anything good. It's destructive, for him and for everyone around him. Zero being a prime example." Kyoka said. Izuku stared down into his cocoa, her words ringing uncomfortably true. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That's just how Kachan is." Itsuka's stern expression softened as she glanced back at Izuku. "You've faced Bakugo before, right? Remember when you got the top score and broke All Might's record? You totally stood up to him then." Izuku's stomach churned as the memory surfaced. The day he'd shattered All Might's record should have been one of celebration, but Bakugo had cornered him, livid and accusatory. You don't belong here, Bakugo had snarled. How the hell did someone like you get in? The words were still sharp in his mind, as was the memory of his own frustration. His grip tightened around his mug, and the ceramic cracked slightly under the pressure. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at the sound, quickly trying to diffuse the tension. Yeah, you've handled him before, she said with a smirk. No need to get your panties in a twist. Izuku gave her a weak smile, but his doubt lingered. Maybe, but this time is different, he said, his voice low. This is an unrestricted arena. He has full permission to go all out and beat me up as much as he wants. He hesitated, sighing. And, well, Kachan is kinda an unhinged lunatic with explosions? Tsuyu said bluntly, her flat tone earning chuckles from the group. Izuku chuckled dryly. Why yeah. That pretty much sums it up, he admitted. But I just don't feel like I can beat him. His voice wavered as he spoke, and he could feel the bubbling mix of anger and doubt clawing at him. The thought of facing Bakugo again only made it worse. Abara's calm voice broke the silence. Midoriya, you need to have faith in your own abilities, she said with conviction. To win any battle, you must first find inner strength. Without it, the fight is lost before it even begins. Yeah, dude, inner strength and junk, Kyoka added, her tone light yet firm. Are you seriously forgetting how you totally owned him during our first battle trial? You've only gotten stronger since then. Ochako nodded enthusiastically. Exactly, Dekiru. You just need a little faith in yourself. You've already proved you can hold your own against him. Izuku scratched his head uncomfortably, still unable to shake his doubts. The truth was, Bakugo had been an overwhelming presence in his life for 10 years. He'd taken more beatings from him than he could count. That dynamic Bakugo as the bully and Izuku as the victim was so deeply ingrained it felt impossible to overcome. Tsuyu's blunt voice cut through the room again. Midoriya, you need to stop being so passive, she said, her gaze unwavering. Huh? Izuku blinked, confused. You're way too submissive, Tsuyu continued, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I get that you and Bakugo have history, but you can't let that define how you fight him now. She leaned forward slightly. You've beaten him before. You're strong, Midoriya. But if you go into this thinking you've already lost, you'll just get in your own way. Ochako suddenly stood, her fist clenched in determination. She's right, Dekiru. You've got to show him you're not someone he can push around anymore. She stepped closer, almost uncomfortably so, as she threw her fist into the air. Just go out there, give him a four-armed knuckle sandwich, and win. Yeah. Ochako added with renewed energy, practically bouncing in place. Come on, Dekiru. I know Bakugo's scary, but you've got this. Don't let him walk all over you. Do what you always do, prove him wrong. Itsuka nodded, her expression firm but encouraging. Exactly. Plant your feet, look him in the eyes, and make it clear you're not going to back down. No matter what he throws at you, show him you're not going to back down. Izuku's gaze dropped to the cracked mug in his hands, their words echoing in his mind. An undefinable win, he muttered to himself, recalling how Bakugo always fought winning no matter what. Taking down anyone to prove his own strength. No. I just need to beat him. Momo began to stir in her sleep, her movements slow and groggy. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes before sitting up. Midoriya. She murmured softly, her voice still heavy with sleep. Shouldn't you all be watching the matches? Momo asked, blinking as she glanced around at the group. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. Well, they're still cleaning up all the crystals, and Cementos had to repair the arena. Again. So, the next match hasn't really started yet. He paused, his face reddening slightly. Plus, I needed to recover a bit after, the nitrogen blast you shot through the air. Momo gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please don't tell me you suffered any permanent damage, she exclaimed, quickly scooting closer to Izuku and scanning him for injuries. Her hands hovered uncertainly, as though ready to check for bruises or wounds, causing the boy to blush heavily under her attention. Kyoka, Ochako, and Tsuyu exchanged subtle looks, their eyes twitching in barely concealed annoyance. Kyoka coughed into her fist, while Ochako placed a hand on Momo's shoulder, stopping her. Dekiru's fine, Ochako said quickly, though there was a faint edge to her tone. The boy in question looked like he wanted to melt into the floor, his face a deep shade of crimson. He just needed a bit of rest, that's all. Momo hesitated, looking at Izuku with a mixture of concern and guilt. I see, she said softly before glancing at the rest of the group, her expression turning slightly puzzled. But if the match hasn't started yet, why are all of you here? Oh, we're here to make sure another Jiru incident doesn't happen, Tsuyu said bluntly, her tone as flat as ever. Kyoka's head snapped towards Tsuyu, her cheeks instantly burning. Hey, she stammered, clearly flustered. Momo raised an eyebrow, looking slightly taken aback. Don't be absurd. Unlike some of us, I have control over myself, she said, her tone elegant yet pointed as she shot a glance at Kyoka. Kyoka crossed her arms, muttering just loud enough to be heard, says the girl who rubbed his abs. Momo froze, her composure shattering as her face turned a vivid shade of red. I did no such thing, she stammered, turning away with an indignant, HMPH. Before anyone could say more, Abara spoke up, her expression one of stern, comedic horror. Wait, cuddling? Rubbing his abs? Did Midoriya even consent to these situations? She turned her wide eyes to Izuku. Midoriya, are you some kind of sexual deviant? Izuku practically choked on his words, his face now glowing scarlet. And no, I mean, it's not like that. I didn't. Kyoka snorted, smirking despite her earlier embarrassment. Sure, that's convincing, she teased. Tsuyu, ever blunt, waved her hand dismissively. The match is going to start soon, she said, steering the conversation back on track. Izuku seized the opportunity to escape the awkwardness, quickly shrugging off his coat and standing. Then we should go see the match, he said, clenching his fist with determination. I want to watch Iida and Kachan's fight. Ochako pumped her fist in the air, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Yeah, let's go watch Iida kick Bakugo's butt. Itsuka mirrored her excitement, grinning as she raised her own fist. Absolutely, let's cheer him on together. Meanwhile, Momo, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly pulled her blanket tighter around herself, her face bright red. The shift in her demeanor caught Izuku's attention, and realization hit him like a freight train. He remembered her wardrobe malfunction from earlier, and his own face immediately turned crimson. We should, head to the stands, Izuku stammered, trying to focus on anything but Momo's flustered expression. Ochako nodded, glancing at Momo with a reassuring smile. Yaoyorozu, do you think you'll be able to come watch the match with us? Momo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, but, her voice was soft as she glanced at Izuku. Midoriya, do you think we could stop by lunch rush first? I've lost some lipids, and I'd prefer to replenish them before watching the match. Oh, sure, Izuku said quickly, his nervousness returning. The group made their way out of the infirmary, but Momo gestured for Izuku to stay behind. You girls go on ahead. We'll catch up soon. I just need to eat something. I feel completely drained, Momo said with a polite smile. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. You sure? We could wait? No need, Momo interrupted quickly, her tone firm but still carrying a hint of her usual grace. Midoriya and I won't be long. Kyoka narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious, but before she could press further, the others reluctantly began heading off. Wait. Y'all Momo. Kyoka called after them, but Momo and Izuku had already turned the corner. The cafeteria was warm and bustling, the savory aroma of fresh bread and steaming dishes wafting through the air. Momo and Izuku each grabbed a meatball sub before settling at a quiet table tucked away from the crowd. Izuku sat stiffly, his hands wrapped tightly around his sandwich as if it were a lifeline. His eyes darted toward Momo, then back to his plate. She's definitely mad at me. I saw her boobs for God's sake, Izuku thought, his stomach twisting with guilt as he forced himself to take a bite. And from how she reacted when I accidentally touched her boobs last time, she's going to hate me. Momo, meanwhile, was visibly flustered, though she tried to maintain her usual composure. Her half-lidded eyes occasionally flicked toward him, a soft blush painting her cheeks. Her grip on her sandwich tightened as her heart pounded, her thoughts a jumbled mess. Just ask him. It's not that complicated, right? She thought, shifting nervously in her seat. But the warmth radiating from him, combined with the softness in his awkward movements, made her chest tighten further. Izuku could see the girl seemed to be stealing her own nerves. She cleared her throat, gesturing to the seat beside her. Midoriya, would you mind sitting here instead? It's easier for us to talk this way. Izuku blinked, startled by the request, but quickly nodded. Oh, sure. He stood awkwardly, almost bumping into the table before moving to sit beside her. Momo exhaled slowly, steeling herself. Her hands trembled slightly as she set her sandwich down, her mind racing. Midoriya. She began softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. Izuku froze. His heart leapt into his throat, panic settling in. Oh no, she's about to say something serious. I need to apologize now, maybe that'll fix everything. They both spoke at the same time. I'm sorry, will you go out with me? The words collided, hanging in the air as both of them stopped, eyes widening. Izuku turned to her, his expression one of utter disbelief. Huh? He managed, his mind grinding to a halt. Momo's face turned a deep crimson as she realized how her words must have sounded. She waved her hands in front of her, her voice rising in flustered urgency. And no, I didn't mean it like that. Izuku blinked rapidly, his heart still racing. Why you didn't? Momo took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, though the blush refused to leave her face. What I meant was, my parents are hosting a formal event to celebrate my performance at the sports festival. She glanced away, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the edge of her napkin. Usually, I have boys pestering me to attend as their date, and it's exhausting. She paused, stealing a quick glance at him. Her voice softened as she continued. I thought it would be nice if you came with me instead. Izuku stared at her, his mind slowly processing her words. Momo felt her heart race faster as she clenched her sub in nervousness. She had never felt more anxious in her life. The idea of asking someone out was already nerve-wracking enough, but the fact that Izuku hadn't immediately responded was making her panic. Why isn't he saying anything? Did I mess up? Momo's thoughts raced, the fear of rejection creeping in. Her heart was in her throat, her breathing becoming shallow. Do you not want to go? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Izuku's head shot up, his eyes wide as he took in her worried expression. Panic surged in his chest, and he blurted out, wait. I thought you were mad at me for, looking when your clothes ripped during our fight. Momo blinked, tilting her head in genuine confusion. Why would I be mad? Izuku averted his eyes, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Well. Last time, when I accidentally, his voice dropped to an embarrassed mutter. You were pretty mad when I touched you, and I thought. For a moment, Momo simply stared at him, then a soft giggle escaped her lips. Izuku froze, caught off guard, as she spoke with a playful, almost sarcastic tone. Yes, Midoriya, I'm absolutely furious with you, she teased, a light smile gracing her lips. Izuku's face flushed a deep red as he stammered, Momo leaned back slightly, placing a hand delicately over her chest as she continued, her tone mock dramatic. How dare you glance at me, even though we were in the middle of a heated match? And let's not forget that I'm the one who ripped my own clothes to make my equipment. Izuku blinked, the tension easing from his shoulders as he realized she was joking. So, you're not mad? Of course not, Midoriya, Momo said, her voice softening as she placed a reassuring hand on his. The warmth of her touch made his heart skip a beat. Though it's sweet of you to worry and apologize regardless. Oh okay. Sorry though, Izuku mumbled reflexively, his cheeks still pink. Momo chuckled, shaking her head. You don't have to apologize for everything, Midoriya. He nodded, looking down at their hands briefly before glancing back up at her. Momo's confidence wavered as a blush spread across her face. Her fingers curled slightly, fidgeting in her lap as she tried to refocus. So, about your answer? She asked hesitantly, her voice tinged with hope. It's an annual gala my family hosts to celebrate the National Sports Festival. My family was among the few who helped create it when UA first opened, and... She trailed off, twirling her fingers nervously. Izuku didn't need her to explain further. He offered a small, genuine smile, his voice soft but resolute. Yes, I'd be honored to go. Momo's face lit up, her eyes widening in surprise before a radiant smile spread across her lips. Her blush deepened, but she couldn't look away from him, the moment stretching between them. Izuku's own blush darkened as they locked eyes, and after what felt like an eternity, they both quickly averted their gazes. "Thank you, Midoriya," Momo said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. Izuku nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. For the first time that day, a calm warmth settled between them. "Ahem." Momo cleared her throat, straightening her posture. "I'll accompany you to get formal suits during our free time. We can spend some time at the mall and look for whatever you might need," she said with a composed smile, though there was a faint trace of excitement in her tone. "Shopping?" Izuku asked, tilting his head curiously. "Of course," Momo said, her smile brightening. "I can even make a schedule for us. And there's this adorable cat cafe I've been meaning to visit. They have the most amazing coffee and tea." Her enthusiasm bubbled over, her hands clasping together eagerly. Yaoyorozu, I actually already have formal wear," Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. Momo froze, her excitement faltering. "Oh," she muttered, shrinking slightly as her shoulders drooped. Izuku blinked, noticing the disappointment in her tone. His gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks as realization dawned on him. "Yaoyorozu, do you just want to go shopping?" he asked gently. Momo hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. I had a place in mind where I wanted to spend time with you," she admitted, her voice soft but sincere. Izuku's face reddened slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Oh, sure, I'd like that." Momo's expression brightened, her confidence returning as she nodded. "Wonderful, I'll finalize everything and let you know the plan." As they began walking, Izuku hesitated for a moment. Yaoyorozu, you called me by my first name before you blacked out." Momo took a moment to process his words before her face flushed slightly. It seems I did," she muttered, her blush deepening. Izuku, feeling the heat rise to his own face, fumbled with his words. Do you want to call me Izuku?" His voice was quieter than usual, and Momo's face lit up even more. She tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear, trying to compose herself. "Yes," she said softly, before clearing her throat. "Ahem. Yes, I would." "Izuku," she finished, her heart racing at the sound of his name on her lips. Izuku blinked at her, his face still flushed. "Okay, Momo," he said, and Momo's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but wonder if he could hear how hard her heart was pounding. As they continued walking, Momo and Izuku chatted easily, their earlier awkwardness forgotten. By the time they reached the Class 1A seats, they had fallen into a comfortable rhythm. "You two took your time," Kaminari teased, his eyebrows wiggling suggestively. "You weren't off doing something more exciting, were you? Something Mineta might do." Momo rolled her eyes and took her seat. "Please, we just went to get some food." Kaminari nudged Izuku, a grin on his face. "So, Midoriya, how did they look?" he whispered. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. "How did what look?" Kaminari smirked. "Dude, don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yaoyorozu's boobs." The words hung in the air, and Momo's face turned crimson. Izuku stared at Kaminari, trying to process what had just been said. Then, without warning, he slapped himself in the forehead, completely flustered. "So the match is about to start," he quickly changed the subject, taking out his notebook to focus on the match. Kaminari wasn't ready to let it go. "Come on, man, you can't keep that kind of info to yourself." Izuku, still trying to keep his composure, looked at Kaminari with a blank expression. "What info?" "You know, Yaoyorozu's boobs," Kaminari said, grinning. Izuku blinked, his face now pale as he tried to feign innocence. "Whose boobs?" "Yaoyorozu's." "Wait, she has boobs?" Izuku said, genuinely confused. Kaminari blinked, thrown off by the response. You're avoiding the conversation, aren't you?" Izuku turned away with a sheepish smile, trying his best to maintain his pure image. Just as Kaminari was about to press further, Kyoka's irritation reached its peak, and she was about to intervene with her earphone jacks when Toru suddenly spoke up. "You know, it'd be a real shame." Toru's voice rang out, "if Esther found out about all of this." Kaminari's face drained of color. Kyoka tapped her chin thoughtfully. The whole trying to trick us into cheerleader uniforms, getting tricked by a pretty girl, and now trying to get Greenie here to talk about. She gestured vaguely at Momo's chest. I don't know if I were Esther, I'd dump you on the spot. Kaminari started sweating buckets, his eyes wide with panic. And no, I'll be good. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, turning to Toru. Toru, did that sound convincing? Toru shrugged nonchalantly. Not really. Kaminari, now desperate, began to beg, trying to kiss up to both Kyoka and Toru. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. He pleaded, his face a mixture of sweat and embarrassment. The rest of the class watched the scene unfold with exasperation, and everyone collectively groaned. Man, that's just sad, someone muttered, and the rest of the class nodded in agreement. Both from Class 1A, the residential speedster WHO never skips leg day. Tenya Iida versus the poster boy for anger issues, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked into the arena with his hands shoved into his pockets, his jaw set in frustration after hearing his introduction. The crowd's mixed reaction only seemed to fuel his irritation. Iida entered soon after, his eyes locked onto Bakugo with the intensity of a seasoned athlete, ready for the fight. Oi, Four Eyes, you all chummy with that nerd. Bakugo sneered. If you're referring to Midoriya, then yes, we are friends, Iida shot back, keeping his voice steady. I don't know what your problem with him is. Are you two ready? Midnight called, her tone cutting through the tension. The atmosphere thickened, anticipation humming in the air. Bakugo squared his stance, his hands falling to his sides as black smoke started to curl from his palms. Iida crouched low, the engines in his legs rumbling like a wild animal about to charge. Midnight raised her whip, then brought it down. Begin. In an instant, Bakugo blasted forward, the sheer force of his explosion propelling him across the arena with deadly speed. Iida matched him, his engines roaring as he shot forward, determined not to be outdone. Bakugo quickly aimed his hands at Iida, and a powerful explosion rang out, creating a massive cloud of smoke where Iida had been a moment ago. But before Bakugo could celebrate, he felt the rush of wind. His instincts screamed just in time for Iida to come from behind, delivering a devastating kick to Bakugo's back that sent him crashing into the arena floor. Damn it, when did he get so fast? Bakugo cursed, his body aching from the impact. Explosions erupted from his hands, and Bakugo shot into the air, forcing himself upward to put distance between him and his opponent. Stun grenade, Bakugo shouted, slamming his palms together. A blinding light flashed across the arena, and Iida was forced to shield his eyes. He could hear the thundering roar of another explosion coming, and instinctively, he ducked and dashed. Die! Bakugo shouted, unleashing another explosion directly at Iida. The force of the blast hit him with an ear-shattering crash, sending Iida spiraling backward with violent force, the air knocked from his lungs. The shockwave pushed him off course, but Iida quickly regained control, using his speed to stop himself mid-air. With a deep breath, Iida rocketed forward, determined to make his move. Bakugo reacted just as quickly, thrusting his palms to the ground, and in an instant, he was airborne once more. Four Eyes won't catch me up here, Bakugo yelled, spinning in midair, taunting his opponent. Iida gritted his teeth. We'll see about that. With a burst of blue flame from his exhausts, Iida shot up after Bakugo, closing the gap. The air crackled as Bakugo's eyes widened in shock just before Iida's foot connected with his chest. The force of the kick sent Bakugo plummeting toward the ground, his ribcage cracking under the brutal impact. Iida landed, but his knees buckled from the landing, his body scraping across the arena floor before he pushed himself up. Iida with a devastating kick, sending Bakugo crashing to the ground. Bakugo groaned, coughing blood as he slowly pushed himself to his feet. His chest ached with every breath, but his fury only grew. This isn't over, you bastard! Bakugo roared, his palms glowed ominously, and he shot back into the air, spinning wildly as he gathered momentum. His body twisted like a cyclone, sparks crackling around him as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. I was saving this for Deku and that icy hot bastard. But you really pissed me off. Bakugo screamed. His body began to spin faster, gathering the power of his explosions into a swirling vortex of energy. The arena seemed to hold its breath as Bakugo's movements became a blur, the air itself bending with the intensity of the energy he was creating. Iida's eyes widened as he realized what was coming. He bolted toward the opposite side of the arena, his engines firing on all cylinders, hoping to outrun the impending attack. But it was too late. Howitzer impact! Bakugo roared, his body unleashing the full force of the attack. The explosion that followed was on a scale unlike anything Iida had ever encountered. A violent, twisting tornado of fire, smoke, and raw explosive energy shot from Bakugo's palms, collecting momentum and oxygen in a whirlwind of destruction. The intense heat and pressure forced him to close his eyes, but it was no use. The shockwave hit with the force of a missile impact, throwing Iida off his feet. The explosion consumed everything in its path. Whoa! Katsuki Bakugo turned himself into a human missile. Did you see that explosion? It was like a living artillery shell coming at him. Iida's body was hurled like a ragdoll, his speed unable to outrun the sheer magnitude of the blast. The explosion tore through the arena, and Iida found himself crashing into the reinforced stone wall with a sickening thud, the impact sending cracks through the concrete behind him. The force of the shockwave continued to push, launching him out of the arena entirely. Iida tumbled across the floor, his body battered and burned. The scorched marks on his body glowed from the force of the blast, his breathing ragged and shallow. His glasses were gone, but there was still a fierce look in his eyes as he slowly rose to his feet, smoke trailing from his charred uniform. Tenya Iida is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins, Midnight said. Class 1A and B looked on in awe, their expressions a mix of admiration and fear from the sheer power behind Bakugo's attack. You saw that move, Kaminari shouted, his voice filled with excitement. That's one hell of a super move, Kamakiri added from the Class B section, his voice carrying over. Siro, who had returned to his seat wrapped in bandages, scowled. Thanks to Recovery Girl, he was relatively okay, but frustration and disgust were clear on his face. The guy's talented, I'll give him that, he muttered. Izuku stood there, slightly shaken by the force of the explosion, his body trembling from the impact. Bakugo, standing on the ground, clenched his smoking fists. A sadistic smile stretched across his face as he turned away toward the tunnel. I'll win with everything I've got, Bakugo thought, determination in his eyes. I'll have an undeniable victory. Iida lost, Uraraka said quietly, her tone filled with sadness as she looked at her injured friend being carried away on a stretcher. Yeah, I was really rooting for him, Tsuyu added, her voice tinged with disappointment. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from Iida being carted off. Anger bubbled up inside him as he watched the scene unfold. He thought back to Ochako's fight, how she had been blasted across the arena by Bakugo's explosion. Something deep inside him churned, and sparks of one for all crackled around his clenched fists. He gritted his teeth, his breath ragged as the intensity inside him began to build. Izuku abruptly stood, his posture tense. I'm going to check up on Iida, he said, his voice low but firm. Ochako opened her mouth to respond, but he cut her off. No, Izuku said, his gaze focused forward, his hair falling like a curtain to hide his face. I want to be left alone for a bit. The tension in the air thickened. So, that means Midoriya and Bakugo will be going up against each other, Shoji said, his voice heavy with concern. Everyone looked grim, the realization settling in. It wasn't that they doubted Izuku's ability to win, but it was clear that the fight would be more than just a physical battle. Bakugo's anger toward Izuku was something they all knew well, and the emotional weight of their rivalry was about to come crashing down. The girls exchanged uneasy glances, their concern for Izuku growing as they watched him walk away, clearly battling something within himself. Izuku made his way to Recovery Girl's office, opting for the long route to clear his head. Deku, you useless freak, someone like you doesn't belong at UA. Bakugo's words echoed in Izuku's mind as he walked, each step feeling heavier than the last. He clenched his fists, feeling the old memories rise up to the surface, memories he had tried so hard to suppress. The anger and frustration he had buried for so long surged back, twisting within him. His blood boiled, and the feeling of being worthless, of never being enough, flooded his mind. Izuku's fist tightened even further, the pain in his palm sharp as blood began to drip from his clenched knuckles. His breath came in ragged bursts, his entire body trembling with the force of the emotions crashing over him. Izuku continued walking, but something felt off. A strange sensation in the air, like an impending storm, made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. As he reached the door to Recovery Girl's office, he hesitated for a moment before pushing it open. Inside, Iida was sitting up, clearly in much better shape than before. "Midoriya," Iida greeted, his voice still tinged with exhaustion. Izuku stepped in, a slight relief in his tone. "Oh, you're fine?" he asked, eyeing his friend's improved condition. Iida gave a small nod. "Though I lost," Iida added with a rueful smile. "Hey, you made it this far. I'm sure your brother would be proud," Izuku said, offering a reassuring smile. Iida's eyes lit up as his phone rang, and he quickly glanced at the caller ID before answering. "Ah, speaking of him." He answered the call. "Tensai." "Hey, little brother." Iida's smile widened as he heard his brother's voice. "Tensai, I'm sorry, I lost. I probably looked foolish." "Tensai. No, you gave one hell of a fight. The arena isn't exactly made for speedsters, but I watched it and, well, it wasn't boring at all." Iida chuckled softly, his heart warmed by his brother's encouraging words. "Thanks, Tensai." Outside, the atmosphere shifted, growing heavier with each passing second. The air turned cold, and a strong gust of wind swept through the area. The pro heroes, who were used to sensing danger, could all feel it. Something was coming. "You feel that too, huh?" Hawks muttered, her ears twitching as a scowl crept onto her face. "Yeah," she growled, her instincts telling her that something wasn't right. Endeavor squinted, his piercing gaze focused on an unseen threat. He tensed, as if sensing something lurking in the distance. Izuku's danger sense flared, and a surge of unease swept through him. The Omnitrix on his wrist glowed briefly with a purple hue, an intense sting like hot iron searing through his skin, but only for a moment. He shook it off, brushing it aside. "Something isn't right," he muttered under his breath. Aizawa's thoughts mirrored Izuku's. A cold shiver ran down his spine, his usual composure slipping for just an instant as an unsettling feeling washed over him. Toshinori, too, felt the ominous presence. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This chill, he had felt it before. It was the unmistakable sign that disaster was about to strike. And just as quickly as it arrived, the chill in the air dissipated, leaving a lingering sense of unease behind. The scent of blood faintly hung in the atmosphere, an unsettling reminder that something dark was on the horizon. Hosu City. A man stood in the shadows, his presence commanding and foreboding. His gold-colored mask glinted faintly under the dim light, its stern visage matched by the chainmail hood draped over his head. Atop it, a gray-painted crown added an air of grim authority. His chest bore a burgundy surcoat emblazoned with the emblem of the Forever Knights. "Sir, he's ready," a subordinate said from behind him, voice low and deferential. "Excellent." The man, known as Enoch, turned, his tone cold and deliberate. "For 3 weeks, we have labored for this moment. His return shall mark a dark chapter in history." A mirthless chuckle escaped him, echoing with quiet menace. "You have the devices?" Enoch asked, his voice cutting through the silence. The subordinate nodded, gesturing to other men nearby. They carried large boxes, each marked with a name, the names of heroes, their fates unknowingly tied to the contents inside. "Good," Enoch said, his tone laced with satisfaction. "Let the world see the fall of their so-called champions." Izuku had left Iida to his own devices as he began walking. As he walked, the anxious feeling as he turned a corner, he saw from afar Mina Ashido. The usually energetic was subdued. She was taking deep breaths. "Mina." Izuku approached the girl, but she gained a determined look and suddenly ran off. Izuku suspected towards her battle with Todoroki. Izuku tried to call out, but she was already off. Izuku was walking to the infirmary, but in the back of his mind, his anxiety only grew. What if I lose? Can I beat him? Do I even have a chance? They all going to be watching me. They will be screaming. I can't do this, sir. You should have backed out. They will be calling and screaming. Deku. Throughout the whole fight, I can't do this. I only fought him when I was an alien. I haven't faced him with my own eyes. The walls around Midoriya felt like they were closing in on him. His heart was beating, he had to clutch his chest, his palms became sweaty. The corrosive caped crusader returns. Mina Ashido. The crowd erupted in cheers as Mina, donning a bright, confident smile, stepped onto the arena floor, waving enthusiastically to the spectators. Versus. The prodigy WHO leaves his opponents in frozen prisons. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki entered with his usual stoic demeanor, his cold eyes fixed on Mina as he positioned himself on the battlefield. Begin. The match started with Todoroki immediately sending a massive wave of ice racing toward Mina. He had underestimated Kyoka in his earlier match but had no intention of making the same mistake now. The ice spread quickly, threatening to overwhelm the entire arena, but Mina wasted no time. Skating effortlessly on a trail of her acid, she darted forward, leaping into the air with a twirl. Acid sprayed out mid-spin, melting through the advancing ice with a loud hiss and filling the arena with steam. As the ice cracked and shattered under the relentless acid, Mina emerged from the mist, closing the distance between herself and Todoroki. His eyes narrowed as he raised an ice shield to block her approach, but Mina was undeterred. Her acid splashed against the shield, eating through it rapidly and causing it to collapse into fragments. Ashido scores an attack, the announcer shouted as Mina landed a glancing spray of acid on Todoroki's forearm. He winced as the searing pain forced him to step back, but Mina pressed on, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Using her agility, she swerved around his counterattacks, her acid providing openings as she landed a clean jab to his jaw. The crowd roared as Mina's relentless offense forced Todoroki to stay on the defensive. However, the tide turned when Todoroki, taking a direct punch to the face, grabbed her arm and swept her legs out from under her. Mina hit the ground hard, and before she could react, Todoroki encased her body in ice, leaving her hands free but immobilizing the rest of her. You could melt through this, Todoroki said, his voice cold and matter of fact. But your clothes wouldn't survive. Mina glared at him but let out a frustrated sigh. I surrender, she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. Todoroki quickly melted the ice, stepping back as Mina got to her feet, soaked. Seeing the faint sadness in her expression, he added, if you had your hero costume, this fight would have been a lot tougher for me. Mina hung her head low. Thanks, I guess. Todoroki gave a short nod and turned to leave, clutching his burned arm. Yeah, whatever. The crowd erupted once again, applauding both fighters for their skill and determination. Quote. Mina, the unmistakable voice of Izuku made Mina jump, her shoulders tensing instinctively. Slowly, she turned her head, meeting his concerned gaze. His tone was soft but carried a weight that only made the knot in her stomach tighten. Midoriya, her voice lacked its usual energy and bubbly tone, carrying a hint of guilt she couldn't hide. She quickly averted her eyes, turning her back to him as if that would shield her vulnerability. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be getting ready with Bakugo? She stammered, her words tripping over themselves. Her face flushed a faint lilac as she became painfully aware of how soaked she was, a vivid reminder of her humiliating defeat. Izuku hesitated, his gaze flicking to the brackets displayed nearby. He shifted uneasily, taking a small step forward before sitting down beside her. Not exactly excited to go on and fight Kachan, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck nervously. Mina squirmed uncomfortably, hugging her knees closer to her chest. The embarrassment of being seen like this, by him, of all people, felt unbearable. Are you okay? Izuku asked cautiously, though the answer was painfully obvious. Yep, she sprang to her feet, forcing a cheerful tone and an exaggerated smile that didn't reach her eyes. Totally fine, though I got totally slaughtered, she added, trying to make light of it. Izuku frowned, clearly unconvinced. Are you sure? Mina glanced over her shoulder, her forced smile still in place. Yeah, dude, she said, her voice slightly higher pitched than usual. Turning away again, her expression faltered as she stared ahead. Though, Losing like that kinda sucked. Just be careful out there, alright? Mina. Izuku's soft voice carried a weight of understanding that made her chest tighten. She began walking away, her steps hurried and uneven. No, why did he have to show up now? She thought bitterly, the wet fabric of her uniform clinging to her uncomfortably. I'm completely soaked. Ugh, this is so humiliating. You know, you don't have to check up on me, she said, her voice faltering slightly. You should probably head back. You gotta give Bakugo a knuckle sandwich for me, she added, forcing out a laugh. Izuku watched her retreating figure, noticing the slight droop in her shoulders and how her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Something about her forced cheerfulness felt hollow, wrong. His legs moved before his brain fully registered what he was doing, and he bolted in front of her, blocking her path. Eep! Mina let out a startled squeak, stumbling back a step. Mina, wait! Izuku's tone was urgent, his wide green eyes fixed on her. She froze, her lips trembling as she avoided his gaze. Look, Midoriya, why you don't have to cheer me up, okay? She said, her voice cracking. I let you down twice already. You shouldn't waste your time with me. Izuku blinked, taken aback by the raw emotion in her voice. Mina, he started, but she cut him off. I mean, what kind of friend turns you down when you needed them most, right? She tried to laugh it off, but her voice wavered, betraying her. Izuku's heart clenched at her words. He wanted to tell her she was wrong. Is this about the capture the flag? Look, I'm not mad. She sighed heavily, dropping back onto the bench with a defeated slump. Hugging her knees again, she rested her chin on them, her wet hair sticking to her face. It's not just about the capture the flag thing, she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. It's everything. Izuku sat beside her again, waiting patiently for her to continue. It feels like I'm letting everyone down, she admitted, her words coming out in a rush. You, Kendo, Kirishima, everyone's getting stronger, and I'm just falling behind. Her hands tightened around her legs. My grades are average at best, and at the USJ. I was completely useless. I froze up. Midoriya. How am I supposed to be a hero if I can't even move when it counts? She sniffled, refusing to meet his gaze. And then there's you. You're always out there, doing the impossible, making everyone believe they can do better, and I just... Her voice trailed off as she glanced at him briefly, her cheeks flushed lilac. I let you down. The words were heavy, like they had been building inside her for far too long. I know it's stupid, but I can't help feeling like I've been nothing but a burden to you. The residual cold from Todoroki's ice made her shiver, but she didn't bother moving. She felt too small, too vulnerable. Mina, his voice was soft, full of empathy. Hugging his knees, he rested his chin on them, mirroring her posture. I think I get what you mean. She turned her head slightly, her brows furrowing in confusion. I used to think I was a burden too, he continued, his tone introspective. There was someone who helped me a lot, and no matter what I did, I felt like I could never repay them. Like I didn't deserve their kindness. Mina blinked, surprised by his honesty. And when Kachan says I don't belong here or calls me useless. His voice cracked slightly, his grip on his legs tightening. Sometimes I believe him. I feel like I'm not good enough to be here. Like I'm letting people down, just like you said. But, he turned to her, his green eyes meeting hers with unwavering sincerity. I can't let those thoughts pull me down, and neither should you. His voice grew stronger, more confident. Mina stared at him, her heart pounding as his words sank in. You're one of the most amazing people I know, Izuku said, his cheeks flushing slightly. Every time you smile, it makes everyone feel like they can do anything. That's something only you can do, Mina. It's what makes you, you. Her lips parted slightly, her defenses crumbling as warmth spread through her chest as her heart pounding at his words. You've won so many of your matches. You got stabbed and still managed to smile with your opponent, he said, his tone a mix of awe and admiration. That made Mina chuckle softly despite herself, a tiny smile tugging at the corners of her lips. You haven't let me down, Mina, Izuku finished, his voice gentle but firm. Not even once. Mina stared at him, her chest feeling a little lighter. Maybe, just maybe, she could believe him. Mina's face broke into a bright smile as she tucked her damp, fluffy hair behind her ear. God, you're right, she said, letting out a small laugh. Seriously, what was I thinking? She slapped her cheeks lightly, as if snapping herself back to reality. Thanks, Midori. Her voice softened as she glanced at him, her amber eyes meeting his. Izuku's breath hitched, and he quickly turned away, his gaze dropping to the ground as if it had suddenly become the most fascinating thing in the world. "And no problem," he mumbled, his voice barely audible. Mina didn't look away, her eyes still on him. After a moment, she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him. Izuku stiffened, his entire body going rigid as his heart pounded furiously in his chest. The soft scent of bubble gum filled his nostrils, and he froze, his face going bright red. Mina giggled, her breath warm against his neck. "I can practically hear your heart pounding, you know," she teased, nuzzling lightly into his shoulder. Ashido," Izuku stuttered, his voice cracking. Mina didn't respond, choosing instead to enjoy the embrace. Her grip tightened slightly, her warmth seeping into him. "You're such a dork," she murmured with a small smile. "Now for our next match. From Class B, we have Pony Tsunotori vs the only general studies student, Hitoshi Shinso." Present Mike's booming voice echoed through the stadium, snapping Izuku out of his daze. "Ashido, we should head back and watch the matches," Izuku said nervously, though he made no real effort to pull away from her. "Sorry, Ashido's not in the house right now," Mina said with a mischievous grin. The way her soaked uniform clung to her only made the situation worse for Izuku. Mina," he exclaimed, his face somehow turning an even deeper shade of red. "Fwahaha." Mina threw her head back, laughing playfully. "Come on, Midori, suffer in my embrace." She snuggled closer to him, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Izuku sighed in defeat, his shoulders slumping. Hesitantly, he returned the embrace, his arms wrapping around her awkwardly. Mina beamed, nuzzling against him once more. "See, isn't this nice?" she said softly, her tone laced with satisfaction. "Why yeah," Izuku admitted quietly, his heart still racing. Pony stepped onto the arena, the earlier conversation about Shinso replaying in her mind. Why did Izuku ask about him? Why was it so important that they talked? She wondered, furrowing her brow. Is his trigger not touch-based? She replayed Shinso's fights in her head. They did touch him, but they also had spoken with him. Her thoughts were interrupted as Shinso strolled into the arena, his casual demeanor betraying nothing of the tension in the air. Whatever it is, Izuku's usually right when it comes to quirks. Better to stay on the safe side, she resolved, aiming her horns at him with determination. "I won't talk or touch him. With my quirk I don't need to do either." Shinso smirked, his sharp eyes scanning her. "You Class B types, you're basically second-rate heroes, you know that." Pony didn't flinch, her lips pressed tightly together as she maintained her stance. He tried again, raising his voice. "You were on that team with that transforming loser, right? Let's be real, he carried your whole team." The insult landed, but Pony didn't bite. Instead, she stamped her hoof with force and launched her horns straight at him. The projectiles flew with precision, slipping under his arms and locking him in place. Shinso quickly got irritated. "What the?" Shinso yelped as the horns lifted him off the ground, carrying him toward the edge of the arena. He squirmed against the grip, frustration mounting. "Come on, talk, say something." Pony remained silent, her focus unwavering as she flung him out of bounds. Shinso tumbled onto the grass with a groan. Tsunotori Pony wins. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, eliciting cheers from the audience. Shinso rubbed the back of his head as he sat up, glancing at the arena before looking up at the sky. A small, resigned smile played on his lips. "Honestly, I didn't think I'd make it this far. After my first fight, I was sure everyone would figure out my quirk. But thanks to Monoma's distractions, I managed to hold out. Thank him for me, will ya?" Pony blinked before nodding rapidly, her usual energy returning. "Still not going to talk, huh?" Shinso asked with a dry chuckle, raising an eyebrow. She shook her head from side to side, her determination unwavering. He laughed quietly, pushing himself to his feet. Fine, fine. Just don't lose, alright. You're gonna make me look bad. Pony nodded again, offering a small, confident smile before turning back toward the arena. The crowd's applause swelled as the two exchanged a brief, mutual nod of respect. Pony beamed with excitement, hopping slightly in happiness. Her fluffy tail wagged enthusiastically, drawing murmurs from the crowd in the stadium. She's so cute, the crowd muttered. ... Mina walked alongside Izuku as they made their way back to the stands. She opened her mouth to speak, but a booming announcement cut through the air, startling them both. And that's it for the quarterfinals. Sports fans, we're moving on to the semifinals. First up, the explosive bomb blonde, Katsuki Bakugo, versus the entertaining MVP of the tournament, Izuku Midoriya. The match starts in 5 minutes. Izuku froze mid-step, his shoulders tensed, and his head dipped slightly as if the weight of the announcement pressed down on him. Already, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Mina caught the shift in his posture, her bright demeanor dimming for a moment. She moved in front of him, hands on her hips, her pink brows furrowing. Hey, dude, don't stress. You totally got this, she said, her voice radiating enthusiasm. Her beaming smile worked like a charm, lifting some of the tension in his chest. Izuku's heart swelled, and a faint, almost bashful smile began forming on his face. Before he could thank her, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. The pair turned to see a group of girls rushing toward them, Class 1A, along with a few from Class 1B. There you are, Dekiru, Ochako called, panting slightly as she reached them. We were worried when Iida came back without you, Momo added, her tone soft yet tinged with concern. Yeah, dude, we wanted to help you strategize to take down Bakubich, Toru chimed in with a playful grin, her carefree attitude cutting through the tension. Izuku blinked at the nickname, momentarily distracted. Is that going to be a regular thing now or? He asked, the corner of his mouth twitching in amusement despite his nerves. Setsuna stepped forward, her smirk widening. Plus, our big sis over here was totally freaking out since she couldn't find you, she said, jerking a thumb toward Itsuka. Itsuka immediately turned bright red. Setsuna, she hissed, fists clenching at her sides as she fought the urge to knock her classmate out. Izuku's face flushed as well, and he scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Itsuka sighed and crossed her arms, recovering enough to give him a firm nod. You've got this, Izuku. Put that blonde idiot in his place. Ribbit, don't let him push you around, Suyu added, her blunt but straightforward tone carrying a reassuring weight. Yui stepped forward, her calm gaze meeting Izuku's. You're going to win, she said with such flat certainty it was as if she were stating a universal truth like the sky was blue or water was wet. Toru suddenly bounded up to him, her energy infectious. Izuku instinctively took a small step back, his face heating slightly. You've totally got this, Midoriya. You've already shown everyone how strong you are, now prove it to yourself, she said, her voice brimming with sincerity. Even Abara, normally reserved, gave him a gentle nod of encouragement, her green eyes warm and unwavering. Izuku felt a wave of emotion swell in his chest as he looked around at their expectant faces. Their support hit him like a tidal wave, overwhelming but comforting. His throat tightened, and he quickly wiped at his eyes, embarrassed to find a few stray tears escaping. Thanks, he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of his gratitude. The girl's expression softened, but the quiet moment was shattered as Izuku's head snapped to the side. His danger sense flared. Deku, a low growl echoed from the shadows. The group turned as Bakugo stepped into view, his red eyes blazing with malice. The tension skyrocketed instantly, and the girls instinctively moved closer together. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling a familiar gnawing heat rise in his chest. That bubbling anger threatened to surface, but he forced it down, inhaling deeply to steady himself. Bakugo sneered, pointing a finger directly at him. Listen, you damn nerd. No more of that holding back crap you've been pulling with these extras, he snarled, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Ochako's eyes widened, and Toru's jaw dropped in disbelief at Bakugo's words, but the blonde didn't stop. You're giving me everything you've got. 100%. I'll show everyone why a Deku like you doesn't belong here. Bakugo's voice was venomous, his glare piercing. He turned his ire toward the others, scoffing. By the time I'm done, everyone will know who's on top. I'll make you extras bow before me. The group stared in stunned silence as Bakugo shoved past them, his final words hanging in the air. I'll destroy you and that stupid watch. No one will question that I'm the strongest. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, inhaling deeply before exhaling through his nose. Dekiru. Ochako began cautiously, her voice hesitant. Izuku cut her off, his voice calm but firm. Don't worry, I'm fine. He turned and walked in the opposite direction without another word. The girls watched him leave, unease settling in their chests. Something about him had shifted. They couldn't quite place it, but it was there, a quiet intensity that hadn't been there before. Before Izuku knew it, the world blurred around him. The buzzing noise of the crowd became distant as he stepped into the arena. The bright, blinding light greeted him, and the roar of the audience filled his ears. He was ready. Midoriya versus Bakugo. This is going to be a massacre. One student exclaimed, barely able to hide their glee. Yeah, watching him get torn apart is going to be entertaining as hell. Another chimed in, their laughter cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Finally, that useless Deku will be shown his place. Ishida shouted, his voice echoing across the arena. His eyes gleamed with cruel satisfaction, a smug grin plastered across his face. He leaned back in his seat, folding his arms as if the outcome was already decided. Poor guy doesn't even stand a chance. It's almost unfair, someone whispered, though their tone carried no real sympathy. You think Bakugo's gonna hold back? Nah, he's gonna wipe the floor with him, another student added with a snicker, as if the fight was nothing more than a source of entertainment. Ishida smirked, his voice cutting through the chatter. Deku thinks he's special now because he's got a quirk. Too bad for him, quirks don't make up for being weak. And weak is all he'll ever be. Naomi looked anxiously. And for our semifinals, we have the boy WHO comes in with a Detroit smash. The shape-shifting, transforming teenager WHO leaves the arena in shambles. Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike's voice thundered across the stadium, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. Izuku stepped out into the blinding light of the arena, the roar of the crowd screaming his name reverberating in his ears. From the opposite tunnel, Katsuki Bakugo emerged, his sharp glare locked onto Izuku like a predator zeroing in on its prey. In the hero course seating area, Class 1A and their friends rose to their feet, cheering with all their might. Do your best, Dekiru. Ochako called out, cupping her hands around her mouth. You've got this, Itsuka shouted, her fists clenched in excitement. Don't let him rattle you. Momo added, her voice firm with encouragement. Show that explosion jerk who's boss. Toru and Mina hollered in unison, their enthusiasm contagious. As Izuku strode forward, his focus wavered momentarily when a voice rang out from the crowd, cutting through the sea of noise. Kick his ass, Izuku. Izuku's steps faltered, his head snapping toward the stands. Was that? His thoughts churned for a moment, but he quickly shook them off, forcing his focus back to the task ahead as he approached the arena. And on the other side, we have Katsuki Bakugo, WHO. Let's be honest, most of US are secretly rooting against. Present Mike's teasing remark earned a mix of laughs and cheers from the spectators, while Bakugo's glare deepened. With his hands buried in his pockets, Bakugo marched to the center, radiating unrestrained aggression. On the sidelines, Midnight shifted uncomfortably, her unease apparent as she tapped her earpiece. Aizawa, are you absolutely sure about this? She asked, her voice a mix of worry and frustration. These two fighting, it's like lighting a match near a gas leak. This could go south fast. Nezu's calm yet firm voice replied first. Your concerns are noted, Midnight, but this is precisely why the match must happen. The SACT is already watching Midoriya closely, and this fight is an opportunity to alleviate or confirm their concerns about him. However, there's another reason this match is vital. Midnight frowned, her unease growing. What other reason? We need him to see it for himself, Nezu explained, his voice quieter but more deliberate. Midoriya is a remarkable individual, but he's carrying a burden he refuses to acknowledge. The rage, the frustration, it's all there, simmering beneath the surface. He tells himself he's fine, but we know he's not. This match might be the only way for him to realize that for himself. Aizawa's voice joined in, steady and pragmatic. Midoriya's not a danger to anyone, but bottling this up isn't healthy. If this fight helps him confront what he's been suppressing, it's worth the risk. He's strong, but even he needs to recognize when he's not okay. Midnight sighed heavily, reluctant but understanding their reasoning. Fine, but I'm keeping a close eye on this, and if anything looks like it's going too far, I'm stepping in. Are you both ready? Midnight asked, her voice clear and authoritative. Back at the battle training, you said you weren't afraid of me. I saw it then, and I see it now. Both of us know you lied, Katsuki sneered, bending his knees as he prepared himself for the fight. You better pick a good form, because I'm going to prove that quirk or not, you're still just a useless waste of space. No capture tape, no teachers to stop it, and no Levin to protect you. You're a worthless ass. Green electricity crackled around Izuku, his body humming with energy as he took a firm fighting stance. His expression was focused, fierce determination blazing in his eyes. You know me better than that, Kachan. I don't lie, Izuku said, his fist raised. He took a slow, steadying breath, preparing himself. And I've beaten you without them. I'll do it again. His words quickly made Bakugo's face twist with fury at the fact. Izuku felt the familiar sting of anger rising in his chest, his muscles coiling in preparation for the fight. Do you remember the day when I said I wasn't trying to compete against you? Izuku asked, his voice steady but charged with the weight of past battles. Bakugo's glare intensified, his anger almost tangible. Midnight raised her whip, sensing the escalating tension. I take it back, Izuku added, his words slicing through the air. Begin, Midnight shouted, and the fight exploded into action. Raw, Bakugo roared, rocketing toward Izuku with a burst of speed. His fist swung for a brutal right hook, the air crackling with the force of it. Izuku's danger sense flared, the warning buzzing in his mind just as Bakugo's fist came for him. He blocked the punch with his right arm and anticipated the follow-up, a vicious axe kick from the blonde. You really think I'd fall for that crap again? Bakugo taunted, his voice sharp. Nope, Izuku added as he grabbed Bakugo's leg midair, twisting and throwing him over his shoulder. Bakugo hit the ground with a harsh thud, the concrete beneath him cracking from the impact. Izuku backflipped over his opponent with precision, landing nimbly on his feet. With fluid motion, Izuku aimed a punch at Bakugo's gut, but then the memories of their past battles flooded his mind. The pain, the suffering, the way he pushed things too far. Rage surged within him, and without warning, Izuku slammed his fist into Bakugo's abdomen, activating 16% of One for All. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as the blow landed with brutal force, a sickening crack echoing in the air. He coughed violently, bile and blood spilling from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. Midoriya draws first blood, seeing through the fake out. Present Mike shouted, his voice full of excitement. Bakugo, enraged, swung his arm, releasing an explosion that sent Izuku flying back. The blast sent a shockwave rippling through the arena, and Izuku was thrown across the floor, sliding to a stop, the smoke clouding the air around him. Izuku's chest heaved with shallow breaths, his body still ringing from the force of his own punch. That wasn't. I didn't mean to do that. I need to calm down. Before he could gather his thoughts, danger sense screamed in his mind again. Izuku twisted just in time to dodge Bakugo's next explosion. You damn nerd, Bakugo screamed, launching another explosion at Izuku, who raised his arm to block. The explosion shook the air, but Izuku managed to stay on his feet. Why the fuck aren't you transforming? Bakugo yelled, his voice cracking with frustration. Izuku's heart pounded as he tried to focus, dodging Bakugo's relentless attacks. Izuku's anger flared once more, but he forced himself to stay in control. With a quick leap, he avoided the next explosion, twisting his body midair and landing a sharp kick to Bakugo's face. The force of the blow sent Bakugo stumbling back, but he didn't fall. Bakugo's grip tightened as he grabbed Izuku's foot midair, pulling him down with a growl before detonating an explosion right at point-blank range. The blast sent Izuku flying back, his body crashing to the ground as the air was knocked from his lungs. Bakugo's voice echoed from the arena, dripping with fury. "Why the fuck aren't you transforming? Transform into that four-armed guy. Now, so I can kick your ass." Izuku struggled to his feet, coughing and gasping for air. "I can't. If I transform into Wrath or Ghost Freak, who knows what I'll do. Especially how I'm feeling right now." As the bubbling rage was only getting worse. Despite the overwhelming pain and frustration, Izuku stood tall again, his mind sharp. Bakugo's eyes gleamed with malicious intent, but when Izuku didn't reach for the Omnitrix, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Why the hell isn't he transforming? Bakugo thought, his rage only growing. Izuku charged forward, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. His expression was unyielding, and Bakugo's anger flared again. Explosions erupted from the blonde's hands as he launched himself at Izuku, but Izuku danced around them, ducking and flipping as he launched into a powerful kick, striking Bakugo square in the chest. The wind was knocked out of Bakugo, and Izuku landed gracefully on his feet, his heart racing but his mind focused. "I can beat him. I will beat him." Izuku launched towards Bakugo as he began a barrage of punches. Kendo watched from the sidelines, a proud smile tugging at her lips as Izuku executed the moves she had taught him. He was relentless, pushing Bakugo to his limits. Bakugo staggered under a barrage of powerful punches to his midsection, the force of each blow leaving him gasping for air. Izuku followed up with a right hook to his face, knocking Bakugo's head to the side. The whole time, Izuku's movements were growing faster, more fluid. He was adapting, his reflexes sharpening with every strike. In a blur of motion, Izuku began to unleash a series of rapid kicks to Bakugo's chest. His feet flew faster than the eye could follow, using Bakugo's upper body as stepping stones, each kick landing with precision. The audience gasped in recognition. Gasp! Midoriya is using Liu Kang's signature move. Bakugo's eyes widened, but before he could react, he grabbed Izuku's leg mid-kick, his fingers digging into his ankle. With a furious snarl, Bakugo exploded, slamming Izuku hard into the concrete. Izuku's body bounced off the ground, but he quickly regained his bearings, flipping into the air just as Bakugo rocketed toward him. Izuku's danger sense went wild. He saw Bakugo's palms aimed directly at him, the explosive force building up with terrifying speed. Without hesitation, Izuku moved, his body already in motion, narrowly avoiding the blast as it tore through the concrete beneath him. The explosion sent shards of debris scattering, but Izuku was already in the air, twisting mid-flight to get above Bakugo. Bakugo wasn't done. He wasted no time in launching himself after Izuku, using a powerful burst to propel himself under his opponent. "If you won't transform, I'll force it out of you," he shouted, his voice full of malice. His palms flared once again, and this time, the power behind them doubled, sending out a massive explosion, one even stronger than the motor shower attack he'd used against Uraraka. The crowd gasped in horror as Izuku took the full brunt of the explosion, a massive cloud of smoke billowing out from the impact. Class 1A watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with worry as they kept their eyes on the smoke, hoping against hope that Izuku was still standing. From within the cloud of smoke, the scorched form of Izuku emerged, his body singed and barely conscious. A trail of smoke still rose from his back, his green eyes shut in apparent defeat. "Oh, you're still alive," Bakugo jeered, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. He blasted into the air, flying upward with a sadistic gleam in his eyes. "Come on, Izuku, show me what you've got," Toru thought. "You can do this," Ochako thought. "Don't let him win," Momo thought. "Win," the rest of the girls thought. Bakugo reached Izuku, closing the distance with explosive speed. His palm aimed directly at Izuku's face, and he shouted, "If that's not enough to bring out your forms, then..." He was cut off as Izuku's eyes snapped open, their usual brightness replaced with a fierce, burning intensity. Without warning, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's wrist, twisting it in his grip. He then shot his other hand up, grabbing Bakugo by the throat with a crackling surge of green electricity. "Ah!" Izuku roared, a surge of power erupting from his body as he slammed Bakugo downward, his fist driving the blonde into the ground with devastating force. The shockwave from the impact sent a ripple through the smoke, clearing it away as the ground cracked under the pressure of the hit. For a moment, Bakugo lay there, dazed, gasping for breath as the sheer force of the blow left him stunned. But he wasn't finished. A feral grin crossed his face, and in the blink of an eye, he released an explosion from his palms, blasting himself upward and pushing Izuku back. Izuku barely had time to react, his feet skidding against the ground as Bakugo's force sent him stumbling backward before he crashed to the floor. Izuku, still reeling from the explosion he had taken head-on, barely managed to lift his body, but before he could recover, Bakugo's boot landed on his elbow, pinning him to the ground. A knee dug into his back, keeping him immobilized as Bakugo glared down at him, fury flashing in his eyes. "This whole thing has been one fuck-up after another," Bakugo hissed through clenched teeth, his body trembling with rage. This useless, worthless piece of shit didn't even understand his place. Thinking he's the best. Fuck that. That pink bitch thinks he's hot shit. This fucking piece of garbage. I'll show everyone I'm the best. His clothes were singed from the blast, the pain sharp and immediate as Bakugo's explosion cooked into his skin. Explosion after explosion, seething, burning pain coursed through Izuku's body as the blasts tore into him. His arms felt like lead, his back ached with raw agony, and his ears rang incessantly from the relentless detonations. But he endured, his teeth gritted as he refused to let the pain drag him down. "I was supposed to be the only one from that piece of shit school to get here," Bakugo snarled, his voice a venomous roar. Another explosion erupted as his boot pressed harder onto Izuku's arm, the impact sending waves of pain through his nerves. "This was supposed to be my path to victory. But you had to ruin it." He leaned in closer, his fiery eyes filled with hatred. "You were never supposed to be here. A worthless loser like you." Bakugo punctuated his words with another blast. Smoke curled off Izuku's burned skin, his clothes torn and singed. The audience winced at the ferocity of the attack, a few calling out in alarm. "But no," Bakugo screamed, his voice cracking with rage. "I told your useless ass not to apply. I told you you were worthless, Deku." His voice rose to a bitter sneer. "And yet here you are, acting like some kind of big shot. You've even got that annoying pink bitch and that earlobe freak thinking you're something special. And Ponytail, she thinks you're some genius. What a load of horse shit." Another explosion erupted, this one larger than the last, shaking the arena. Izuku's arm trembled under the unrelenting force, the searing heat digging into his skin. "Deku," a voice cried out from the stands. The fear in it was palpable, but Izuku couldn't tell who it was anymore. The constant ringing in his ears drowned out everything else. He could barely hear his own ragged breaths. Another explosion. Bakugo roared, his words cutting through the chaos, but Izuku couldn't focus on what he was saying. Flashes of memory raced through Izuku's mind. The mocking laughter of his classmates. The cruel sneers that greeted him every day. His own mother's tears as she struggled to find words to comfort him when there were none. For 14 years, he'd been told he was nothing. For 14 years, he'd been reminded over and over again that he didn't matter, that he wasn't good enough, that he shouldn't even try. And now, Bakugo was here, repeating the same words. Another explosion tore through him, ripping him back to the present. The sound was deafening, the pain numbing. And then, something inside him snapped. Bakugo was mid-sentence, but Izuku didn't hear it. The world went silent, save for the crackling of One for All surging through his body. The green electricity burned brighter, wilder, and for the first time, he didn't try to hold it back. 0.16% coursed through his body. Midnight quickly began to approach to stop this, her fingers tearing into her clothing, but that soon wouldn't have been necessary. "You don't fucking," Bakugo roared, but before he could finish, Izuku's fist shot upward with devastating force, a massive uppercut colliding with Bakugo's jaw. The impact was instant and brutal. Bakugo's body rocketed into the air, his arms flailing as he was sent flying. The shockwave of the punch rippled through the arena, silencing the crowd as they watched in stunned awe. Izuku didn't stop to breathe. His muscles screamed in protest as he poured everything he had into his legs, pushing One for All to 19%. The strain was unbearable, but he didn't care. He couldn't care. With a roar, he launched himself into the air after Bakugo, green lightning trailing behind him like a comet. His eyes burned with fury, his body moving on pure instinct as he twisted midair. "Raw!" Izuku shouted, pouring all his power into a roundhouse kick. His foot connected with Bakugo's side, the force sending the blonde hurtling across the arena like a ragdoll. Bakugo hit the ground with a deafening crash, tumbling across the concrete before coming to a stop. The ground beneath him was cracked, debris scattered everywhere. Izuku landed shortly after, his knees buckling from the strain, but he stayed standing. His chest heaved as he stared at Bakugo, green electricity still crackling wildly around him. For a moment, the arena was silent, the air thick with tension. Bakugo struggled to push himself up, coughing harshly as blood spilled from his mouth. His vision blurred as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. When did? His thoughts were cut short as Izuku appeared in front of him with terrifying speed. A flying knee strike slammed into Bakugo's face, the sickening crack of his nose shattering filling the air. Bakugo's head snapped back, his skull reverberating with pain. When did he get so fast? And strong? I can't dodge. I'll have to go on the attack. Bakugo instinctively tried to retaliate, his palm igniting with an explosion, but Izuku was already moving, his other knee slamming into Bakugo's ribs with bone-crunching force. The impact sent Bakugo hurtling sideways, but Izuku was relentless. Before Bakugo could hit the ground, Izuku closed the distance, his movements swift and calculated. His hands gripped Bakugo's head, and with unyielding force, he drove it into the pavement. The sound of the impact echoed through the stadium as Bakugo's face smashed into the concrete, leaving a jagged indentation behind. All Izuku saw was red. Bakugo tried to roll away, desperation fueling him as he pushed up on trembling arms. Izuku's foot collided with his jaw, snapping his head back with a force that sent him airborne. Dazed and barely conscious, Bakugo activated another explosion to create distance, the sparks flaring weakly in his hands. But it wasn't enough. Izuku leapt after him, his hands clasped together like a hammer. He brought them down with a thunderous blow, driving Bakugo into the ground once more. The impact rattled Bakugo's already battered body, and he let out a choked gasp as the breath was knocked out of him. Todoroki's eyes widened as he glanced down. He's moving at least twice as fast as usual, Shoto thought, startled. Bakugo's quirk-enhanced durability was the only thing keeping him conscious, but even that was wearing thin. Pain radiated from every corner of his body as he stumbled back, attempting to create space with another desperate blast. He managed to gain a few feet, but Izuku landed effortlessly in front of him, the green electricity of One for All crackling violently around his frame. Izuku's fist shot forward, a brutal overhead punch that shattered what was left of Bakugo's broken nose. Blood sprayed across the arena, and before Bakugo could react, Izuku followed with a savage uppercut, snapping Bakugo's head back again. He's moving too fast. Bakugo tried to fight back, raising his hands for an explosion, but Izuku was too fast. He grabbed Bakugo's wrist, his grip ironclad. Bakugo let out a pained scream as Izuku redirected the explosion harmlessly to the side. "Ah!" Bakugo cried out, his voice cracking in desperation. Izuku didn't stop. With Bakugo's nose freshly broken and blood still streaming freely, he yanked him forward and drove his forehead into Bakugo's with a brutal crunch. Arg! The impact sent another eruption of blood cascading down Bakugo's face, splitting his brow open and smearing crimson across both of them. Bakugo staggered, his legs wobbling as his vision blurred, fresh blood dripping onto the ground in thick, sticky drops. Izuku released his wrist, spinning sharply, and delivered a devastating back kick to Bakugo's ribs. The strike landed with a sickening crack, snapping ribs and forcing as Bakugo's body was launched like a broken doll. He hit the ground hard, the jagged pavement shredding his exposed arms as he skidded across it. Blood smeared in his wake, painting a grim trail as his body tumbled violently. He finally came to a halt in the middle of the arena. The stadium was silent. No cheers, no murmurs, just the sound of Bakugo's ragged, gasping breaths. Blood pooled beneath him, staining the cracked concrete. In the stands, the Aldera kids sat frozen in their seats, their faces pale with terror. They didn't cheer for Bakugo, they didn't jeer at Izuku. They were too consumed by fear to do anything. Izuku stood in the center of the arena, his shoulders heaving with every breath. The glow of One for All flickered around him, its crackling electricity illuminating his hardened expression. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Bakugo. Without a word, Izuku marched forward, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. Deku. Ochako stared, her hands trembling as she clutched the railing in front of her. Her wide eyes were locked on Izuku, unblinking. Momo had both hands clasped over her mouth, horrified at the scene. Beside her, Kyoka looked away, unable to bear watching. Mina and Toru stood frozen, trembling, while Suyu's expression remained stoic, though her hand was clenched tightly at her side. Abara let out a soft gasp, horrified. Setsuna, Honi, Itsuka, and Kanoko exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of shock and dread. Even Mineta, who often tried to find humor in everything, muttered quietly, "Beware the anger of a good man." Hiroshima swallowed hard, his voice shaky. At least it's over, right? No. Kyoka's voice was low, almost trembling. It's not. Everyone turned, following her gaze. Izuku was still walking toward Bakugo, his expression unreadable, but his eyes burned with a single-minded fury. The electricity crackling around him only heightened the tension, casting jagged shadows across his face. He wouldn't, Kaminari stammered, his voice cracking. It's not like Midoriya. But Izuku didn't stop. His steps were steady, deliberate, the sound of his shoes against the concrete echoing in the unnervingly quiet stadium. Every movement radiated purpose, the hardened look in his eyes enough to send shivers down the spines of everyone watching. Bakugo lay on the ground, barely conscious, his battered body trembling as Izuku approached. For the first time, the unshakable Katsuki Bakugo felt something unfamiliar and foreign: fear. Izuku cracked his knuckles, green lightning sparking as his gaze locked onto Bakugo. All he saw was red. Aizawa's voice cracked through the announcer booth's microphone, urgency lacing his words. Kayama. He barked into the earpiece, his eyes trained on the scene unfolding in the arena. Midnight, stationed as the referee, was already moving, prepared to intervene. She tore at her costume to release her quirk, but before she could even finish, Izuku's danger sense ignited in his mind like a blaring alarm. Without hesitation, his hand shot up, and with a flick of his middle finger from his right hand, a concentrated shockwave tore through the air. Though it didn't hit Midnight directly, the force alone shattered the air around her, sending her body hurtling into the stadium wall. She crumpled against it, her eyes rolling back as unconsciousness claimed her. The stadium gasped collectively. Smintos, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, raised his hands, preparing to subdue the boy. But Izuku's head snapped in his direction, danger sense warning him again. Another flick followed, from his left hand, the strain causing his finger to break with a sharp crack. The shockwave erupted like a cannon, slamming into Smintos before the hero could react. His body was launched across the arena, colliding violently with another wall and leaving him sprawled in a heap. Dust and debris settled over the shattered concrete, the air thick with tension. Izuku lowered his hands, clenching his fists through the searing pain in both broken fingers. His breaths were measured but heavy, his eyes fixed on Bakugo. The pro heroes stationed around the arena froze, their bodies locked with indecision. They had just witnessed two staff members trained and experienced taken down in mere seconds. The sheer precision and brutality of Izuku's movements left no room for doubt. Any wrong step would provoke disaster. In the announcer's booth, All Might's voice thundered through the earpiece. Aizawa, stop the pro heroes. Tell them not to engage Midoriya. Aizawa frowned, his grip tightening on the edge of the control panel. What, Toshinori, do you understand what's happening out there? We can't just. You must. Listen to me, Aizawa. All Might interrupted, urgency bleeding into his tone. Young Midoriya has a sixth sense and instinctive danger detection ability. If he feels threatened, he'll react immediately and without restraint. If the pro heroes attack him now. All Might paused, his voice lowering. There's a high likelihood he will transform. Aizawa's blood ran cold. Transform? What are you saying? All Might took a shuddering breath. If Midoriya transforms into one of his alien forms while in this state, when he's already lost control. He left the sentence unfinished, the gravity of the unspoken words sinking in. The image of Izuku unleashing unchecked devastation flashed in Aizawa's mind. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the microphone button. Pro heroes, stand down. Do not approach Midoriya under any circumstances. UA. Staff will handle this. The command echoed through the arena, sharp and unyielding. The pro heroes exchanged uncertain glances but obeyed, backing away slowly. Meanwhile, Izuku's steps were steady, his cracked knuckles flexing and curling as he approached Bakugo with a singular purpose. His emerald eyes glimmered with an intensity that made even the bravest onlookers falter. The students in the stands sat frozen, a mixture of fear and disbelief etched across their faces. Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa's voice rang out again, desperation evident. This is an order from your homeroom teacher. Stand down immediately. The words fell on deaf ears. All he could hear were the explosions on his worst days. Bakugo stirred, coughing weakly as he attempted to prop himself up. Blood dripped from his busted lip, his glare defiant despite his broken body. He lit his palm with a small explosion, trying to create distance, but Izuku was faster. In an instant, he was on him, delivering a brutal kick that drove Bakugo back into the ground with a dull thud. Dust billowed up around them as Izuku climbed atop him, pinning him down. Bakugo spat blood in Izuku's face. Deku, he rasped, his voice dripping with venom. Izuku's jaw tightened. Without hesitation, he cocked his fist back and brought it down like a hammer. The sound of the impact echoed through the arena, a sickening crack that reverberated in every chest. The ground beneath Bakugo fractured slightly, the force sending tremors through his body. Gah! Bakugo's scream was hoarse, barely audible over the ringing in his ears. Izuku's fist rose again. Boom! Another punch connected, splitting the air with the weight of his fury. The ground behind Bakugo gave way further, forming a shallow crater beneath his body. Blood sprayed with each impact, Bakugo's screams becoming weaker with every blow. Midoriya, stop this at once. Aizawa's voice cracked over the speakers, but Izuku didn't respond. His ears were deaf to everything but the echoes of explosions that had haunted his worst days. All he saw, all he felt, was red. Punch after punch fell, each strike a testament to the rage boiling over within him. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their breaths held as they bore witness to the relentless assault. As Izuku's fist slammed down like a sledgehammer, the concrete beneath them cracked, chunks flying out with each impact. Bakugo's face was a bloodied, swollen mess, his features unrecognizable beneath the onslaught. Blood dripped steadily from Izuku's knuckles, his hands trembling not from fear, but from the unrelenting force of his rage. He's flinched from the pain from his fingers but he kept his fist firm. Izuku's face was cold, his eyes shadowed by his fury. He didn't say a word, didn't scream or shout. His silence was more terrifying than any yell could have been. His expression spoke of resentment, years of bottled anger, and an unrelenting need to keep going. Why should he stop? Bakugo had never stopped, not when he begged, not when he cried. Another punch slammed down, and the arena echoed with the sound of bones colliding with broken concrete. Midoriya, stop. Hiroshimi's voice rang out, desperate. That's enough. You're going to kill him. Please, Izuku, he's had enough. Ochako shouted, her voice cracking. Midoriya, you're better than this. Momo cried, her hands clutching at the barricade as if she could somehow reach him. Even Kyoka, normally collected, shouted, Green. Knock it off before you do something you can't take back. The crowd's murmurs grew into panicked cries. Someone stop him. A spectator shouted. What is UA doing? Came another frantic voice. But Izuku couldn't hear them. Their voices were muffled by the weight of his own anger, drowned out by the constant explosions he had to endure. His fist raised again, veins glowing red as faint, jagged lines of power spread across his arms. Dust swirled violently around him as the ground beneath cracked further. 100%, Izuku muttered, his voice low and chilling. The audience gasped in unison, the air thick with fear. Midoriya, please. Itsuka's voice broke through the chaos, rising above the pleas and the cries. Stop this. This isn't you. Izuku's fist froze mid-air, trembling. That voice, it cut through everything. His breathing hitched, his bloodied hand lowering slightly as Itsuka's words rang in his ears. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Her words pulled him out of the storm of his thoughts, grounding him in something warmer, something kinder. He blinked, and her voice soft and trembling, but sure filled his mind. "You're always so dedicated, always working so hard, it's one of the things I admire, respect." The memory of her confession crashed over him like a wave, washing away the anger. He could see her face in his mind, flushed and nervous, but so sincere. "You don't feel the need to show off or prove them wrong, and that's something special." The blood on his hands felt heavier now, shame sinking into him like a stone. The pain in his middle fingers was excruciating, but he pushed through. "That's why I love you, Izuku Midoriya." Those words, whispered softly, shattered the last of his resolve. The veins on his arms dimmed, the glow fading as his fists dropped to his sides. He staggered back a step, panting, his chest heaving as his tears finally spilled over. The anger and resentment that had consumed him began to falter, like waves crashing against an unmovable shore. His fists slumped to his sides as he stared at Bakugo, his chest heaving with exhaustion and shame. He looked around at the destruction he had caused, the fractured ground, the horrified faces of his classmates and the audience. Bakugo's mangled face, the cracked ground, the wide-eyed, horrified expressions of his friends, all of it came into focus now. He looked around, as if seeing the destruction for the first time. His breath hitched, and he whispered, what am I doing?" "Deku!" Bakugo roared through gritted, broken teeth and blood in his mouth. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he lit his hand and unleashed a massive explosion. The blast flung Izuku violently across the arena, sending him skidding and tumbling along the cracked concrete. Black smoke trailed behind him as he slammed into the far side, stopping just short of the edge of the platform. ... The audience held their breath as Bakugo slowly rose, his palms crackling with explosive energy. The sheer rage and hatred he exuded sent waves of tension across the arena. His previous attacks had already sent Izuku hurtling across the battlefield, but Bakugo showed no sign of slowing down. Izuku coughed, the smoke stinging his lungs, but he didn't stay down. His body screamed in protest as he fought to get back on his feet, each breath labored, but there was no stopping him now. He glared at Bakugo through the haze, his voice hoarse but resolute. "I hate you," Izuku said, his words sharp like a blade. Bakugo growled, a low, menacing sound, his fury only growing. Izuku's eyes burned with a mix of pain and anger as he spoke again, his voice full of venom. "I want to tear you apart. Rip you apart, limb from limb." The pain in his voice sent murmurs through the stadium, his emotions bleeding through in every syllable. His teeth clenched as he fought to hold back the overwhelming rage. But Izuku gritted his teeth, his hands shaking as he pushed himself up. Every inch of his body screamed in pain, but there was no hesitation in his resolve. "If I'm going to surpass the man who placed everything in me, if I'm ever going to become the next symbol of peace, if I am ever going to be..." Izuku's voice faltered as pain ripped through his muscles and his back burned, but he pushed through, his eyes shining with determination. "I can't pretend. I can't hold back," Izuku said, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I can't keep saying I'm okay. I. Izuku slammed his fist into the ground, his glare never leaving Bakugo. The stadium fell deathly silent in anticipation. "I can't pretend I don't hate you with every single fiber of my body," Izuku shouted, the words pouring from him like a torrent of emotion. "I want to tear you apart. Beat you like never before. I hate every single part of you." The raw resentment and pain in Izuku's voice were unmistakable, echoing across the arena. Bakugo's eyes burned with hatred, but Izuku wasn't done. Izuku's breath steadied, but the anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface, louder than ever. "But," he continued, his voice stronger now, "if I'm ever going to be the hero he wants me to be. The hero I need to be. The symbol of peace, like he asked me to." Izuku clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles whitened. His conviction was undeniable. "I won't pretend my feelings for you aren't there. I'll face them head on," Izuku shouted, the words ringing with unshakable determination. In the stands, Ochako's eyes widened, frozen in place as she watched Izuku fight not just Bakugo, but the turmoil inside him. "Dekiru," she whispered under her breath, her heart aching for him. "The only way I'm leaving this arena." Izuku's gaze sharpened, every fiber of his being focused on Bakugo. "And facing Todoroki, is when I beat you," Izuku shouted, the intensity in his voice overwhelming. Bakugo's hands trembled, not just from exhaustion, but from sheer rage as he glared at Izuku. His crimson eyes blazed, his voice dripping with venom as it tore through the air. "You bastard!" Bakugo roared, blood spilling from his mouth as a few broken teeth clattered to the ground. His face was a mess, swollen and bruised. "You've been looking down on me ever since we were damn kids. You think you've already won, huh?" His voice was hoarse, strained through gritted, bloodied teeth. He launched himself at Izuku, the air crackling with explosions. Danger sense screamed in Izuku's mind, forcing him into a backflip to dodge the strike. Bakugo slammed his palms together midair, sending out a blinding flash. "Stun grenade!" Bakugo bellowed, the arena flooding with light, his body shaking from the brutal toll of the fight. Izuku's vision went white, and before he could fully react, a solid fist drove into his stomach. The breath left his lungs in a pained gasp as Bakugo followed up with an explosive blast that sent him flying backward. Izuku tumbled across the cracked arena floor, his arms instinctively bracing himself as he skidded to a halt. Bakugo stood, panting heavily, blood dripping from his split lip as his chest heaved. His voice thundered once more, strained from the effort. "No matter how many times I beat the living shit out of you, you just keep getting back up and coming at me." Bakugo's words were raw, unfiltered. His lips curled in a snarl, blood mixing with the dirt on his face as he took a step forward. "Even as kids, you never knew when to quit. You had nothing." Bakugo's voice cracked, a grimace of pain flashing across his bruised and battered face. "And even now, you're still looking down on me. You won't even use your damn forms against me." Through the settling dust, Izuku emerged, his emerald eyes sharp and unyielding. A wisp of black smoke curled from beneath him as he focused his gaze on Bakugo. He clenched his fist, one for all surging through his arm as he crouched low. With a burst of speed, Izuku rocketed toward Bakugo. His fist came up in a powerful uppercut that slammed into Bakugo's jaw with a sickening crack. Bakugo's feet left the ground, his body hurled upward from the sheer force. His head snapped back, blood spraying from his mouth and dripping from the corners of his split lip. Bakugo twisted midair, rage fueling his every move, despite the searing pain in his battered face and shoulders. He glared down at Izuku, explosions crackling from his hands, but Izuku was already there. He leapt into the air with incredible speed, his arm cocked back before delivering a devastating hook punch. The blow connected with bone-rattling force, sending Bakugo careening across the arena, blood streaking the ground as he crashed. Bakugo's momentum finally came to a halt as he fired an explosion to steady himself, his body aching and his teeth gritted in frustration. Blood continued to drip from his mouth and a gash on his forehead, his torn uniform barely clinging to his battered body. "I hate that damn look on your face," Bakugo roared, his voice cracking as he jabbed a finger toward Izuku. His vision was blurry, his face contorted in agony. His bloody, swollen features were nearly unrecognizable, his mouth barely able to form coherent words. Everyone winced when they saw his battered face. Blood streamed from his busted lip and split brow, his body trembling with each labored breath. "You're always looking down on me. You think you're better than me," Bakugo shouted, his chest heaving in pain as he wheezed. His broken ribs groaned with each movement, making him gasp in agony. Izuku's chest heaved with ragged breaths, his body still crackling with the uncontrolled energy of One for All. His fists were clenched so tight that his broken middle fingers sent sharp pain shooting through his hands, but he didn't falter. His green eyes burned with frustration, the weight of years of torment pushing him forward. "Looking down on you," he repeated, his voice low and trembling with restrained emotion. His fists tightened at his sides as his words came faster, sharper. "Looking down on you. I admired you, everything about you. I thought you were strong, fearless, someone I could look up to." Izuku's voice cracked, but he pushed on, the weight of years of torment spilling out. And for all of that, your excuse for making my life a living hell is because I was looking down on you. His words were raw, each syllable dripping with the pain he'd carried for years. Your pride couldn't handle what? That I existed, that I dared to stand near you, that I didn't grovel enough at your feet. That I was breathing the same air as you. His voice shook, not with fear, but with anger he had kept buried for far too long. Izuku's eyes glistened as he fought back tears. Looking down on you, he said again, his tone quieter now. He let out a bitter laugh, the sound hollow. You know what, Bakugo? Kevin was right about you. Kevin, he growled, though his voice lost some of its bite. You know what he used to say to me? Izuku asked, his voice steady but cold, each word landing like a blow. Bakugo didn't answer. He told me, Izuku continued, his tone laced with a bitter edge, if Bakugo ever told you why he hates you so much, it'd be the dumbest thing you've ever heard. The words hung in the air like a physical weight, and Bakugo flinched as if struck. Izuku's voice was barely above a whisper as he processed everything he had gone through. He knew he was quirkless, that he had to be bullied. He was weak and powerless, that just how life had to be for him. But even knowing that his anger, resentment couldn't be contained. And you know what? He was right. If this is seriously your reason, if all of this, all the years of bullying, the pushing, the insults, was because you thought I was looking down on you. Izuku said barely above a whisper. That's just. Izuku couldn't even find the word. He inhaled, taking a calming breath. Every day, Kevin told me you were a terrible person, Izuku said, his gaze never leaving Bakugo's. And every day, I made excuses for you. I told him you'd be a great hero someday. The arena fell silent save for the crackle of electricity around Izuku's frame. His toxic green eyes locked onto Bakugo's burning crimson ones. I think it's time, Izuku said, his voice firm and resolute. I finally started listening to him. With those words, Izuku lunged again, one for all coursing through him as he twisted his body for another strike. Damn you, Deku, Bakugo roared, his voice shaking the air as a massive explosion erupted from his palms, the heat and force surging toward Izuku. His chest heaved, blood stinging his eye, and the swelling around his other eye made it hard to focus on his target. Izuku's body was already in motion, charging forward with everything he had, the world around them fading to nothing but their clash. The crowd watched in terrified anticipation as the two of them launched at each other with unstoppable force. Izuku twirled on his heel, narrowly avoiding Bakugo's explosive barrage. His body was sore, aching from every inch of the brutal battle, but his determination was sharper than ever. He managed to control the fury building within him, focusing all his energy on the fight at hand. Bakugo, unable to hold back, launched himself forward, his palms exploding with sheer force directed at Izuku's head. Izuku ducked low, the blast just grazing his hair as he rolled under the attack, barely maintaining his balance. Without missing a beat, Izuku shifted his weight, using the momentum to perform a breakdance-style move. His legs twisted and slid as he maneuvered around Bakugo's next explosion, his body twisting in fluid motion. Bakugo's eyes burned with fury, his vision blurry from the swelling around his right eye. But despite the pain, he couldn't land a single hit as Izuku slipped past him again, dodging each explosion with grace and skill. Then, in a split second, Izuku's foot shot up in a powerful arc, his body twisting midair as he landed lightly on the ground. But before he could fully steady himself, Bakugo launched an explosion directly at him. The blast sent a shockwave through the arena, the force knocking Izuku off balance, but he reacted instantly. His body dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the explosion. As he rolled, the pain in his broken fingers flared up, causing him to wince and stumble slightly, but he pushed through, focusing on the fight. With incredible agility, Izuku propelled himself upward, his hands hitting the ground with a sharp grimace, the broken bones in his fingers sending spikes of pain through his body. He launched into a smooth, acrobatic maneuver. His foot swung up in a clean, powerful kick that landed squarely on Bakugo's chin. The force of the strike sent the blonde bomber stumbling back, his own chest heaving with ragged breaths, blood dripping down his chin from the earlier blows. Whoa, Midoriya has some serious dance moves. Present Mike shouted, his voice carrying through the stadium. In the stands, Mina's face flushed a deep shade of lilac as she watched Izuku move with such precision, her heart racing with both concern and admiration. "Midori," she whispered, her eyes locked on him as he spun, launching another kick to Bakugo's midsection, pushing his opponent even further back. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps, their excitement reaching a fever pitch as the battle raged on. The raw emotions between the two fighters crackled in the air, almost as palpable. "Crap, you can feel these two's emotions," someone shouted, barely able to hear their own voice over the chaos. "I can't even tell what they're saying, but holy shit, this is insane." Another yelled, their eyes glued to the stage. "Shouldn't someone stop this? That Midoriya kid could seriously hurt Bakugo." "Hurt him? Are you blind? More like kill. Hurting him is an understatement." "Yeah, but if he wanted to, Midoriya could have ended this fight 5 minutes ago. He's not even using his full power. And why should he? Did you see that blonde bastard wailing on him earlier? If anything, Midoriya's too soft on him." Every explosion and strike seemed to send a ripple through the crowd, drawing hushed murmurs and thunderous cheers in equal measure. "Man, look at that," one of the boys in the stands muttered, his voice tinged with awe. "It's like they're fighting with everything they've got, no holding back." "Yeah," another added, his tone quieter. "It's not just a fight. It's like they're trying to settle something way bigger than this match." Despite the injuries, the exhaustion, and the sheer brutality of the fight, no one could look away. Meanwhile, Midnight groggily began to wake up, blood trickling down her forehead. She blinked as her vision slowly focused, struggling to get her bearings. 13, speaking to the other teachers, couldn't hide her concern. "Shouldn't we end this? Bakugo could seriously be injured. The only thing keeping him going right now is adrenaline." Across the battlefield, Bakugo finally came to a stop, blood streaking down his face as he wiped it away with a grimace. His eyes locked onto Izuku, his glare burning with unwavering resolve. He was injured, exhausted, but the rage and determination in his eyes hadn't faltered for a moment. Izuku stood his ground, chest heaving with labored breaths as he fought to steady himself. His emerald eyes flicked to the stands, locking momentarily with a pair of striking teal ones. Itsuka's gaze was intense, filled with something that made his heart pound harder than the battle itself. Her words echoed in his mind. "That's why I love you, Izuku Midoriya." He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath, forcing the chaos in his chest to quiet. The trembling in his hands stilled as his breathing grew steady, his focus sharpening like a blade. "Come on, Izuku." Notebooks began to flip in his head, drawing of Bakugo flipped in his head, his fighting style explosions. "I can't transform with the way I'm feeling right now, I know I won't hold back." But when his eyes opened, they glowed with a toxic green intensity. He shifted his footing, his stance firm and grounded. Arms poised, knees bent, his body readied itself. "I need to face him as Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless kid he used to pick on." Bakugo snarled and launched himself forward, explosions propelling him with a deafening roar. The heat of his attack scorched the air as he rocketed straight at Izuku. But Izuku didn't flinch. As Bakugo closed in, Izuku sidestepped with fluid grace, his body twisting just enough to avoid the first explosion. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku seized the opening. His hand shot forward, redirecting Bakugo's arm and destabilizing his momentum. With a sharp pivot, Izuku's palm struck Bakugo's ribs with a loud thud, the shockwave of the blow reverberating through his torso. Bakugo let out a strained grunt, the impact forcing the air from his lungs as he stumbled. Not letting up, Izuku drove his elbow into Bakugo's shoulder with precision, the blow jolting his body sideways as he hissed in pain. Bakugo tried to recover, but Izuku's movements were relentless. Izuku twisted his hips, channeling all his strength into a spinning roundhouse kick. His leg cut through the air like a whip, connecting with Bakugo's side in a thunderous crack. The sheer force bent Bakugo's body midair, his arms flailing as the impact sent him flying. The audience gasped as Bakugo's body hurtled across the arena, the kick sending shockwaves through his frame. He hit the ground hard, tumbling uncontrollably as his limbs sprawled. The concrete beneath him cracked from the impact, his momentum finally halting just inches from the white boundary line. Bakugo groaned, his body racked with pain as he pressed a trembling hand to the ground to steady himself. His breaths were ragged, every inhale sending a sharp pain through his side where Izuku's kick had connected. "Damn you, Deku," Bakugo snarled through gritted teeth. "That's one of the reasons I hate you, you damn nerd." Bakugo gasped for breath. But he wasn't done. With a deep growl, Bakugo forced himself to stand upright, his muscles screaming in protest. He locked eyes with Izuku, his crimson gaze burning with unrelenting fury that made the crowd hold their breath. "I can never tell what you're thinking," he roared, his voice raw and filled with frustration. Without another word, Bakugo blasted himself into the air, the sheer force of his explosions leaving cracks in the arena floor. He twisted his body mid-flight, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Bakugo's vision was blurry, he barely could make the figure of Izuku, but he pushed through. A deafening boom followed as he spun in a wild, tornado-like motion, explosions erupting around him and creating a chaotic whirlwind of force. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the technique instantly. The same move he used against Iida. His mind raced, replaying the fight like a movie on fast forward. The wind began to whip violently around the arena, as Bakugo gathered explosive momentum. His palms crackled with raw energy, pulling in oxygen and pressure, his body coiling like a spring, preparing to unleash his most devastating move yet. "Howitzer!" Bakugo roared, his voice carrying across the battlefield as the air around him seemed to compress. His body twisted, gathering the force needed for the final explosion. "I need to stop his momentum," Izuku thought. Izuku stood his ground, his heart racing, knowing that his time was limited. He quickly raised his arm, aiming directly at Bakugo. "Delaware," Izuku muttered to himself, his finger began to glow. "Smash!" Izuku shouted, flicking his finger forward with explosive force. The sheer power that followed was unlike anything seen before. An enormous shockwave erupted from the tip of his finger, tearing through the air with a deafening crack. The audience winced as the result left Izuku's index finger broken, making a swollen red ugly color. He whined. He pushed through the pain, the blast of wind sending debris scattering across the battlefield. "Impact!" Bakugo yelled in response, launching himself into the air with explosive speed. He used his explosions to spiral upwards, creating a tornado of force that gathered even more momentum. With a roar, he released the enhanced blast, a missile-like wave of destruction rocketing toward Izuku. The two attacks collided in a blinding flash of light and sound. The Delaware smash tore upward like an unrelenting storm, meeting Bakugo's spiraling howitzer impact with earth-shattering force. The collision erupted into a chaotic explosion of wind and fire, the shockwave expanding outward in a brutal surge that rattled the entire arena. The ground beneath them trembled violently, cracks spidering out from the epicenter as the raw energy of their clash carved a massive crater into the battlefield. The air was filled with swirling smoke and debris, the once pristine arena now a battlefield of chaos. Through the storm of power, Bakugo was hurled violently upward by the force of the impact, his body spinning uncontrollably as he fought to regain control. The relentless shockwave slammed into him, knocking him off course. Damn it! Bakugo growled through gritted teeth as the momentum from the explosion carried him toward the arena's edge. His eyes widened in frustration as he saw the white boundary line approaching. Fuck! Before he could tumble out of bounds, Izuku moved like a blur, his legs surging with power from One for All. With a single explosive leap, he launched himself upward and grabbed Bakugo by the collar midair. The sudden halt in momentum made Bakugo jolt in surprise. Without hesitation, Izuku swung Bakugo around, using precise control to hurl him back toward the arena with just enough force. Bakugo hit the ground with a violent thud, skidding across the concrete platform in a shower of sparks and grit. He groaned as his battered body protested, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still, his fiery resolve refused to let him stay down. He pushed himself to his knees, his glare cutting through the pain. He countered my howitzer like it was nothing. What the hell is he pulling now? Bakugo spat, his fists trembling with frustration. Kachan! Izuku shouted from above, his voice steady but fierce. You're not the only one with an ace up your sleeve. Bakugo snapped his head up, locking eyes with Izuku as he floated in the air. Lightning crackled around Izuku's body, his silhouette illuminated by the electric power of One for All. Bakugo's sharp eyes caught something unsettling, red veins pulsing along Izuku's neck, glowing faintly as if channeling energy. What the hell is he doing now? Bakugo thought, his instinct screaming at him to brace himself. From above, Izuku inhaled deeply, his chest expanding as an ominous rumble grew in his throat. Houston. Izuku's voice was low and guttural, carrying a warning that sent a chill down Bakugo's spine. Bakugo's eyes widened. What is he? Who? Izuku roared, his voice exploding from his mouth in a devastating shockwave of pure sound. The air rippled violently as the sonic blast surged downward with unstoppable intensity. The ground beneath Bakugo cracked and shattered under the sheer force of the sound wave. The deafening roar struck him head-on, sending vibrations tearing through his entire body. Ah! Bakugo screamed, dropping to his knees as the unrelenting force overwhelmed him. His hands clamped over his ears in a desperate attempt to block out the unbearable noise, but it was futile. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony as the vibrations wreaked havoc on his senses. In the stands, the audience was left in stunned disbelief. Holy hell, how can he do that without using form Echo? Present Mike screamed, his voice nearly drowned out by the aftershock. Aizawa, his expression calm but sharp, answered matter-of-factly. It's not a new power. Just a different application of his quirk. He's been working on this for weeks, honing it as part of his training. All Might's jaw tightened, his hand gripping the railing so hard it bent slightly under the pressure. My boy, he muttered, his voice tinged with both pride and alarm. I know you can do this. You got this. Meanwhile, in the Class 1A section of the stands, the students exchanged incredulous looks. Wait, is that why he was taking singing lessons with Jiro? Hagakure asked, her invisible hands flailing in shock. Kyoka, staring at the battlefield in disbelief, muttered, why yeah. I guess. Her face flushed slightly as she pieced together the implications of their impromptu training sessions. Bakugo fell to his knees, his trembling hands clutching his ears, trying in vain to block out the residual vibrations from Izuku's devastating sonic attack. His vision swam, the world around him a chaotic blur. But despite the agony coursing through him, he refused to stay down. I won't lose, Bakugo roared, his voice raw with desperation and fury. Through sheer force of will, Bakugo pushed himself upright, his muscles trembling as he brought his palms together. His quirk surged to its limits, every pore on his palms beginning to secrete nitroglycerin at an alarming rate. The sweat mixed with blood as his skin tore under the strain, the raw flesh beneath visible. Ah! Bakugo screamed in a hoarse and ragged voice, the pain fueling his resolve as a colossal explosion erupted from his hands, a blinding inferno of force and heat that consumed everything around him. The air rippled with unbearable heat, the shockwave tearing through the arena like a bomb. Izuku barely had time to react. The explosion hit him point blank, the searing heat ripping through his uniform and scorching his skin. His body was flung backward, pain exploding through him as his senses momentarily dulled. But one image stood out, a memory of Itsuka, her determined smile, her unwavering belief in him. The thought sparked something deep within, piercing through the haze of anger and pain. His heart pounded fiercely, a mix of rage and an emotion he couldn't yet name. He grit his teeth, his body trembling with effort. I have to end this, he muttered, his resolve hardening. Through the smoke and the chaos, Bakugo's figure became clear once more. His hands, though burned and broken, were still poised for another attack. Delaware smash 70%, Izuku roared, flicking his ring finger downward with all his might. The air split apart as a massive shockwave erupted from his fingertip, tearing through the smoke like a blade. The sheer force of the blast slammed into Bakugo, the impact so powerful it drove him into the cracked arena floor with a deafening crash. The ground buckled beneath him, fragments of concrete shooting into the air like shrapnel. The recoil of the attack sent Izuku soaring higher into the air, his body twisting from the force as he struggled to steady himself. Below, the devastation was clear. Bakugo lay sprawled on the shattered arena floor, blood streaking from the corners of his mouth. His arms were limp at his sides, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Izuku soared higher, his chest heaving as he steadied his breathing. Looking down, he saw Bakugo, bloodied and gasping for air, his body trembling. Crimson stained the ground beneath him, spreading outward in a haunting display of his injuries. Yet even through the haze of pain, those defiant eyes stared back at him, flickering with a stubborn flame that refused to extinguish. I can't use my hands, I have 7 fingers left. Izuku looked at his broken fingers, the swelling and in redness as blood seeped through. But Izuku's gaze hardened. Flipping mid-air, he repositioned himself, his legs tensing in preparation. He raised his hand again, energy gathering at his fingertip. Delaware smash -100%. The blast erupted upward, the force propelling Izuku downward with blinding speed. The air screamed around him as he rocketed toward the ground, his figure a blur of raw power. 6 fingers. Mid-descent, Izuku raised his leg high above his head, his form mimicking one of the most devastating moves he'd seen. But my fists aren't my only tools. Luna, Arc, he bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. With B16% of one for all coursing through his legs, he pushed the limit more, the strain burning to a staggering 18%. Maruko's eyes widened in shock, recognition lighting her face as the young hero executed her signature axe kick. The crowd collectively held their breath, their awe palpable as Izuku's heel came crashing down. The impact was cataclysmic. Izuku's foot collided with Bakugo's chest like a meteor strike, driving him deep into the shattered arena floor. The sickening crunch of bone breaking under the force reverberated across the stadium as Bakugo's body convulsed briefly before falling limp. Blood burst from his lips in a gruesome spray, splattering across the cracked concrete. His chest heaved unevenly, his breath rattling as he lay battered and utterly broken beneath the debris. The shockwave of the attack rippled outward, a massive dust cloud consuming the battlefield. The air stung with the scent of scorched earth and sweat, and the once pristine arena was now a cratered wasteland. Midnight struggled to rise from the thick dust cloud that had engulfed the arena, her eyes squinting through the haze. What she saw was undeniable, the aftermath of a brutal battle. Izuku Midoriya stood tall in the crater of the arena, the reinforced concrete beneath him cracked and shattered from the force of his attacks. Class 1A and some of Class 1B began to look on with bated breath. The dust parted slowly, and as Izuku's battered body became visible, tears of relief and disbelief began to fill their eyes. Izuku stood at the epicenter of the devastation, clenching his broken fingers, the sound of crunching bone echoing throughout the silent stadium. His foot slammed down into the shattered arena, the crackle of one for all igniting around him like a storm. Beneath him, Bakugo lay motionless, his body crumpled at Izuku's feet. His blood pooled beneath him, staining the cracked concrete, and his chest heaved in shallow, labored breaths. His eyes were barely open, glazed over with pain, his lips bleeding as he struggled to hold on to consciousness. His face was a swollen mess, his ears trickled blood. The crowd held its breath as Izuku's memories of every insult, every cruel word, surged through him like a tidal wave. His head jerked up, his eyes wide with pain and frustration as he let out a guttural scream, unleashing everything he had held inside. Raw, Izuku's scream echoed through the arena, raw emotion bleeding into every word. His whole body trembled from the sheer intensity of it, the weight of the fight finally crashing down on him. Katsuki Bakugo is knocked out. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight's voice rang out through the stadium, and with that declaration, the arena erupted into deafening cheers, the crowd wild with excitement. But in the midst of the celebration, one voice rose above the rest, filled with frustration and disbelief. Hey, what is this bullshit? Get up, Bakugo, you can't lose like this. Ishida's voice cracked with desperation. His eyes darted over to the motionless Bakugo, his hands clenched into fists. Come on, get up, what are you doing? Joke's over. Seriously, get back up and show him why you're better. Why he's worthless. His pleading was drowned out by the roaring cheers of the crowd, the sound almost mocking in its intensity. Naomi stood nearby, her eyes wide and vacant, as if unable to comprehend the sight before her. She stared at Bakugo's unmoving form, her lips trembling as she whispered, "He won." Her words were barely audible, a hollow realization settling in. Ishida, leaning against the railing, was frozen. His mind refused to process the impossible reality before him. He couldn't believe it. Izuku Midoriya, the useless Deku, had done what no one thought possible. He had defeated Katsuki Bakugo, the prodigy, the one who was supposed to be destined for greatness. And now, that same Bakugo was lying in the dirt, unconscious. Ishida's teeth ground together, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. Out of everyone, it had to be him, he muttered under his breath, his voice thick with disbelief and rage. The crowd's reaction was a mix of awe, unease, and hushed whispers. Holy shit, that Midoriya kid is one hell of a monster. Someone muttered, their voice barely audible over the murmurs. Yeah, I always thought he was just some quiet, nerdy kid, but damn, did you see what he just did? A woman in the audience folded her arms, her expression a mixture of discomfort and disapproval. I didn't like that Bakugo kid, but honestly, Midoriya went way too far. That wasn't a fight, that was a massacre. Among the murmurs, a pro-hero leaned forward, his hand on his chin as his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Those two definitely have a history. You don't fight like that unless there's a personal score to settle. Lieutenant. Steele stood silently, his arms crossed as he observed the aftermath. His gaze was sharp, calculating, taking in the bruised and battered figures in the arena. Midoriya, he muttered under his breath, watching the boy's labored breathing. Maruko, standing near the edge of the stands, tilted her head slightly as she watched Izuku. Her arms were crossed, but a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Using my own super move, huh? Not bad, kid, she said to herself, her voice carrying a mix of admiration and critique. Hell of a fight too, though. Her smirk faded as she tapped a finger on her chin. But anger makes your moves sloppy. You're fast as hell, but if it weren't for that speed, Bakugo might have had a chance to turn this around. Among Class 1A and their friends, the atmosphere was heavy. Ochako stood frozen, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Tears threatened to spill as she stared at Izuku, taking in his trembling body and the way his chest heaved with each breath. Dekiru, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He's in so much pain. She wiped at her eyes furiously, but the sight of his broken fingers and the raw anger on his face made her chest tighten. Beside her, Itsuka's face was pale as she tried to process what she had just witnessed. Izuku's gaze turned toward her, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and shame. For a moment, their eyes met. She felt her breath catch at the sight of him. This wasn't the kind, selfless boy she knew. Even now, though, as anger radiated off him, all she could feel was worry. I've never seen Izuku so angry, Yui said softly. Her usually neutral, unimpressed expression was replaced by an uncharacteristic look of concern. Momo frowned, her hands clutching the edge of her uniform. He has treated Izuku like that. The yelling, the constant belittlement, because he felt like Izuku was looking down on him. Her voice trembled slightly, but there was an unmistakable disdain in her tone. Monoma, uncharacteristically quiet until now, shook his head. His usual smug demeanor was replaced by something that almost resembled sympathy. It's not surprising, honestly. You've all seen how powerful Midoriya is, he said, gesturing toward the battered boy in the arena. Abilities like his, they're beyond extraordinary. He can replicate quirks and powers like ours but amplified to an absurd degree. In comparison, some of ours are kinda useless. Can you imagine how many people would be envious of that? How many would feel overshadowed? The silence that followed was heavy. So, you think Bakugo lashed out because he felt like he couldn't beat him? Itsuka asked, her voice hesitant. Monoma shrugged, his gaze steady. Hey, I'm just calling it as I see it. I'm not saying Bakugo outright bullied him or anything like that, but... His voice grew quieter, almost contemplative. When people feel the spotlight might be taken from them, they'll do whatever they can to keep it, even if it means tearing someone else down. The group exchanged uneasy glances as the sounds of the cheering crowd continued in the background. But in my opinion, Bakugo was definitely a bully, Monoma said, his tone firm as he crossed his arms. Yeah, but Midoriya went too far. Kirishima added, glancing nervously at the others. That was brutal. Mina rolled her eyes, her frustration growing. Oh, like Bakugo didn't. What about what he did to Shiro or Iida? Remember when he blasted them with those crazy explosions? Toru, trying to defend her side, chimed in, exactly. He didn't hold back against them either. Yeah, but Bakugo didn't toss us back into the arena to keep the beatdown going, Shiro pointed out with a small sigh. Even if we have to admit, he was a little ruthless. The girls flinched at the mention of Izuku's harshness, their shoulders sagging just slightly in discomfort. They couldn't entirely argue with Shiro's words, even if it stung to admit it. Tokiyami spoke up from the corner, his voice steady and calm. Yes, and Bakugo didn't try to take out Midnight and Cementos just to continue the fight when they tried to intervene. Kirishima, his concern still evident, shook his head. I just hope Bakugo's okay. The guy barely looked like he could stand after that last hit. ... Izuku stood there, the crowd's applause feeling distant, like a muffled hum far off in the background. His gaze drifted across the arena, taking in the aftermath of the battle. The destruction was overwhelming. His bloodied hands trembled at his sides. Smonoto's lay unconscious, and Midnight, caught in the crossfire, had blood trickling from her forehead. Guilt churned in his stomach, a weight that threatened to pull him under. This wasn't supposed to happen, he thought, but the devastation surrounding him told a different story. His fists clenched, the weight of his actions settling heavily on his chest. It wasn't just the physical destruction, it was everything. His past, the failures, the pain, all of it had come crashing down on him. This was the culmination of all that he'd tried to bury. And now, there was no escaping it. He couldn't pretend like he was okay. With his head hanging low, unable to face the wreckage or the spectators, Izuku turned to leave the arena. His footsteps felt heavier with every move. As he passed Midnight, his voice was barely a whisper, barely audible in the stillness. I'm sorry. Midnight's gaze softened, her voice gentle, almost maternal as she responded, it's okay. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Izuku nodded in response, but before he could take another step, a violent cough rang out from the crater. Bakugo. Bloodied palms gripped the ground as his body trembled from the strain of his overexertion. His muscles screamed, barely holding him together as he pushed himself up only for his legs to give way, sending him crashing back down. Get back here. Deku. Bakugo rasped, his voice rough and strained, as the silence of the arena stretched around them. And fight. Izuku's steps slowed, his shoulders stiffening as he glanced back, but he didn't stop. His body felt like it was made of stone, the weight of everything bearing down on him. Despite the blood staining his body, Bakugo gritted his teeth, determined. He dragged himself forward, each movement agony as he pulled himself closer, his will to keep going stronger than the pain. You haven't fucking transformed yet, Bakugo forced out, his words strained, but the fire in them still burned fiercely. I refuse to lose to someone who hasn't given their best. Izuku's fists clenched tighter at his sides, his body trembling with the urge to fight back, to finally release everything that had built up inside him. But he kept walking, his steps slow, heavy, as if moving through water. Then Bakugo spat the words that cut deeper than any punch. I actually feel bad for your mom. Izuku froze. The world seemed to stop, the air thickening around him. That one sentence, the thing that had always been his worst trigger, was like a match to dry kindling. The anger, the resentment, the frustration that had been brewing inside him for so long suddenly exploded, overwhelming him. Midnight's eyes widened in immediate recognition. She saw the shift in Izuku's expression, the storm building behind his eyes. She tried to act fast, tearing at her costume. Purple mist filled the air. Izuku instinctively released 16% of One for All. Midnight's aroma, the one she'd tried to use to knock them out, was swept away like it was nothing more than dust in the wind. ... Bakugo's voice rasped through the air, so low and strained that the audience couldn't hear it. His words, however, reached Izuku with brutal clarity. She didn't deserve everything falling apart because of her quirkless son. Bakugo's grin twisted as he spoke, his words carrying venom. Izuku stood frozen in place, the pressure of one for all crackling around him, sending gusts of wind spiraling outwards. His body trembled, not just with power, but with the raw, seething anger that surged through him. This isn't just about you, Bakugo. First, her sorry deadbeat husband dies, and all he left was the shit stain who only made her life worse. Bakugo taunted, his voice growing more vicious as he spoke. The insult cut deep, but it was the final straw. Midoriya, she whispered, fear creeping into her voice. But Izuku was already moving, his trembling hand rising, his fingers clenching into a fist. His chest heaved as he drew in a shuddering breath, anger igniting every muscle in his body. 100%, he said, his voice low and laced with restrained fury. Midnight's heart raced. No, stop, you'll kill him. But it was too late. His arm shot downward, the pure force of one for all ripping through the air. Years of torment, anguish, and pain as he shot towards Bakugo's face. One for all glowed brighter. Red vein like coiled around his arm. But before the punch could devastate everything below him, Izuku's willpower seized control. With a roar, he redirected it, forcing the punch upward, towards the heavens. The arena trembled. A hurricane of wind erupted from the epicenter, the sheer force knocking Midnight and Bakugo away like ragdolls. The two were flung violently through the air, tumbling uncontrollably until they crashed into the distant walls. The force was so immense that the audience was tossed from their seats, some struggling to hold on as the air itself became a violent force. Mineta, already airborne, was saved by Shoji, who quickly grabbed him to keep him from being sent into the sky. The entire stadium rattled with the power of the punch, the sound deafening, like thunder that never ceased. Endeavor, struggling against the pressure, was knocked off his feet. He stared in disbelief, his voice booming despite his disorientation. Where the hell does he get that type of force? Maruko planted her feet firmly into the ground, her muscles straining to keep her rooted as the storm of energy swirled violently around them, a visible reminder of the devastation Izuku had unleashed. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the force started to dissipate. The winds calmed, the hurricane of power fading into nothingness. But then, something else, something surreal happened. Above, the clouds churned violently as the shockwave pierced the heavens. The swirling vortex collapsed inward before exploding outward, the force scattering the storm clouds and revealing a blinding shaft of sunlight. Then, as if nature itself had been humbled, the sky darkened once more, and then a single drop of water hit Death Arm's face. He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. The entire stadium, breathless from the chaos, looked up as well. And then, as if to confirm what they'd all just witnessed, a steady shower of rain began to fall. He changed the weather, someone gasped, a whisper of awe rippling through the crowd. In one punch. Mount. Lady's voice was filled with disbelief, her gaze fixed on the rain that now poured down in sheets. Izuku's arm hung limply at his side, grotesquely swollen and reddened, the bones clearly shattered. His chest heaved, he turned slowly away and walked away. Bakugo, lying motionless at the edge of the arena, coughed weakly. His vision blurred, but he forced himself to speak. Get back here and fight, Deku. I'm not through with you. Izuku's voice was calm, almost eerily so, as he replied, but I'm through with you. He turned his back on Bakugo and began walking away. His words hung heavy in the air, cutting deeper than any punch ever could. You're not worth it. You never were. Bakugo's pupils shrank as his body finally gave out, darkness overtaking him. His last sight before unconsciousness was Izuku's retreating figure, disappearing into the falling rain. The stadium was utterly silent, the only sound the steady patter of rain falling from the sky. The raw, unrestrained strength Izuku had unleashed left everyone frozen in awe. The storm he summoned had vanished, but the weight of what they'd witnessed lingered, heavy in the air. Izuku's figure was barely visible as he made his way into the tunnel, his broken arm hanging uselessly at his side. Behind him, Bakugo's limp, bloodied body was carefully loaded onto stretchers by the medical robots, their quiet efficiency contrasting with the tension in the arena. That kid, his strength is on par with All Might, a voice murmured from the stands. Yeah, but look at him. It breaks his bones every time. Why didn't he transform? He could have won without tearing himself apart like that. Another pro hero nearby nodded in agreement. It just seems reckless, almost foolish. No hero can or should keep putting themselves through that kind of punishment. But, a third voice interjected, quieter yet resolute, he proved something today. Even without transforming, that kid is one hell of a powerhouse. The words hung in the air, a murmur of agreement rippling through the crowd. Ishida and Naomi stood rooted in place, their clothes damp from the remnants of the rain Izuku had unleashed. Though the storm had subsided, its presence lingered in the air, like an unspoken warning. He changed the weather, Naomi muttered, her voice trembling as she stared at the sky now clearing. Ishida's jaw tightened, his usual arrogance shattered. How the hell is Deku capable of that? His voice was low, edged with fear and disbelief. The other bullies exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of what they'd just witnessed pressing down on them. For the first time, the image of the useless Deku they'd clung to for so long was gone, replaced by a force they couldn't understand and dared not mock. They trembled slightly, fear spreading like wildfire. Deku wouldn't do to us what he did to Bakugo, right? One student stammered, their voice shaking. Ishida's eyes snapped toward them, wide with disbelief. What the hell are you scared of? Deku. You're scared of fucking Deku. Motherfuck. Yes. The student shot back without hesitation. He changed the damn weather with one punch. Ishida flinched, his bravado faltering. His mind raced, searching for excuses, for anything to cling to, but the truth was undeniable. His world was cracking, and he couldn't stop it. Naomi, however, stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the bloodied and shattered arena. Shame weighed heavily on her chest, more crushing than any fear. He really hates us, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The sweetest, kindest guy she had ever known had unleashed such terrifying strength and resentment. She could feel it, every ounce of his pain, and it left her hollow. Her hair fell over her face like a curtain, hiding her expression as she turned away. I need some air, she murmured, leaving the others behind without another word. Todoroki's gaze lingered on Izuku's retreating form, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he scoffed softly and turned on his heel. I need to win my next match, he thought, his mind sharpening with resolve. If I want to face him, I can't underestimate him. Even without his forms, he's dangerous. His fists clenched slightly. In the stands, Maruko sat with her arms folded, her sharp eyes locked on Izuku as he disappeared into the shadows of the tunnel. She absently chewed on a carrot, her expression one of thoughtful amusement. That kid, he's a damn powerhouse, no doubt about it, she mused, her lips curling into a smirk. But he's a walking, talking fuse ready to blow at any second. Her gaze shifted to the battlefield, still scarred from Izuku's overwhelming punch. Still, that was one hell of a move, she thought, leaning back slightly. Ballsy, too, facing Bakugo head-on without relying on his transformations. That takes guts. But guts aren't enough, kid. Her sharp eyes narrowed, her smirk deepening as her thoughts shifted. A hero, especially someone like him, can't afford to lose their cool. No matter how strong he is, he needs to learn that lesson fast. She snapped the carrot in half, the sound punctuating her thoughts. Maruko's mind lingered on the contrast she'd seen in Izuku. He carried himself cautiously, almost meekly, outside of battle, a tamed lion forced to act like a cornered rabbit. But in the heat of combat, the timid facade melted away, revealing flashes of the predator lurking beneath. It was raw, untamed, and powerful, but more importantly, it was real. Even in his previous fights, she had noticed it. There was kindness in his actions, a deliberate refusal to harm his opponents unnecessarily. Yet, that kindness never stopped him from taking them down when it mattered. It was a strange balance of compassion and ferocity, one she hadn't seen often in young heroes. Maruko leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her fist as the rain continued to fall. She smirked, the idea forming clearly in her mind. Yeah, she muttered to herself, her voice low but confident. I'm definitely taking him for my internship. Her grin widened, the sharpness in her eyes mirroring the predator she'd glimpsed in Izuku. Can't have him acting like he's some cornered rabbit. A few minutes passed as Present Mic called for a brief break, urging the crowd to settle down while Smintos worked to repair the damaged arena and receive treatment for his injuries. In the stands, Class 1A wasted no time, quickly rushing out to check on their classmates. Concern was etched deeply across their faces, and several girls from Class 1B joined them, equally anxious. They soon reached the infirmary, ready to barge in, when a towering figure stepped in their way. All Might. "Stop," All Might commanded firmly, raising a hand to halt them. "I understand you're all worried about young Midoriya and young Bakugo, but they need time to rest." But Izuku," Yui's voice cracked, tears welling up in her eyes. The other students quickly chimed in. "Is he okay?" Momo asked, her voice trembling. "How's Dekiru holding up?" Ochako added, her concern evident. "Can we see him?" Itsuka pressed urgently. All Might's expression softened as he raised a reassuring hand. "Young Midoriya is fine. He didn't sustain too many injuries and will still be able to compete in the next match if he chooses to." The students collectively sighed in relief, but the faint sound of a loud smooch from inside the infirmary room made them freeze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. "He'll need time to recover, but there's nothing to worry about," All Might continued, ignoring the noise from within. Is that okay?" Kaminari asked hesitantly, breaking the awkward silence. "I mean, Midoriya seemed off." Ochako nodded, her concern deepening. All Might nodded firmly. "It's his decision. If he feels he's not ready to compete, then he won't. In that case, whoever wins between Todoroki and Pony will be declared the sports festival champion." The students exchanged confused looks, until Kirishima spoke up. "Wait, if Midoriya quits, doesn't that mean Bakugo automatically wins?" All Might's face grew somber. "Young Bakugo will not be able to compete, regardless of Midoriya's decision." A hushed silence fell over the group, tension hanging heavily in the air. "Is Bakugo all right?" Iida asked cautiously. Despite his issues with him, he didn't wish for the worst. All Might hesitated briefly before responding. "He will be fine, but he'll require surgery before he can fully recover." Their faces paled, the weight of the revelation draining the color from their expressions. "Don't worry," All Might added quickly. "Both young Midoriya and young Bakugo are receiving the best care. Now, please, return to your seats and allow them their rest." Reluctantly, the group turned away, though the worry in their hearts lingered as they slowly headed back to the stands. Nearly all of Class 1A either had their heads down or were frantically talking to each other about what they had just witnessed. Since when the hell could Midoriya change the weather with a single punch? Kaminari exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. "He broke his arm doing it," Aoyama muttered, crossing his arms. "That wasn't flashy at all. More reckless than anything else. That quirk of his is very strange," Iida added, adjusting his glasses. Concern was written all over his face. "But the more pressing issue is Bakugo and Midoriya's relationship." An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. The girls stared down at the floor, their expressions somber. Ochako had her hands tightly intertwined, her lips trembling as she fought back tears. "Seriously, I know Bakugo's a jerk, but bullying," Sato said, his voice uncertain yet heavy with concern. "Okay, whoa, let's not jump to conclusions here, okay?" Kaminari quickly interjected, waving his hands defensively. "Bakugo's rough, sure, but bullying. That's not." "Jump to conclusions," Toru interrupted, her voice trembling with anger. "The guy exploded Midoriya's back. He was screaming at him, saying how he ruined everything for him." Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Kaminari flinched back, his usual bravado gone as he hugged his knees. Kirishima, sitting beside him, looked equally uncomfortable. Momo stood a little further back from the group, her hands trembling. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of her eyes as her mind replayed Izuku's fight. The ferocity of his words, the sheer anger in his voice, it had been a side of him she had never seen before. I have never seen Dekiru so angry," Ochako said quietly, her voice breaking as she sniffled. "If he hated Bakugo so much." She hesitated, her fingers tightening around each other. "Then, why didn't he ever say anything? Why would he just hold all that pain and anger inside?" Ashido shifted uncomfortably, her own emotions bubbling to the surface. I mean, we haven't known each other for that long, but he could have talked to us, right? She said, her voice filled with guilt. He didn't have to go through all of that alone. Suyu placed a comforting hand on Ochako's shoulder. Midoriya's always been like that, Suyu said quietly. He doesn't like being a burden. Momo's face suddenly paled, her expression blank as Izuku's words echoed in her mind. I don't want to win like that. I don't want to prove my strength by pushing other people down. If that's what being the strongest means, I think I'd rather go back to being the quirkless kid I used to be. Her breathing became shallow as the realization hit her. The way Bakugo always attacked Izuku, the sheer intensity and aggression, it was overwhelming enough now that he had a quirk. But if he'd attacked Izuku with that same intensity back when he was quirkless. Her hands trembled as her mind wandered further, picturing what might have happened if Izuku had been defenseless. The thought of the bullies that she met recently cornering him the way they did with no way of fighting back. Momo, Suyu asked, noticing her classmate's distress. She placed a hand on Momo's arm. Momo jolted at the touch, her wide eyes locking onto Suyu's. She quickly tried to steady her breathing, her voice shaky. I'm fine, she stammered, though the tears in her eyes said otherwise. The group exchanged worried glances but didn't press her. I know you're all worried about Izuku, Momo began, her voice cracking slightly. She clenched her fists tightly, her emotions shifting to anger as she tried to maintain her composure. But Midoriya might not feel ready to open up to us. If we all try to confront him at once, he'll just feel cornered. Especially if whatever he has gone through with Bakugo. But how can we just leave it like this? Kirishima asked, his frustration evident. If he doesn't talk to anyone, he'll just keep bottling it up until. He won't listen if we push him, Momo interrupted firmly. Midoriya needs time. If we force him to talk, we'll only push him further away. She's right, Shoji said. He's been through a lot today. Let's give him some space. Ochako hesitated but eventually nodded, though tears still streamed down her cheeks. But what about Bakugo? Toru asked, her voice tinged with worry. If they're both so angry at each other, isn't it dangerous to keep them in the same class? What if something worse happens? Momo took a deep breath, her hands tightening into fists. Maybe it would be best if they separated Bakugo from Izuku, she said, her tone heavy with regret. Kirishima looked conflicted, his loyalty to Bakugo warring with his concern for Izuku. Bakugo's not all bad, he muttered. Yeah, he's rough, but he doesn't mean half the stuff he says. He's just not great at handling his emotions. But that doesn't make it okay, Toru argued, her voice shaking. Midoriya shouldn't have to keep suffering just because Bakugo can't control himself. Let's not make any decisions for them, Shoji said calmly. It's not our place to judge either of them until we know the full story. The group fell silent again, the tension lingering in the air. 30 minutes later, Izuku's eyes fluttered open as the harsh light of the infirmary hit him. He groaned and sat up slowly, his body feeling heavy and blank. For the first time in what felt like forever, he was calm, far calmer than he'd ever been before. He felt relief. Looking down, he saw that his arm was fully healed. The first thing that caught his eye was All Might in his skinny form, standing at the edge of the bed. Hey, kid, how are you feeling? Toshinori asked softly, his tone laced with concern. Izuku groaned again, his body resisting every movement. The emotional exhaustion weighed on him far more than the physical. Was all he managed to say. Yeah, figured as much, Toshinori replied with a small sigh. You've been through one hell of an emotional ride. Izuku turned to his side, avoiding All Might's gaze. The weight of guilt bore down on him. How's Kachan? Bakugo? He asked quietly, the use of Bakugo's last name catching Toshinori's attention. The older hero glanced toward the adjacent bed where Bakugo lay. He was motionless, an oxygen mask strapped to his face as he breathed shallowly. Bandages wrapped tightly around his torso, keeping his fractured ribs stable. Deep purple bruises marred his pale skin, and a bandage secured his broken nose. IV lines ran from both arms, delivering fluids and painkillers. Toshinori winced at the sight but let recovery girl speak first. He'll be fine, dearie, she said gently. He'll need rest, though. I've managed to heal most of his injuries, but... Her voice trailed off as she chose her words carefully. It'll take time. Izuku sat up shakily, ignoring the protests of his body. I feel sick, he muttered, the nausea of guilt and exhaustion washing over him. No surprise there, Toshinori said. You should relax for now. Your next match isn't for a while. Izuku winced as another wave of exhaustion swept over him, but he shook his head. No, I can't quit. I've come too far. I'm going to see this through, he said firmly, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. Toshinori exchanged a concerned glance with Recovery Girl. You don't have to push yourself, son, he said gently. You can stay here and... No, Izuku cut him off, throwing the covers off his legs. Seeing him like that, it makes me feel sick. His voice carried an edge of anger and bitterness that startled Toshinori. Before Toshinori could respond, the infirmary door slid open with a loud whoosh, and a group of voices filled the room. Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu called, her expression as calm yet concerned as ever. Izuku, Momo shouted, her hands clenched in front of her. Midori, Mina and Hagakure yelled in unison. Dekiru, Ochako said, rushing forward. Greenie, Kyoka added with a smirk, trying to hide her worry behind her usual teasing tone. Toshinori nearly jumped out of his skin, a small spurt of blood escaping his mouth in shock. God, you scared me, he yelped, clutching his chest. The girls didn't even glance at him as they zoomed past, their focus entirely on Izuku. Izuku, are you okay? Itsuka asked, her sharp eyes scanning him for any visible injuries. Izuku nodded slowly, sliding his feet into his shoes. He glanced at Bakugo briefly, letting out a sigh. I'm fine, he said, though his tone was distant. But your arm and fingers, they were broken. Ochako exclaimed, her brows furrowing in confusion. Izuku raised his hands, examining them for a moment before noticing a faint scar running across his palm. His face was unreadable as he studied it. He didn't respond to Ochako's concern and instead stood up, preparing to leave. Recovery Girl's voice broke through the tense silence as Izuku reached the door. Let that scar be a reminder, Midoriya, she said firmly, her tone both stern and caring. Bottling up your emotions, especially as someone as powerful as you, isn't just dangerous, it's self-destructive. You're not just hurting yourself. You're hurting everyone around you. The words struck like a hammer, causing Izuku to pause mid-step. His shoulders tensed, but he didn't turn around. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, the weight of her statement settling heavily on his chest. Ochako flinched at the words, her hands clenching into fists by her sides. Bottling up emotions. The phrase echoed painfully in her mind as she stared at Izuku's back. She had been doing the same, hiding her feelings for him, burying the love she felt deep inside because she didn't want to complicate things or make him uncomfortable. But now, seeing him like this, so isolated, so hurt, made the ache in her chest nearly unbearable. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched the fabric of her skirt. I'm no better than him, she thought. I've been holding back, too, and it's tearing me apart. Tsuyu, standing beside her, noticed the subtle shift in Ochako's demeanor and gave her a sidelong glance. Ribbit, she murmured under her breath, her eyes narrowing slightly as she pieced things together. As Izuku began walking again, Ochako couldn't stop herself. Dekiru, she called, her voice softer, more hesitant than before. He stopped, glancing over his shoulder. Are you okay? She asked, her voice trembling just enough to reveal her inner turmoil. Her chest felt tight, a mix of sympathy for his pain and the weight of her unspoken feelings. Izuku blinked, his tired green eyes meeting Ochako's. His shoulders slumped as though the weight of her concern and everyone else's pressed down on him. And no, he admitted softly, his voice trembling. But I need to focus. I need to keep moving forward. Tsuyu stepped closer, her calm yet firm tone cutting through the tension. Ribbit, you don't seem fine, Midoriya, she said bluntly, her unflinching gaze steady. Izuku hesitated, his fists clenching tightly. I'm not fine, he said at last, his voice shaking. But I can't let Bakugo take anything else from me. I've come too far for that. His emerald eyes burned with desperation and determination. I'm going to win. I have to win, no matter what. Kyoka frowned, her arms crossing as she leaned against the wall. You're allowed to feel, you know, she said quietly, her sharp tone softening just enough to betray her concern. You don't have to act like it doesn't bother you. Momo stepped forward, her soft voice full of warmth. We're here for you, Izuku, she said gently. You don't have to carry all of this alone. Ochako hesitated, her gaze falling to the ground as her hands tightened into fists. She desperately wanted to tell him how much she cared, how deeply she understood his pain, but the words stuck in her throat. The feeling of holding back emotions for someone. How can I help him, she thought bitterly, when I can't even tell him how I feel? Frustration bubbled within her as she closed her eyes briefly, steeling herself. When she opened them again, she stepped forward, rounding on Izuku and taking both his hands in hers. The touch startled him, his green eyes widening as she held firm. You don't have to hold your feelings back, Ochako blurted out, her voice trembling. The other girls exchanged glances, a silent wave of mutual agreement passing between them. Hypocrite. That's rich coming from her. Mina thought. Wow, what a hypocrite. Yui and Itsuka thought. Ochako winced, clearly sensing their unspoken judgment, but shook her head and tightened her grip on Izuku's hands. You can talk to us, she said earnestly. I mean, we care about you. A lot. Izuku's eyes widened, his hands trembling in hers. I know, he whispered, his voice breaking. I know I need someone to talk to. I need time. Ochako didn't let go of his hands, her warm brown eyes locked onto his. Around them, the others exchanged glances, Mina folding her arms, Suyu tilting her head, Pony nervously wringing her sleeves, and Toru leaning slightly forward as if silently urging him on. How do you feel? Ochako asked. Izuku took a deep, shaky breath, his voice raw as he finally spoke. I don't know. Frustrated, tired, and scared what everyone thinks of me. Yui spoke up. No matter what you did, it doesn't change how any of us see you. We just saw a part of you we don't usually see. You being angry doesn't make any of us think any less of you. It just shows even the best of us can get angry. Izuku felt his resolve crumble. I didn't know I could get so angry, he admitted. His hands trembled, his shoulders shaking. I didn't even realize how much I've been holding it in for so long, but when I fought Bakugo, letting it out felt good. But beating Bakugo like that felt so hollow. I won like he did. Got my undeniable win. But all I feel is so hollow. He wouldn't have given up no matter what. But. His eyes dropped to the floor, his face contorting with shame. But I hate that a small or large part of me wanted to beat him in a way that no one could deny. That I was stronger than him. I have finally surpassed him. Got the win I have always wanted. Beat him in a way that he could only respect. But it feels so hollow, so shallow. Izuku said, there's no question that I'm stronger than him. Suyu was about to speak up. Look, I know you guys think I'm stronger than him. But, I needed to prove it to myself. That, I guess I am stronger the Bakugo. Izuku said. Kyoka approached. We know you're stronger than that blonde prick, that much was obvious. Momo nodded. I don't know your history is between you and Bakugo. Momo said, but I know if I were in your shoes I probably would have done the same thing. Which made the girls look a bit surprised. Izuku scoffed. You don't even know our history. No, Momo agreed, but I know you. You've never fought out of malice or pride. You've always pushed yourself for others, for the people you care about. Even if you let your anger take over for a moment, it doesn't change who you are. Izuku smiled at Momo, as his hands that were still clasped in Ochako's made him squeeze, picturing her and Jiro's hands on his. I am sorry. All that anger, frustration, it just exploded. And now, I can't stop thinking about how much I've ignored, how much I've been pretending. The girls stiffened, their eyes widening as his words sank in. Izuku's voice cracked, his words spilling out like a dam had burst. For so long, people only looked at one part of me, and they judged me for it. And I hated it, but the truth is, I did the same thing to Bakugo. I admired his quirk, his drive, but I ignored everything else, the way he treated me, the way he treated others. I let myself believe that was fine, because I wanted to believe in him so badly. Mina's usual carefree expression darkened, her lips pressed into a tight line. Tsuyu's calm demeanor faltered as she frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on Izuku. "I feel like a hypocrite," Izuku admitted, his voice shaking as he pressed his palms against his temples. "I hated being judged for just one thing. But I did the same to him. I pretended everything else didn't matter, and I let myself believe in him because it was easier than facing the truth." His voice wavered as he looked around, meeting their eyes. I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know if I can." The room was silent for a moment, the weight of his confession hanging heavy in the air. They had never seen Izuku like this, so open and vulnerable. He had been so perfect, he had the quirk and was always so nice to everyone. Seeing him show him anger even if he was holding back, the girl's heart fluttered, seeing a side to him they barely had seen. The room was silent, Izuku's confession lingering like an unspoken truth. The girls had never seen him like this before, not just angry, but raw and human in a way that felt startlingly real. Izuku was always so composed, so driven, a shining example of what they aspired to be. But this was a side of him they'd never known, one that stripped away the idealized image of perfection. It wasn't just his vulnerability, it was the sheer force of his emotions, the way he let them spill out instead of bottling them up. It made their hearts ache and flutter all at once. Ochako took a step forward, her voice gentle but steady. "Ribbit," Tsuyu said, her calm tone breaking the silence. "You don't have to feel ashamed, Midoriya-chan. Everyone gets angry." Izuku let out a dry chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, but not everyone nearly destroys a stadium," he muttered, his voice laced with self-reproach. Itsuka stepped closer, resting a firm hand on his shoulder. Her touch was grounding. "Maybe, but the only person who got hurt was Bakugo," she pointed out with a small shrug. "And, well," Kyoka crossed her arms, her expression deadpan. "Let's be real, he needed a good ass kicking," she said bluntly. Izuku's lips twitched upward, a quiet laugh escaping him. The sound eased some of the tension in the room, and the girls couldn't help but smile at the rare, genuine moment of levity. "Every great hero loses their temper once in a while," Pony added, her voice bright. "It doesn't make you any less amazing." Yui gave a small nod, her voice low but sincere. "We don't think any less of you." Momo offered him a kind smile, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "She's right, and if you ever need someone to talk to, we're here for you." Mina leaned forward, her grin infectious. "Exactly. Plus, Bakugo had it coming. Maybe this'll teach him to stop being such an asshole." Toru's voice chimed in, her tone filled with unwavering support. "You're still incredible, Izuku. Don't let this eat you up inside." Izuku's gaze swept over them, their words wrapping around him like a warm embrace. The weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter, and his chest tightened with an emotion he couldn't quite name. His cheeks flushed as he tried to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. "Thanks," he said softly, his voice trembling with gratitude. Ochako stepped closer, her hands instinctively reaching for his. She held them gently, her warm brown eyes meeting his in a moment of quiet understanding. Izuku blinked, tilting his head slightly. Ochako, can you, let go of my hands?" Ochako froze, her face turning a brilliant shade of red as the realization hit her. She yanked her hands away, waving them nervously. "Oh, sorry, I didn't even realize. It's not like it was romantic or anything." Her laugh was shaky, her blush refusing to fade. The girls exchanged knowing glances, their expressions varying between exasperation and amusement. "Wow, she's so obvious," they all thought in unison. "Thanks, guys, honestly," Izuku said, exhaling heavily. He clenched his fists before slapping both hands against his cheeks. The sharp sound echoed slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby. With his nerves shaken off, he took a step forward, his emerald eyes blazing with renewed focus. "Now, I've still got one match to go." He slammed his fist into his palm with determination. "Right now, it's hero time." The announcer's voice thundered across the arena. "All right, sports festival folks. The arena is repaired after the absolute massacre that was the last match. But don't worry, we've got 2 more to go. Let's hear you scream, sports festival fans." The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, their excitement electrifying the air. Pony jumped to her feet, her face lighting up with excitement. Ooh, that's my cue, she said, practically bouncing with energy. Before Izuku could react, she darted forward and pulled him into a tight hug, lifting him slightly off the ground. Pony, Izuku yelped, his voice cracking as his face flushed red. Wish me luck, Midoriya, she said, grinning as she set him down. She gave him a quick wave before running off toward the arena. Izuku stood frozen, his cheeks still glowing pink. Kyoka nudged him with her elbow, a teasing smirk on her face. Come on, lover boy, let's go watch her match. Izuku made his way back to the Class 1A seating area, still reeling from his earlier match. The second he walked in, his classmates swarmed him, their voices a cacophony of reactions. Midoriya, multiple voices called out at once, practically overwhelming him. That was the scariest match I've ever seen, Mineta exclaimed, his face pale as he recalled the intensity. Seriously, dude, that was nuts, Kaminari added, throwing his hands up. I didn't know you could snap like that, Sato said, his tone a mix of amazement and concern. Aoyama struck a dramatic pose, his expression as exaggerated as ever. That battle was far from elegant, mon ami, but it was magnifique in its ferocity. Even I was frightened. Not even using a form. Shiro chimed in, his tone conflicted. He crossed his arms, his gaze flickering between Izuku and the floor. Can't say Bakugo didn't deserve it, but, seeing you like that was rough. I kinda feel bad for enjoying what you did to him. Izuku winced slightly, unsure how to respond, but the influx of comments didn't stop. Everyone, please. Iida's authoritative voice cut through the noise as he stepped forward. He gestured with his hand in a signature chopping motion. Let's give Midoriya some space. I'm sure that match took an enormous emotional toll on him. The group reluctantly stepped back, murmuring their agreement. Thanks, Iida, Izuku said, offering him a small, grateful nod. He made his way to an open seat and sat between Momo and Kyoka, his muscles still tense from the earlier confrontation. The murmurs continued around the room as his classmates processed what they'd just witnessed. Man, that was intense, Shiro muttered under his breath, his voice carrying just enough for the others to hear. I never thought Midoriya could lose it like that. Yeah, Ojiro added, it was so out of character for him. A beast's quiet nature does not make it harmless, Tokiyami said cryptically, his arms folded as he gazed at Izuku with a mix of respect and wariness. Shoji nodded solemnly, even the best of us can lose our temper, especially toward those who've wronged us deeply. While I don't condone acts of revenge, I understand the resentment. There's no need to feel shame for what happened. Izuku glanced at Shoji, appreciating his calm understanding. He nodded slightly, though the weight of their words still lingered. The awkward tension hung in the air until Momo broke it with a question. Midoriya, she said, her voice tinged with genuine curiosity, how were you able to perform such an attack with your voice? It was unexpected. Right, Hagakure chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable. I really want to know too. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, a sheepish smile forming as he tried to explain. Oh, you know how I can focus my power around my body or specific parts. Yes, Momo replied, leaning in slightly. Well, I just applied the same principle to my vocal cords and lungs. It was something I'd been experimenting with, and honestly. He turned to Kyoka, his expression sincere. Thank you, Jiro, your help really made it possible. Kyoka crossed her arms, her lips twitching into a faint smirk as a blush crept across her cheeks. Don't mention it, just don't blow out your voice next time, dummy. ... You can do that, Shiro blurted out, echoing the shock plastered on everyone's faces. Izuku gave a small nod, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, it's not easy, though. Shoji folded his arms, his expression turning thoughtful as he recalled the aftermath of Izuku's earlier battles. So, what would happen if you used your full power with that move? Izuku tilted his head, tapping his chin with his finger as he considered the question. Well, if it's anything like when I used too much power with my bones, then my lungs would probably. He paused, his face paling as a dark realization hit him. Explode. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in stunned disbelief, the weight of his statement sinking in. "Are you crazy?" Hagakure screamed, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and shaking him back and forth with surprising strength. "What kind of response is that?" Meanwhile, Kaminari leaned back, his expression a mix of awe and terror. "Honestly, kind of badass." That earned him a series of sharp glares from the girls, their collective fury making him visibly shrink. Even Kodai, with her typically stoic expression, gave him a piercing look that spoke volumes. Kaminari quickly hid behind Tokiyami, waving his hands defensively. I mean, Midoriya, that was really irresponsible." He glanced at the girls, still glaring, and added hastily, and stupid. "Like, my level of stupid." The girls nodded in grudging approval before turning their worried eyes back to Izuku. Izuku chuckled nervously, holding up his hands in surrender. No risk, no reward." The guys collectively smacked their foreheads, groaning in unison. "Not when the risk is your lungs blowing up." They all shouted, their voices blending together. Before the tension could build further, Present Mike's voice blasted through the speakers, redirecting everyone's attention. "All right, the next match is about to begin." Izuku let out a quiet breath of relief, grateful for the distraction. His eyes turned toward the screen as the announcement continued. "We have T. Sunatori Pony, the horned adorable girl from Class 1B. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers reverberating through the stadium. Pony stepped into the arena, her nerves evident as she faced her opponent Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki stood with his usual calm demeanor, his icy gaze fixed on her. Pony, on the other hand, trembled slightly as she tried to formulate a strategy. "Okay, think, Pony. If I shoot my horns, I could push him out of bounds." "No, he'd freeze me in an instant," she thought, her mind racing as the tension grew. "Are you both ready?" Midnight's voice rang out, her whip poised. Ice began to creep across Todoroki's body as he gave a slight nod. Pony swallowed hard and nodded in return. "Begin," Midnight declared. The instant the match started, Todoroki prepared to launch an ice attack, but Pony quickly raised her hand. "I surrender," she shouted in English, her voice loud and clear. Todoroki froze mid-attack, exhaling a misty breath as he blinked in surprise. Midnight looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "Sunotori Pony has forfeited." "Really? Just like that?" Present Mike exclaimed, his voice echoing in disbelief. "A hero knowing when to surrender isn't weakness," Aizawa's voice interjected calmly through the speakers. "Recognizing an unwinnable fight and choosing to swallow their pride shows maturity." "Looks like our final match is set," Present Mike roared, the excitement in his voice igniting the crowd. Midoriya versus Todoroki. The stadium vibrated with excitement, the crowd roaring louder than ever. Todoroki turned his cold, unwavering gaze toward Izuku, who felt a shiver run down his spine. Izuku groaned as he stretched his arms. "Guess it's hero time," he muttered, standing up from his seat. He pressed the button on the Omnitrix, scrolling through his selection of aliens as he made his way toward the arena. Momo and Kyoka exchanged a look before subtly slipping away from the group to follow him. "Oh, poor Pony," Ochako said softly, her expression sympathetic. Zero shrugged. "I kinda get it, though. Todoroki's attacks are so wide-range that there's no way she could have dodged or countered in time." "Yeah, he'd have frozen her solid before her horns even got close," Kaminari added. "And let's be real," Kirishima said, leaning back. "Neither of those guys Midoriya or Todoroki have any obvious weaknesses. They're both crazy strong." In the stands, spectators buzzed with excitement, their voices rising over the hum of the crowd. "So many hard-hitting battles from the first years this year," one man said, shaking his head in amazement. "They're gonna have a field day with the draft, that's for sure," another agreed. "That Midoriya kid, though," someone else chimed in. "He's definitely getting a ton of offers from pros." "No kidding," a woman said. "I've never seen a quirk like his. Transforming into all those forms. He's practically compatible with any pro's strategy. And he's a counter to just about any villain," another added. "But," a different woman interjected, shivering slightly, "that quirk comes with a serious liability. Breaking his bones every time. That's a huge risk for any pro agency. If that scares off a pro," Mirko's loud, Confident voice cut through the chatter, then that pro's just a coward. She grinned, her excitement palpable as she leaned forward, clearly eager for the final match. In Class 1B's seating area, Tetsu groaned, slumping in his chair. Ah, man, Midoriya's been stealing the spotlight all day. Itsuka patted his head with a smirk. Told you you picked one hell of a guy to try and compete against. Monoma, however, was sweating as he recalled Midoriya's earlier matches. He's just lucky, he muttered defensively. If it weren't for that ridiculously overpowered quirk of his. Itsuka cut him off, rolling her eyes. Mina leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the arena. So, it's those two, she said. How's this gonna go? Ochako asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Tokiyami folded his arms, his tone serious. It depends on what form Midoriya uses or if he decides to use one at all. Yeah, Toru chimed in, bouncing in her seat. Midori can totally counter Todoroki's ice. You all saw how hot Heat Blast was during the USJ attack. Everyone nodded, remembering the intense heat that had left most of them sunburned for days. So Midoriya has the best chance? Mina asked, hopeful. If Todoroki doesn't use his flames, then yes, Iida replied, adjusting his glasses. However, if Todoroki decides to unleash his fire, that could shift the battle in his favor. It depends, we've never seen Todoroki use his flames, so it's an unknown factor. Mina clenched her fists, silently rooting for her classmate. Come on, Midori, win. Tsuyu stared at the arena, her hands pressed together. Don't lose, Midoriya, you're so close to victory. Ochako's expression remained calm, though her thoughts betrayed her worry. I know you can do this, Midoriya. In a dark room, Tamura Shigaraki sat hunched over, his fingers scratching at his neck as he glared at a monitor showing the arena. Pay close attention, Shigaraki, a distorted, ominous voice said through the speakers. The boy with the watch is more dangerous than you realize. Shigaraki scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. You don't have to tell me that, he growled, his nails digging into his skin. That damn kid with the watch is nothing but a thorn in my side. His eyes remained locked on the screen, hatred and annoyance seething beneath his chaotic demeanor. Izuku walked along, absent-mindedly scrolling through his alien forms. Okay, definitely Diamond Head, or maybe Amphibian. No, that would end the fight too quickly. Upgrade. No, tech-based, pretty useless. Maybe his energy beam. That would definitely. Suddenly, Momo's hand gripped his shoulder. Izuku, wait, she said, her breath slightly hurried as she stood alongside Kyoka. Izuku? Momo asked, her voice soft, but concerned. Izuku blinked, turning to face them. Momo. Juro. Momo exhaled before speaking, her tone full of concern. Izuku, I know this may be a lot to ask, but please, don't push yourself too hard. I know you have excellent control over your quirk, but I can't help but worry about you. Izuku's cheeks flushed slightly. I won't hurt myself, I promise. I don't exactly enjoy breaking my bones, you know. He chuckled awkwardly, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Well, I hope I won't break any bones. He mumbled the last part, as if trying to reassure himself more than them. Juro's eye twitched. In an instant, she jabbed him with her earjack. Ow. Izuku winced, his hand instinctively going to his side. Hey, what was that for? Oh, just making sure you're not some kind of masochist, Kyoka remarked, rolling her eyes. Seriously, you can win without breaking anything, you know. Izuku sighed in relief. Right, I'll be careful. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, her voice turning serious. So, you've got a plan, right? Izuku hesitated, his fingers nervously tapping at the screen of his Omnitrix. I may or may not have a plan, he admitted awkwardly, glancing up at Kyoka, then at Momo. He scratched the back of his head, still unsure. I mean, I want to win. But, I don't see any reason not to. Help him out a little. Momo raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Help him, how? Izuku shuffled back a little, his face turning slightly pink. Oh, you know. Maybe. Help him use his left side. He stammered out, his words slipping together in a jumble. Momo and Kyoka both furrowed their brows in confusion. "Pardon?" Momo asked, her tone sharp with disbelief. Izuku cleared his throat, his cheeks flushing deeper. "Help him. Use his left side," he repeated more clearly, but it still sounded odd in the air. Momo looked at him with a blank expression, while Kyoka simply raised a pinky and cleaned her earjack, as though double-checking if she had misheard. "Huh, that's funny. Could have sworn you just said something insane. Care to run that by me again?" Kyoka teased, her voice laced with incredulity. Izuku sighed, a deep breath escaping his lips. "Look, it's everything he told us. I don't want Todoroki to suffer like this, denying a part of himself just because of the expectations placed on him. He thinks his left side ruined his life." He swallowed, looking between the two girls. "I know what it feels like, being afraid of what people expect from you." Kyoka and Momo exchanged a glance, the silence stretching for a moment. Momo bit her lip, struggling to find the right words. "I know it sounds crazy," Izuku continued, his voice quieter now, almost pleading for understanding. "But I have to at least try. It might backfire, it probably will, but I have to try." Momo hesitated, her arms still crossed, but she softened. "I don't know why you feel the need to help Todoroki, even if it seems a bit illogical. But," she paused, her gaze steady, "I'll trust you, Izuku." "Thanks," Izuku murmured, his voice thick with gratitude. Suddenly, a sharp spike of danger awareness shot through him. He immediately swiveled his head, his danger sense flaring. Both Kyoka and Momo jolted at the same time as the warmth in the air seemed to increase. "Ah, it's you," a deep, authoritative voice called out. Izuku and Kyoka both froze in shock as their eyes met the towering figure of Endeavor rounding the corner. Izuku froze. "Endeavor," he and Kyoka said in shock, both stepping back instinctively. Momo's eyes were wide in surprise. "So you're the one making waves this year," Endeavor said, his voice low and measured. The aura of the number 2 hero was imposing, and his presence seemed to dwarf the three of them. His eyes were sharp as he sized up Izuku. "Endeavor, why are you back here?" Izuku asked, his voice slightly shaky as the towering figure loomed over him. The sight of the pro-hero was intimidating up close, and despite his usual calm, Izuku couldn't shake the discomfort. It was as if his body was protecting the girls from any potential threat, so without thinking, he subtly shifted, his body edging them both behind him. "I've heard about your performance during the USJ incident," Endeavor said, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp and calculating. "They say you have flames that rival my own." His eyes narrowed, as if sizing up Izuku, who couldn't suppress the slight tremble in his form. "Gee, that's a bit of an exaggeration," Izuku stammered, trying to stay composed under the pressure. Momo, stepping forward, chimed in before Izuku could respond. "Endeavor's flames are known to reach temperatures of around 2000 degrees Celsius, but reports suggest you've exceeded that by 3000 degrees Celsius." Kyoka quickly nudged Momo, giving her a sharp look that silently urged her to be more cautious. Endeavor scoffed, a hint of a grin tugging at his lips. "Hey, you've got quite the potential. I'm more inclined to believe you'll be the one to bring out my son's true flames. Your form, your power, even without your quirks, you already possess strength that compares to All Might's." A cold sweat ran down Izuku's back, his heart rate quickening. "I've been told," Izuku muttered, nervousness creeping into his voice. "Do you girls mind giving me some space? I should be going." He shot Kyoka a subtle look, silently asking for her understanding. It was clear she didn't want to be involved in this conversation either. Right," Kyoka replied, her voice a bit rushed. "Come on, Momo." She grabbed Momo's arm, gently pulling her away from the situation. "Sorry, but I've got a match to compete in," Izuku said, his words trailing off as he walked past Endeavor. In his mind, Izuku couldn't help but worry. Does Endeavor know about One for All? He thought. No, if he did, he would have brought it up. He's the one person who could figure it out, but I can't let him get too close to the truth. Or the Omnitrix. The thoughts raced through his mind as he continued walking, but the man's voice stopped him in his tracks. "It's Shoto's duty to surpass All Might, to claim the title of the number 1 hero." Endeavor's voice cut through the air, and Izuku froze. His body tensed as he felt Kyoka tense beside him as well. They both knew what he was implying. And his match with you, Endeavor continued, will be the perfect test of his training. So hit him hard. Make him bring out his flames. Don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. Izuku's thoughts flashed back to his earlier conversation with Shoto, and he felt a sharp pang of frustration. I've said what I needed to, Endeavor added, turning away. I'll apologize for the interruption. Izuku had enough of this. His patience snapped. He had to speak his mind. Endeavor. Izuku called out to the number 2 hero, his voice cutting through the air. Endeavor stopped walking, turning to face the young hero. Izuku's piercing green eyes met his, and for a moment, Endeavor felt a flicker of familiarity. I'm not All Might, Izuku stated firmly, his voice steady. This caused Endeavor to blink in confusion, clearly puzzled by the obvious fact. What are you talking about? Endeavor asked, his brow furrowing. Izuku took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. And the same goes for Todoroki, he said, his gaze unwavering. I won't let your warped, twisted ideas for him hold him back from becoming the hero he wants to be. Endeavor's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Izuku. The air seemed to tense, and the flames around Endeavor intensified for a moment before he narrowed his eyes, growing even more agitated. He may be your son, but he's not you, Izuku added, his voice cutting through the growing tension. Endeavor's eyes widened, but then narrowed again in a barely contained fury. He growled low in his throat, flames licking at the air. You've got your father's tongue, he spat. Izuku stopped in his tracks, confusion flickering across his face. What? You better watch that tongue, Endeavor warned, his tone dripping with venom. It caused enough trouble for Hisashi as it did. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened. How do you know that name? His voice cracked, his surprise mixing with a rising sense of unease. Endeavor's gaze softened briefly, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. It's your father's name, right? I recognized those freckles anywhere. Izuku's mind went blank for a moment as he processed what he was hearing. How did you know my dad? He stammered, a knot forming in his stomach. Endeavor's expression hardened again, frustration creeping into his voice. What? He never mentioned me. He scoffed, turning away with a dismissive gesture. Same way All Might did. We were the big three of our generation. Izuku felt a rush of disbelief wash over him as Endeavor walked away. He stood frozen for a moment, processing everything he'd just learned. Present Mike's voice boomed over the intercom, snapping him back to reality. Izuku's thoughts whirled as he made his way toward the arena. All Might knew my dad. No. He would have said something. But why would Endeavor lie? No, he has no reason to lie. But if he went to UA, why didn't anyone mention it? Does Mom know? Why didn't she ever tell me? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Calm down, Izuku. I'll ask him myself. After the match, I'll ask him. Izuku walked out onto the field, his eyes immediately locking onto Todoroki, who had just stepped into the arena from the other side. The crowd erupted into cheers as the atmosphere grew electric. At last we've arrived. The best among UA's first years will be decided. It's the final match. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from Todoroki, his mind replaying everything from earlier in the day, the outburst, the anger, the frustration. Every emotion that had boiled over, and through it all, Izuku couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Todoroki, I think I understand at least a little of what you're going through. Everyone's pain is their own. Endeavor's power is so overwhelming, and there's so little you can do. Izuku's thoughts were clouded with empathy as he observed his opponent. We have the kid WHO change the weather with a punch. A man of action coming with a Detroit of action, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, and the crowd erupted in cheers, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts for a moment. You can't cause him the same pain that he's caused you. You can't carry the weight of all that frustration and isolation. Not when you've already suffered so much. Izuku continued, his mind still focused on Todoroki, the words almost feeling like they were for himself as much as for his opponent. No matter how hard you try, it feels like Endeavor can get away with anything and everything. And you feel like the only way to oppose him is by holding back your fire, keeping it buried inside. But you don't have to do that anymore, Todoroki. There's another way. Izuku's expression hardened as he clenched his fist, his gaze unwavering. Rejecting everything about him, even yourself. Kinda I wish I was like that, having the resolve to reject everything about someone, especially when they have caused you so much pain. I think I get it now. Or maybe I don't. I can't say I fully understand, but I do know what it feels like to be driven by resentment and the desire to defy someone. That's something you and I both share. To an extent. He took a deep breath, walking toward the platform, his determination growing. But holding yourself back won't solve anything. I've learned that the hard way. I know I probably sound like a hypocrite, especially with the issues I have with Bakugo, but still. I can't stand by and watch you suffer from the same pain I've been through. Izuku thought, tightening his grip on his fist. I'll help you, Todoroki. No matter what. His resolve was clear as he took his position, ready for the fight ahead. Versus the walking blizzard, the son of endeavor. These two have been going at it, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike's voice rang out once more, the stadium erupting in cheers. Izuku activated the Omnitrix, the transformation process beginning as Todoroki's eyes widened. He braced himself, taking his own fighting stance as he sized up Izuku. Midnight watched the exchange, her eyes widening as she saw the expression on Izuku's face. It wasn't just the look of a fighter preparing for a match, it was the look of someone who was ready to save someone. Izuku smirked, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes as he locked eyes with Todoroki, ready to face whatever came next. It's hero time. We have the kid WHO change the weather with a punch. A man of action bringing a Detroit of action, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike's voice thundered across the stadium, igniting a wave of cheering from the crowd. Izuku stepped onto the arena, his determined green eyes locking onto Shoto's calm yet focused gaze as the latter entered from the opposite side. And his opponent, the walking blizzard. The son of endeavor. These two have been rivals from the start, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike's announcement sent the stadium into another frenzy. You ready? Shoto asked, his expression unreadable as he studied Izuku. Izuku responded by tapping the Omnitrix on his wrist, its dial glowing to life. Shoto narrowed his eyes, trying to glimpse the hologram above the device and guess what form he'd choose. It's hero time, Izuku declared. It's about to start. This is gonna be intense. Tetsu said, leaning forward eagerly. They both pack some serious firepower. Kanoko added, clutching her hands nervously. Shroom. I've never seen Todoroki use his flames. Not just firepower, Yanagi said calmly, her eyes thoughtful. They both have cryokinetic abilities. Midoriya turned the entire flood zone into an ice wasteland. So, any bets on who's gonna win? Awase asked, raising an eyebrow. Before anyone could respond, a loud, arrogant laugh echoed nearby. Class A and B turned in irritation to see Monoma approaching, his expression smug. Win. Oh, who cares? Monoma sneered, because by this time next year, my class will surely crush yours. Ha ha ha. Annoyed looks spread across Class A's faces. And how do you figure that? Kaminari shot back. Monoma grinned wickedly. Simple. We have hours of footage of your class using your quirks. Now, we can analyze them, identify weaknesses, and gawk. Monoma crumpled to the ground as Itsuka delivered a swift chop to the neck. Please ignore him, Itsuka said with an exasperated sigh, sitting back down beside the unconscious Monoma. I'm starting to think he was dropped on his head as a baby. That's a bit harsh, most of Class A and B thought, but none voiced disagreement. Sounds about right, Kyoka said dryly, a small smirk forming at the corner of her lips. Mount. Lady was all smiles, though a small part of her felt guilty about enjoying the spectacle of the kid struggling after his earlier battles. Still, she couldn't help herself. Ahem, that 20,000 yen is looking pretty good right now, she said with a smug grin, her tone light and teasing. Oh, and how'd you figure? Kamui Woods asked, raising an eyebrow. Midoriya changed the weather with a single punch. Mount. Lady folded her arms, feigning indifference. Sure, but Todoroki froze half the stadium in one move. Plus, let's be honest, Midoriya spent a ton of energy in his last match. You really think he's got anything left in the tank? Kamui looked thoughtful but didn't respond. Death Arms, however, chimed in. Hate to admit it, but she's got a point, Death Arms said reluctantly. Blowing through that much power so fast would leave anyone drained. Add in the fact he broke his bones and had that emotional meltdown. Death Arms blew a puff of smoke. Most pros, if they'd gone through what he did, wouldn't even be able to get out of bed for a week. It's a miracle he's even on his feet. Death Arms said. Kamui folded his arms and huffed. Maybe, but the kid's got heart. I'm telling you, he's still taking the gold medal home. Mount. Lady smirked and leaned back in her seat. Guess we'll see soon enough, won't we? Todoroki's glare hardened, his icy demeanor growing even colder. He had lost to Midoriya in both previous stages of the tournament, each defeat a public humiliation that gnawed at his pride. Ready, Midnight called out, raising her whip as her sharp eyes darted between the two combatants. Both had already taken fighting stances, their resolve palpable. Izuku's danger sense flared like a dagger to his nerves just as Midnight's whip cracked through the air. Begin. Todoroki wasted no time, slamming his foot down as a colossal wave of ice exploded from the ground, roaring toward Izuku with blistering speed. The frost spread like wildfire, expanding in an instant and shaking the arena as it grew into an enormous glacier. Izuku barely had time to spin the Omnitrix's dial before the freezing mass engulfed him completely. A green flash erupted from the encasement just as the ice sealed him in, forcing the audience to duck or shield their eyes as the glacier loomed dangerously close to the stands. Todoroki's breath came in short puffs, the frost coating his right side a clear sign of the attack's toll. It was a risky move to unleash such overwhelming force, but he didn't care. He needed to prove his power to prove that no one could stop him. The audience collectively held their breath, stunned by the sheer scale of the attack. Oh no, Dekiru, Ochako whispered, her hands gripping the rail in front of her. Did he manage to transform in time? Iida asked, his tone tense. Shoji's sharp eyes scanned the glacier, catching something amidst the stillness. A faint crackle of blue light flickered within the frozen mass. His voice broke the silence. Wait, something's happening. Inside the glacier, the crackle of blue lightning intensified, growing into a violent storm. Sparks danced across the ice as the pressure mounted, the air growing heavy with electric energy. Todoroki braced himself, his instincts screaming danger. Then, boom, the ice exploded outward with a deafening roar, shards of frost shooting like missiles in all directions. A wave of steam erupted from the shattered glacier, billowing into the arena and obscuring the battlefield. The air sizzled as blue lightning violently rippled through the mist, each spark a thunderclap of raw power. Todoroki's eyes widened as a bolt of lightning slashed through the haze, searing a path directly toward him. He rolled out of the way just in time, the attack colliding with the ground behind him in a burst of energy that sent chunks of debris flying. From the veil of steam emerged a floating figure, its translucent, jellyfish-like body illuminated by arcs of lightning coursing through its form. Its green eyes locked onto Todoroki with a predatory focus. Amphibian. Izuku's voice reverberated as the alien floated forward, electricity crackling off his form. And Midoriya reveals another form, his electrifying spectacle, Amphibian. Present Mike's voice roared across the stadium, igniting the crowd into a frenzy of cheers. The audience erupted with excitement, the sheer energy of the moment palpable. Whoa, Ochako murmured, her breath visible in the frigid mist. Dekiru's so cool. Dude completely destroyed Todoroki's attack in one move. Sato exclaimed, his voice full of awe. Siro smirked and elbowed Kaminari. Kinda makes a certain someone's quirk look a little, I don't know, irrelevant. Kaminari slumped dramatically, a faint purple aura of despair hovering over him. Ribbit, Tsuyu managed weakly, shivering as the cold seeped into her skin. Ashido and Toru, noticing her discomfort, wrapped their arms around her from both sides, their warmth a welcome shield against the chill. Go, Midori, Ashido cheered, her voice brimming with excitement. Take him down, Toru added, her encouragement just as enthusiastic. Todoroki stood firm, his breath fogging the air as he pressed his hand to the frost-covered ground. So, you can handle widespread attacks, he muttered coldly. Let's see how you manage up close. The ground rumbled ominously as jagged spikes of ice erupted, each one growing taller and sharper as they raced toward Amphibian with deadly intent. Amphibian's glowing green eyes widened briefly before his form crackled with electricity. In a flash of blue lightning, he darted away, the frozen lances narrowly missing as he zigzagged through the onslaught. His movement was fluid, almost serpentine, as he weaved between the icy spikes, leaving trails of sparks in his wake. Reappearing behind Todoroki in an instant, Amphibian lashed out with his electrified tentacles, releasing a cascade of crackling bolts. The electric whips slammed into Todoroki, sending him flying backward through his own ice field. The spikes shattered under the force of his impact, shards scattering like glass across the battlefield. Todoroki gritted his teeth. As he was hurled backward, Todoroki responded by launching a sending wave of snow and ice hurtling toward Amphibian. The freezing barrage cloaked the battlefield in a dense, blinding mist. Amphibian paused, floating cautiously as the frost-laden wind howled around him. His glowing form was a beacon in the storm, but his vision was obscured by the thick veil of snow. Danger sense flared sharply, stabbing at his mind like a siren. Reacting instantly, he dodged as spears of ice tore through the air, each one slicing past him with precision. Twisting and turning, Amphibian swerved around the projectiles, his movements a blur of lightning and sparks. "Got you," Todoroki said, his voice calm but deadly. Before Amphibian could respond, a massive column of ice erupted beneath him, encasing him in an instant. The frozen prison wrapped tightly around his form, layers of frost thickening rapidly as Todoroki advanced. Not wasting a second, Todoroki placed his hand on the column, pouring his power into it. The ice thickened further, its surface shimmering with a deadly brilliance. Frost crept up Todoroki's arm as he worked to reinforce the trap, his own body beginning to stiffen under the biting cold. Within the icy cocoon, Amphibian's form flickered with crackling energy. His green eyes narrowed, glowing brighter as the lightning within him surged. The frost around him hissed and began to melt, only for more layers to form as Todoroki's ice fought to contain him. With a sudden, deafening roar, a massive electrical pulse erupted from within the column. The ice shattered outward in a blinding explosion, shards flying in all directions as arcs of electricity danced across the battlefield. The shockwave blasted Todoroki backward, his body twitching as residual electricity coursed through him. He hit the ground hard. Steam hissed and rose around the battlefield, shrouding the area in a heated mist as Todoroki staggered back to his feet, his movements unsteady but determined. This kid has an electrical quirk too, a pro hero asked, leaning forward, eyes glued to the fight. Yeah, and electrical quirks are prized on the job market, another pro added. That form is insane flight, electricity, and agility. This kid's gonna go far. In the stands, Ishida's face contorted in rage. His nails dug into his palms as he slammed his fist on the railing, startling those around him. That damn Deku gets a quirk like this. That's bullshit. His voice came out in a low snarl. The bullies around him exchanged uneasy glances, shifting uncomfortably at his outburst. Ishida's fists trembled at his sides, his knuckles ghostly white. His breath quickened as bitterness surged through him like poison. No, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief, fury spilling over. There's no way this fucking Deku, this nobody, can have something like this. How the hell? Amphibian's tentacles crackled ominously, arcs of green electricity dancing between them as he unleashed a bolt of energy. Todoroki reacted swiftly, erecting a massive ice shield that absorbed the attack, only for the collision to explode into a thick cloud of steam. The arena vanished in a swirling white haze, the tension palpable. From within the fog, Todoroki's voice echoed in Amphibian's mind, "I'll attack from behind." Amphibian froze for a moment, his glowing form flickering as confusion crossed his face. "Huh," he muttered, hearing Shoto's footsteps circling him through the dense vapor. Suddenly, a jagged stream of ice shot forward from behind. The ice surged through Amphibian's body, his intangible form crackling as the shards passed harmlessly through. He reformed instantly, retaliating with a sharp electrical blast. The green surge struck Todoroki head-on, sending him skidding across the arena floor. His momentum halted as he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Why would he tell me his plan? Amphibian thought, his form pulsing with energy. Todoroki's body twitched, frost clinging to his limbs as he launched another freezing wave toward his opponent. Amphibian countered with a pulse of electricity. The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion that rocked the arena. Steam billowed outward, shrouding the combatants once more in a suffocating mist. Amphibian floated silently, his mind racing. I need to push him, force him to use his fire. Maybe if I blast him with low wattage. Or, if I hold back, he'll think I'm just an annoyance. No, I need to show him the full extent of my power. Let him see that holding back against me is the biggest mistake he could make. Crackling energy surged around Amphibian's elongated form as he hovered just above the ground. Blue electricity ignited in a blinding surge, the raw energy erupting outward in a powerful pulse. The wave tore through the arena, blasting away the thick steam that had shrouded the battlefield in an instant. The acidic tang of ozone filled the air, sharp and stinging, as the electricity crackled like the prelude to a storm. The stadium lights flickered ominously as the electrical energy surged, amplifying to an almost deafening hum. Amphibian hovered in place, the sphere of energy expanding until it dwarfed him, casting a harsh glow across the arena. With a sudden, powerful thrust, Amphibian released the attack, directing the surge just past Todoroki. The massive bolt ripped through the arena with a thunderous roar, carving a deep scar into the concrete floor as it surged toward the wall. The shockwave alone was enough to send debris flying, forcing Todoroki to shield himself with an icy barrier. The attack detonated on impact with the wall, a blinding explosion that lit up the stadium. Cementos acted quickly, summoning massive stone walls to block the stray energy from reaching the spectators. Even with his intervention, the sheer force of the blast sent tremors through the arena, drawing gasps from the crowd. Todoroki's eyes widened as he stared at the massive scar gouged into the arena floor, stretching all the way to the stadium wall. Electricity crackled faintly along the edges of the destruction, leaving scorch marks and a sharp, acrid smell in the air. Man, that kid's already stronger than most pros, a pro hero muttered. And he's going up against the number 2 hero's son after that match. This kid's a powerhouse, that's for sure. Chatter rippled through the crowd, but Todoroki stood still, momentarily stunned. He quickly recomposed himself, glaring at Amphibian, still processing the overwhelming attack he'd just witnessed. That move was stronger than his last attack. He must be using the enhancing part of his quirk, Shoto thought, assessing the situation quietly. Huh, Amphibian said, now that's a lot stronger than your earlier attacks. I've noticed your movements have increased double the speed and strength compared to before, Todoroki said aloud. His lips didn't quite match what he was saying, and his voice came a beat too late. Amphibian blinked, narrowing his eyes, sensing something was off. Todoroki's lips moved, but the words felt wrong, out of sync with his mouth. What? That's a lot stronger than your earlier attacks. I've noticed your movements have doubled in speed and strength. What percentage are you at? Probably 16%, Shoto said, his voice steady and detached. For a moment, Amphibian shook his head, dismissing it. Amphibian narrowed his eyes. He's more than just his quirk. He's got excellent judgment and execution. He even figured out the exact percentage I've been using. Todoroki, meanwhile, continued to think to himself. Regardless, I need to end this quickly. The effects of Mom's quirk are starting to take their toll. My movements are going to slow, and he's only getting faster. This form must have a weakness. Amphibian froze mid-thought, his eyes widening. Wait. The thoughts filled his mind again, and this time, they didn't just feel distant. Todoroki's lips didn't move, but the voice was clearer than before, his thoughts slipping through with no filter. I'm hearing him. Amphibian stood still, barely able to process the realization. Is he thinking this out loud? Amphibian's electricity flickered around him, his focus now split between his opponent and the strange feeling that Todoroki's mind was somehow laid bare before him. That's, Amphibian began, his voice trailing off as he watched Todoroki's lips remain still. What's going on here? Todoroki's mouth moved again, but this time it was a simple statement, still cold. Sorry for the trouble, Midoriya. I'm grateful you're showing me the extent of your power. What the? No way. Amphibian's thoughts raced as realization struck. I have psychic powers. Then, a flood of raw emotion swept through, reaching Amphibian's mind with a sudden sharpness. He could feel the absolute hatred and despite Todoroki was having. Look at that bastard, he's livid that I'm not using his quirk. Todoroki thought bitterly, but I need to win. I can't let him have the satisfaction of being right that I need his damn fire. I won't lose. I can't lose. No matter what, I'll reject him. He's thinking so loudly, Amphibian realized with growing shock. I can hear every word, every thought. He doesn't look all too happy, Todoroki remarked aloud, his voice calm and collected as usual. Even now you're only focused on your dad, Amphibian thought. Amphibian's head swam as another image flooded his mind, one that wasn't his own. He saw a woman, beautiful and elegant, with white hair and gray eyes. The vision was so clear. Wait, is this his memory? Amphibian's eyes widened, shock spreading across his face as realization hit him. Cool, Amphibian muttered in disbelief. I can read minds, Amphibian shouted. Not many heard him through his outburst, but this made Todoroki freeze in place. The only few were the ones with really good hearing quirks. Back with Class 1A and 1B, Kyoka's face turned bright red as she sank lower into her seat, her heart pounding in rapid succession. Toru quickly leaned over, tapping her shoulder. Hey, Midoriya is way too far for us to hear. What did he say? Toru asked, eyes wide with curiosity. I couldn't hear him. Kyoka's face was practically on fire now. She swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. Greenie can read minds, she whispered, barely able to say it without stammering. That single sentence sent a wave of heat across the faces of nearly every girl in Class 1A and 1B. Each of them shrank into their seats, the sudden realization washing over them. Mina gripped her head, as if trying to shield herself from Izuku's potential intrusion. She had always been a little too open with her thoughts around him, and now that felt more dangerous than ever. Toru, unable to keep still, curled into a ball in her seat, clutching her knees to her chest as if she could hide herself from any mind-reading intrusion. She couldn't help but think of the times she'd caught herself fantasizing about Izuku while he wasn't looking. Suyu, her calm demeanor faltering slightly, crossed her arms and hugged her knees, her face flushed with an unfamiliar warmth. Her thoughts drifted to moments with Izuku, how kind he had been. Could he have heard those? Ochako, who had always tried to keep her feelings for Izuku hidden, blushed a deep shade of red. Her hands fidgeted in her lap as the thoughts she'd buried deep inside resurfaced. She couldn't help but wonder if Izuku had already picked up on her feelings. While the others were flustered or anxious about their thoughts potentially being heard by Izuku, Yui was intrigued. The idea of Izuku being able to read her mind made her feel strangely relieved. It was hard for her to express herself verbally, especially with someone like Izuku, who she admired so much. But if he could hear her thoughts, then maybe he would understand her feelings without her needing to say anything. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, focusing intently as he launched a massive stream of jagged ice spikes toward Izuku. The sharp, crystalline formations shot through the air with deadly speed, aimed to pierce and overwhelm. What are you talking about? Todoroki spat, his voice laced with irritation. He can read minds, Shoto thought, panic rising in his chest. But there was no time to process it as Amphibian's wave of electricity surged forward, crackling and sizzling with raw energy. Todoroki's eyes widened as he realized the imminent threat. Reacting quickly, he created an ice ramp beneath him, propelling himself higher into the air. The electrical wave collided with the ramp, sending sparks flying as it shattered the ice into jagged fragments. The force of the attack sent ice spikes and frozen shards raining down across the arena, some embedding into the ground while others skittered across the surface. Does he know about the effects of my quirk? Shoto thought to himself, his heart pounding. He turned to look at Amphibian and saw the recognition in his eyes. Amphibian's eyes widened in realization as if reading Todoroki's thoughts, confirming that his mind was indeed being probed. Todoroki scoffed, his lips curling into a snarl before unleashing another torrent of ice in Amphibian's direction. The spikes shot forward like spears, designed to hit their target no matter what. But Amphibian, unaffected by the icy onslaught, phased straight through the attack, his form flickering like a shadow. Effects. He mentioned them before, Amphibian muttered, piecing the puzzle together. Don't let him think, Shoto thought in desperation. His focus sharpened, and with a powerful thrust, he launched himself off the ramp, his fist flying toward Amphibian with pinpoint precision. But Amphibian's reflexes were too fast. He dodged the punch effortlessly, causing Shoto to crash into the ground where he struck the ice with devastating force. Shink! A deafening crack filled the air as the ground buckled under the impact. The force of Shoto's strike sent massive shards of ice shooting outward, forming jagged spikes that exploded in all directions. Before Amphibian could react, the ice quickly expanded around him, attempting to encase him in a block of frozen tomb-like ice. The air grew colder as the ice formed an impenetrable cage, rushing toward him with brutal speed. In a split second, Amphibian released a massive pulse of electricity, his body glowing with energy. A crackling surge of power erupted outward, bursting through the ice and creating a shockwave of raw electricity. The force blasted the ice back, sending Todoroki stumbling across the arena as he was caught in the powerful backlash. His feet slid on the now slick surface, the ice beneath him cracking as his body struggled to maintain control. Amphibian's eyes locked onto Todoroki, noticing the slight shiver in his posture. He was shivering from the cold. Amphibian's brow furrowed in realization. With a simple touch to the Omnitrix dial, he quickly transformed back to his human form, his body flickering in the blinding green light. The audience gasped as they watched the transformation unfold. Without hesitation, Todoroki launched another stream of ice, this time targeting Izuku directly. But the speed and force of the attack were noticeably slower. Izuku, using his danger sense, was able to easily dodge the oncoming barrage of ice spikes. He nimbly twisted and contorted his body, dashing through the dangerous path of shards, smashing them aside as he closed the distance between himself and Todoroki. "You're shivering, Todoroki," Izuku called, his voice calm yet piercing. As he kicked a large spiked ice formation away, he dialed the Omnitrix once more. "I sometimes forget that quirks are still just physical abilities. My forms don't have that kind of limit." Todoroki's eyes widened, his breath fogging in the frigid air. His ice spikes were being torn apart in mere moments, shattered like glass under Izuku's relentless assault. Izuku's words rang clear in the cold silence between their attacks. "You must have a limit to how much cold you can take," Izuku added, his green eyes locking with Todoroki's. "Let's test that limit." Without further warning, Izuku slammed his hand down onto the Omnitrix once more, triggering a green flash that illuminated the arena. Todoroki instinctively shielded his eyes from the blinding light. When it faded, Izuku had transformed completely. "Big chill," the voice boomed, sending a pulse of freezing cold through the air. The temperature dropped precipitously, the air growing heavier as the arena seemed to freeze in an instant. The ground cracked, and a chilling gust of wind rushed across the arena. The frost on the ground expanded rapidly, covering everything in its path. The ice started to creep across the stadium, growing at a terrifying speed as the air thickened with snow. 16%, Big Chill said as blue electricity crackled around him. Big Chill exhaled deeply, his chilling breath clouding the air before unleashing it in a torrent of frost. The blast of cold emanated from him like an icy wave, rapidly spreading outward. A wave of frost swept through the arena, coating everything in a thick layer of ice. A bone-chilling cold spread like wildfire, blanketing the entire battlefield in a sheet of frost. A cold, misty snow blanketed the arena, reducing visibility to near zero. The frosty air hung heavy, muffling sounds as the battlefield turned into a freezing tundra. The occasional crunch of footsteps echoed faintly through the icy haze, but the battlefield itself seemed eerily still. "Big Chill," Mina's voice broke through the quiet, a mixture of confusion and unease. "Isn't that like fighting fire with fire? Or ice with ice?" Toru asked, her invisible form shifting uncertainly in her seat. Momo frowned thoughtfully, her arms crossed as she analyzed the situation. Todoroki's ice quirk is incredibly versatile, with a much broader range and control. Strategically, this seems counterproductive. Wouldn't it have been smarter for Midoriya to transform into something that counters the cold rather than amplifies it? "Right," Kirishima added, scratching the back of his neck. Feels like he's just doubling down on Todoroki's strength. No. Tokiyami's voice was calm but resolute, his crimson eyes unwavering. Midoriya chose the perfect form. The others turned to him in surprise. What do you mean? Momo asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Tokiyami gestured toward the field, his gaze locked on the hazy arena. Look closer. Through the swirling mist, a loud crack echoed across the battlefield, followed by a deep groan as Todoroki collapsed to his knees. Frost clung to his uniform-like armor, weighing him down, and his trembling hands dug into the ice below as if anchoring him to the ground. Each shallow, labored breath left visible puffs of vapor, and his body shuddered violently. His usually sharp gaze was dulled, his face pale, lips turning blue. The frost on his skin had grown so thick that it glittered under the faint light, a testament to the unrelenting cold. Gah! Todoroki gritted his teeth, his voice cracking as he fought to move, but his body refused to obey. On the other side of the field, Big Chill emerged from the mist like a phantom. His wings were folded close to his body, forming a poncho-like robe that added to his spectral appearance. Cyan patches glowed faintly along his slender black frame, like shards of ice embedded in his body. His glowing green eyes pierced through the fog, unwavering and cold. His voice broke through the silence like the shattering of glass. You could always use your left side to thaw yourself out, couldn't you? Todoroki's head jerked up, his glare defiant despite his trembling body. Is that why you picked this form? He spat through chattering teeth. Big Chill's wings unfolded slightly, releasing another wave of frigid air. The sudden gust swept across the battlefield, causing even the spectators to shiver despite being far from the action. In the stands, frost began forming on the metal railings, and the students rubbed their arms for warmth. Whoa, Itsuka muttered, her voice shaky. It's actually freezing up here. He's extending the freezing air across the entire arena. An audience member said. Holy crap, it's freezing. Someone said. Wish I brought my coat. Even the audience is feeling it, Momo whispered, her breath visible as the temperature dropped. She pulled a scarf tighter around her neck. I can't feel my fingers, Toru said, rubbing her hands together despite her invisibility. This is insane, Kirishima said. Shoji's teeth chattered as he spoke. And Todoroki's gotta be feeling this 100 times worse down there. Didn't think Midoriya was the type to exploit such a weakness, Kirishima said. Seems more like a Bakugo thing. Back on the battlefield, Todoroki's condition had worsened. Frost had spread up his arms and legs, encasing him in a layer of ice so thick it crackled with every labored movement. His breath came in short, visible gasps, and his body swayed, struggling to stay upright. Big Chill's wings unfurled completely, their cyan patterns glowing brighter as another wave of freezing wind swept across the battlefield. Ice crept outward from his feet, spreading in jagged cracks that reflected the cold hell he was creating. You're holding back, Big Chill said, his voice calm but cutting. Everyone else is giving it their all. They're fighting with everything they've got to make it to the top. His glowing eyes narrowed, his tone growing sharper. And you think you're going to beat me with only half your power? The words slammed into Todoroki harder than the cold, and he winced, his frostbitten hands clenching weakly. Big Chill's wings flared wide, their shadow casting an eerie silhouette through the mist. One for all crackled faintly along his glowing cyan patches, the energy amplifying the intensity of the freezing conditions. Frost began spreading faster, the air growing so cold it felt suffocating even to the distant crowd. Come at me, Todoroki. Big Chill roared, his voice booming. Show me everything you've got. Or don't bother standing up. In the stands, Momo's eyes widened as she pieced it together. Midoriya's pushing Todoroki to his limit. He's forcing him into a corner where he has no choice but to use his fire. Otherwise, he'll freeze. Tokiyami nodded solemnly. It's a ruthless strategy. He's exploiting Todoroki's weakness, his reluctance to use his fire. Without it, Todoroki cannot win. And Todoroki has made it very clear he wouldn't use his flames in battle. Iida said. Greenie isn't fooling around, huh? He really meant it, Kyoka said. Back on the battlefield, Todoroki's body trembled violently as the frost consumed him. His mind raced, his father's harsh voice echoing in his head, but Midoriya's words cut through the noise. Dot 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 dot. Todoroki clenched his fists, his breath coming out in shaky, misty clouds as the fire inside him flickered weakly, struggling against the overwhelming cold that seeped into his very bones. His body trembled, both from the freezing air and the anger boiling within him. He glared at Big Chill, the cold shiver threatening to overwhelm him. "What are you planning?" Todoroki spat, his voice sharp with frustration. "Everything you've got," he repeated Big Chill's words, his teeth clattering despite his best efforts to stay in control. "Did my bastard of a father bribe you or something?" he snarled, launching an ice wave of deadly spikes that tore through the cold air. The ground beneath him cracked and groaned from the force, but Big Chill didn't even flinch. Instead, he shimmered into a blue haze, and the spikes passed right through him as if he were nothing more than mist. Todoroki's frustration spiked. "You're pissing me off," he shouted, forcing his frozen limbs to move as he dashed forward. The alien hero's wings erupted, sending an icy gust of wind crashing into Todoroki. The cold blast stole the air from his lungs as he barely managed to dodge, his body slowing as frost began to form along his skin. He launched another torrent of ice spikes, but they shattered into nothing as Big Chill phased right through them, unscathed. Todoroki pushed forward again, desperation creeping into his movements. He swung a punch, but Big Chill phased through it with ease, moving like smoke, before grabbing Todoroki by the hair and yanking him forward. With brutal precision, Big Chill drove his knee into Todoroki's gut. "Ah!" Todoroki gasped, the shock of the cold knee knocking the breath from his lungs. Ice crept up his body, freezing the sweat on his skin. His blood, chilled by the icy atmosphere, seemed to slow in his veins. Big Chill's arm crackled with cold energy, his fist suddenly encased in a solid block of ice, which he used to strike Todoroki with brutal force. The ice mace shattered on impact as it slammed into Todoroki's face, sending him reeling backward, struggling to remain conscious. Shaking, Todoroki barely managed to keep his footing. His breath came out in clouds of mist, his limbs stiff with the cold. His ice powers, normally so precise, now felt sluggish and weak. His body was frozen from the inside out, every movement a battle against the frigid temperature. Big Chill took to the air, wings outstretched as he hovered over Todoroki, his presence casting an even colder shadow across the arena. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing a massive spike of ice to erupt from the floor beneath them. Todoroki barely had time to react, his body too stiff from the freezing cold to dodge quickly enough. The spikes sliced across his body, leaving deep gashes where they tore through his skin. The chill in the air grew unbearable as Big Chill phased through the ground, appearing beneath Todoroki with frightening speed. Ice crawled across the floor, freezing the very ground under Todoroki's feet, before Big Chill emerged, sending more ice spikes soaring toward him. Todoroki tried to dodge, but the cold slowed him down, his body sluggish and unwilling to move fast enough. One of the spikes grazed his side, sending a jolt of pain through his frozen body. Then, with a mighty roar, Big Chill launched a punch with devastating power, smashing through the ice spikes with ease. The force sent Todoroki flying backward, his body hurtling through the air, almost out of bounds. "No, I can't lose," Todoroki thought, his teeth chattering violently. The cold had seeped into every fiber of his being, making it nearly impossible to move. He was at the edge, the cold air freezing his lungs as he soared toward the boundary line. "Todoroki is about to be out of bounds," Midoriya's present Mike's voice rang out, but he faltered as the crowd's gaze shifted in stunned silence. Just as Todoroki's body was about to cross the line, massive ice spikes erupted from the boundary, piercing the ground and halting Todoroki's momentum. He slammed into them with a sharp gasp, the cold biting deeper into his already numb body. Big Chill, hovering above, had manipulated the ice to save Todoroki from being knocked out of bounds. His frosty breath chilled the air as he looked down at Todoroki with a solemn expression. The arena fell into stunned silence, the cold so overwhelming that the audience could feel it in their bones. Todoroki, barely able to stand, coughed violently, his body shaking from the effort. His skin was pale, his hair damp with frost, and his body was trembling uncontrollably as he forced himself back to his feet. Big Chill's presence hung heavily in the air, the cold suffocating, like a blanket of frost that refused to relent. The entire stadium was eerily silent, the chill of the battle creeping into everyone's bones. Todoroki, his breath shallow and labored, glared at Big Chill, but his body was betraying him. Quote. Present Mike's voice crackled through the speakers. He does know what he just did, right? He knows knocking his opponent out of the arena is his guaranteed win, right? We explained the rules and everything, right? A stunned silence fell over the stadium as the realization hit. Everyone had been so captivated by the intense battle that they had missed the simple fact Big Chill had just given Todoroki an opening to win by forcing him out of the arena, yet the alien hero had purposefully held back. Todoroki's legs were shaking violently beneath him, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he tried to steady himself. His vision blurred with the cold, the frost creeping into every fiber of his being. His control was slipping. He felt as if he were drowning in the freezing air. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to his feet, glaring at Big Chill through eyes that were barely able to focus. "Why are you going so far?" Todoroki panted, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His breath was like steam in the frigid air. "You could have won. Why are you still going?" Big Chill stood in the center of the arena, a flicker of something regret crossing his face, before he exhaled a frosty breath in response, his expression determined. "I wanted to be like All Might," he thought, the resolve within him strengthening with every passing second. "I've always wanted to be like him. But, for that, I need to be the strongest. To be number one. I need to be a hero everyone can depend on." Big Chill shouted, his voice full of unwavering conviction. "That's why I have to give it my all. And that's why you should too." Todoroki's breath caught in his throat as he watched Big Chill inhale deeply, his entire body emanating the biting chill of one for all. The air around him crackled with the power of the ice breath enhanced by the quirk's strength. Ice Storm, 15%. Big Chill bellowed as he hovered in the air, freezing the very air around him as he unleashed a massive gust of cold. The blast shot toward Todoroki, covering the arena in a thick mist of frost. The cold felt like a tangible force, biting into the skin, as if the arena itself was being claimed by the icy power. Todoroki's body fought against the freezing blast, but he could barely move. The arena behind him transformed in a heartbeat. What was once a vibrant battlefield was now encased in a thick, glassy sheet of ice. It was as if winter had swallowed the entire stadium. The audience felt the temperature drop instantly, a shiver running down their spines. Even the heroes in the stands huddled closer, trying to find some warmth in the biting cold. Suyu, unable to handle the overwhelming chill, slumped over in her seat, her eyes fluttering shut as she fell into an involuntary sleep. Hey, ladies, if you want to warm up," Mineta said with a grin, though his words were drowned out by the sheer power of the freezing storm. "No," came the unanimous response from the girls, all of them hugging themselves for warmth. "Plus, there's only one guy the first want to cuddle with, but..." Mina trailed off, awe in her voice as she stared at the incredible power unfolding. The girls huddled closer together instead. He's also see currently making it see cold as hell. Hagakure finished Mina's sentence with a shiver, her teeth chattering despite her best efforts. Meanwhile, Kaminari sat with his hands on his cheeks, looking heartbroken. "Esther is probably super cold right now. I wish I was there for her." Hiroshima patted him on the back with a sympathetic smile. "I know, man. We'll survive this. Just gotta make it through the match." In the stands, a murmur spread as people began to realize the full scope of the battle they were witnessing. Holy crap, this match is totally one-sided, one person said, their voice shaking slightly from the cold. "Yeah, that Midoriya kid is something else. Todoroki can't take much more," another voice chimed in. Don't you think they should stop the match?" Someone else spoke up, their voice tinged with concern. "I mean, look at Todoroki. His quirk is only making things worse for him now. Midoriya can just phase through his attacks like they're nothing, while Todoroki's on the verge of collapsing. At this point, Midoriya's just toying with Todoroki," another spectator commented, the cold air seeming to freeze their very words in the air. Endeavor's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists, his face contorting into a scowl. Todoroki's body trembled violently, his movements frozen not just by the ice encasing him but by the turmoil within his mind. From his feet to his neck, he was trapped, immobilized in the icy prison he himself had created. His breath came out in weak, misty gasps, his lips beginning to turn blue from the biting cold. "That's why I'm giving it everything," Big Chill roared, his voice echoing across the arena. His one-for-all enhanced form shimmered with frost as he delivered a devastating ice-coated punch to Todoroki's gut. The force shattered the ice binding Todoroki and hurled him backward, his body crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Hovering in place, Big Chill's icy skin shimmered a pale blue, his breath visible in the frigid air. "For everyone," he shouted, his voice carrying conviction as he pushed himself to his limits. Todoroki struggled to his feet, his body weak and trembling. His breathing was ragged, his knees threatening to give out beneath him, but his eyes burned with a mix of anger and confusion. "Your experiences, your determination. I can't even imagine what you've gone through," he panted. Big Chill's voice cut through the cold air, sharp and unrelenting. "But I know what happens when you hold yourself back. Denying a part of who you are just because of someone else just to spite them, it's a dangerous road. In the end, the only person you hurt is yourself. And more importantly, you hurt the people who need you. We're heroes. We're supposed to give everything to help others." Todoroki's eyes widened as Big Chill's words struck a nerve, memories stirring deep within him. Big Chill hovered closer, frost swirling around him as his hand crackled with one-for-all's energy. "How do you expect to be number one if you can't give it your all? You can barely stand against me as you are now. No matter what you're going through, if you're serious about rejecting him, then be your own damn hero. Be the hero he could never be." Todoroki staggered, his heart racing as Big Chill's voice rose in intensity. "Rejecting your fire isn't rejecting him. It's rejecting yourself. Stop letting him control you. Stop letting him hurt you." The words tore through Todoroki's defenses, memories crashing over him like waves. His mother's gentle smile, her soft hands brushing his hair as she comforted him. The sharp sting of his father's voice, barking orders as the weight of his expectations crushed him. The image of his mother crying, begging Endeavor to stop as he vomited from exhaustion. The sound of her pained gasp as she was struck, the sight of her falling to the ground. "Shut up," Todoroki whispered, his voice trembling. His memories continued to flood his mind, each one striking him harder than the last. I refuse to use it," Todoroki stammered, his knees buckling as his body gave out. He collapsed onto the icy ground, his skin pale and turning blue. Big Chill stopped mid-air, his expression softening as he watched Todoroki's struggle. In the observation booth, Cementos frowned. "Midnight, should I intervene? Todoroki's showing clear signs of hypothermia, and his quirk isn't sustaining him anymore. He can't move, and it's becoming dangerous." Aizawa's voice came through the speaker, calm but firm. "No. What? But, Shota, this is what he might face in a real battle. If he refuses to use all his abilities, he won't survive as a hero. If he can't fight back within 3 minutes, declare Midoriya the winner." Back in the arena, Todoroki's weak hand rose, releasing a feeble stream of ice that barely reached Big Chill. Spikes of frost formed, but they were slow, fragile, and crumbled before they could touch him. I'll only need Mom's quirk," Todoroki muttered, his voice weak and filled with pain. Images of his father dragged him back into the darkness, training sessions so brutal he could barely breathe, the constant pressure to be perfect, to be a tool for his father's ambition. "I'll show him," he whispered, desperation dripping from every word. Big Chill had enough. "For the love of it's your quirk, your power, not his," he shouted, his voice carrying across the frozen battlefield. Todoroki's breath caught in his throat. The words sliced through his despair, igniting something deep within him. Suddenly, a voice soft, gentle, loving surfaced in his mind. "Honey," his mother's voice whispered, her arms wrapping around him in his memories. "You still want to be a hero, don't you?" "Yes," a younger Todoroki had replied, his voice bright with the hope of a child. "Then all I ask is that you stay true to yourself," she had said, her hands cupping his cheeks. "Find people you want to protect. Find people who make you smile." Todoroki's chest tightened as he remembered the promise he had made, long buried beneath years of pain. I didn't realize how much I'd forgotten the promise I made to her. Big Chill hovered silently, watching as Todoroki's head lifted. Steam began to hiss from his body, faint at first, then growing louder. The frost around him melted in a rapid burst, water pooling beneath his feet. Danger sense flared within Big Chill as he instinctively turned his head, scanning for the source of his unease. His eyes locked onto Todoroki, who now stood, his form trembling yet resolute. A smirk began tugging at the edges of Big Chill's lips. Steam hissed violently off his frostbitten skin as color returned to his complexion. Ice clinging to his body evaporated into nothingness, leaving the audience murmuring in stunned anticipation. Midnight's voice echoed over the arena. If Todoroki cannot continue within the next few seconds, I will declare Midoriya the... Her words were drowned out by the sharp, resonating hiss of steam. As Midnight raised her hand to declare Midoriya the winner, a sharp hiss cut through the tension. Steam erupted violently from Todoroki. The sound grew louder, a relentless crescendo, before a sudden, deafening Fume. A blazing inferno exploded from Todoroki's left side, melting through the thick layers of ice that encased the arena. The icy floor cracked and groaned under the sudden heat, water pooling as it evaporated almost immediately into billowing steam. The crowd's roars grew into a thunderous frenzy as Todoroki landed heavily on the melting ground, flames roaring around him like a blazing pyre. He's using his flames, Uraraka shouted, shielding her face from the searing heat radiating through the arena. Amazing, Iida exclaimed, his glasses fogging from the abrupt temperature shift. Kyoka grabbed Momo by the arm, her voice tinged with panic. Oh, holy crap, why did we let him do this? Momo raised an eyebrow, holding a hand to her mouth to fan herself. I mean, I was against it. Up in the pro-hero stands, Maruko clenched her fists, an ecstatic grin stretching across her face. Now this is what I'm talking about. Fighting someone at their peak, it's the only way to test your mettle. From the stands, All Might grinned, his eyes gleaming with pride. You pushed him to use his father's power. Even though you could have won, you didn't let him hold back. You're not just fighting him, you're saving him. ... Endeavor's grin spread wide, his gaze intense as he threw his head back, flames bursting from his body with an explosive whoosh. SHOTOOOO. He bellowed, stomping down the stairs with a psychotic gleam in his eyes, pride radiating from every step. So you've finally accepted it. Yes, excellent. It all starts now for you. With my blood pumping through your veins, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my ambitions. The words echoed in the charged air as he gripped the railing, staring with burning pride at the waves of flames that enveloped Todoroki. The arena was no longer a battlefield, it was a furnace, a scorching trial by fire. The orange glow of Todoroki's flames illuminated the scene, the massive plumes of steam twisting and spiraling with the force of his heat. Todoroki stood tall, his left side wreathed in an inferno so fierce it seemed to burn the very air. The heat shimmered violently, distorting the view, and the flames roared louder than ever, licking the sky in a furious display. Sweat beaded on his brow as he wiped it away, his eyes focused and resolute. But across from him, something else was stirring. Big Chill's icy exterior cracked as a grin spread across his face. His heart raced in his chest, the energy building up in his very core. The corners of his lips curled higher, revealing sharp teeth in a wide, manic grin. He was ready, but there was more than a touch of madness in his eyes. Why are you smiling? Todoroki shouted, his voice rising above the roar of his flames. You're helping me your opponent like a lunatic, even though you want to win just as much. You must be crazy. Big Chill's grin never wavered. His gaze dropped to the Omnitrix on his chest. With swift precision, he pressed the button, his clawed hand clicking the dial. But something unexpected happened. A blinding flash of green light engulfed the arena. The dense, stifling steam blasted outward as though fleeing from something far more dangerous. The heat hit the stadium like a wave, so intense it felt like a tangible force slamming into the crowd. The air grew thick, suffocating, hotter than anything Todoroki's flames alone could ever produce. When the light finally faded, Every eye in the arena snapped toward the new figure standing where Big Chill had once been. A fierce, green glow pulsed from him, illuminating the area as he began to rise in height. Endeavor's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Sweat poured from his face, dripping down his neck as he wiped his brow, the oppressive heat unbearable. The air around the new figure shimmered with blistering intensity. The heat was unlike anything Endeavor had ever felt, far exceeding the power of his own flames, far hotter than Todoroki's. His breath caught in his throat as he realized who stood before him. It was no longer Big Chill, this was something more. Something far hotter. 16%. Heat Blast growled, the flame of one for all swirling around him in a sea of fire and intensity. The emerald flames crowning his head roared to life, the heat pouring off him so intense it felt like the very air was on fire. The ground beneath him seemed to pulse with the power radiating from his body as the green glow intensified, spreading outward in waves. The arena was split in two, one half consumed by Todoroki's inferno, the other by the oppressive furnace where Heat Blast stood. The temperature rose, scorching the air with an intensity that had the crowd recoiling, shielding their faces from the searing waves of heat that surged from him. Even from the stands, the sensation of burning was palpable. The heat from Heat Blast's flames was so fierce, so overwhelmingly hot, that the arena felt like it could melt under its intensity. Holy shit, they weren't kidding. This kid's flames are on par with Endeavor's. Someone shouted, shielding their eyes from the intense green glow and heat. This went from an ice match to a full-on flame battle. Another voice added, "Did Midoriya just force Todoroki to use his flames?" A woman exclaimed. "Yeah, Midoriya's insane. First, he breaks his bones." Someone else muttered, watching the firestorm intensify. "His power's crazy, how is he still standing?" A bystander wondered, shaking their head in disbelief. Heat Blast slammed his fist into his palm, sending a wave of heat rippling out. His green glow flared brighter, making it clear whose flames were hotter. Shouldn't the teachers step in? Midoriya could seriously hurt Todoroki like he did with Bakugo. A woman shouted, her hand covering her eyes. "Yeah, this is too much," another person added, feeling the heat from the arena. "The kid's crazy," a man yelled. "He fights through broken bones, refuses to lose, and forces his opponents to keep going. Insane. That kid never knows when to quit," a teenager muttered, watching the chaos unfold. "No wonder the SACT's after him," one observer muttered, eyes fixed on the grinning alien. "His flames burned hotter with every second. That kid is a problem waiting to happen." "Your flames are incredible," Heat Blast muttered, his own flames intensifying as he took in Todoroki's ice. Something primal surged within him, pushing him to unleash everything. His grin spread wide as green flames roared to life around him, spiraling into a deadly vortex. "Are you going to come at me with everything you've got?" Heat Blast asked, his voice a confident challenge. Todoroki's expression remained unreadable. "Don't blame me for what happens next." He stomped his foot with purpose, sending ice surging outward in an avalanche. Massive chunks of ice broke free from the ground, tumbling and sliding toward Heat Blast like a freight train. The entire arena seemed to tremble under the weight of the oncoming ice, massive and unstoppable, resembling a medium cargo ship in size and force. Heat Blast didn't flinch. 15%, he muttered under his breath, focusing all of his power. He raised his hands, and fire began to spiral violently around them, coiling like a deadly buzzsaw of flame. The vortex spun faster and faster, the flames whipping around it, its heat so intense that the ground beneath him began to char. The firestorm rapidly took shape, transforming into a compact, spinning spiral that slashed the air with razor-sharp intensity. With a sharp movement, Heat Blast hurled the flaming spiral toward Todoroki's avalanche of ice. The moment the two forces collided, the air crackled with heat. The flames tore into the avalanche like a chainsaw through wood, slicing through the thick, solid ice with terrifying precision. Ice shattered and melted with each rotation of the flaming spiral, the flames searing through the massive chunks, turning them into steam almost instantly. The force of the spiral's rotation cut through the avalanche, leaving a trail of vaporized ice in its wake. As the spiral continued to spin, its heat intensified, and the remaining ice blocks began to disintegrate under the relentless pressure of the fire. The flames carved their way through the avalanche, leaving it in pieces, evaporating large sections of the ice as it spiraled forward. Midnight and Cementos watched in awe as the flaming buzzsaw continued its devastating path toward Todoroki. "We have to stop it. Their bodies won't hold up," Midnight shouted, panic rising in her voice. Cementos quickly reacted, slamming his hands onto the ground. Massive cement barriers rose up, forming a defensive line between the spiraling flames and Todoroki. But the flaming vortex was already on top of them. As it struck the cement, the intense heat began to melt the concrete. Instead of crumbling, the cement softened and liquefied under the heat, the once solid walls now turning to viscous sludge. The flaming spiral spun effortlessly through the molten cement, cutting through it like butter. The heat was so intense that the remaining cement evaporated almost immediately, leaving nothing behind but the smell of burning stone and a trail of molten remnants. The fiery buzzsaw continued its path, relentless and unstoppable, cutting through everything in its way. As it moved forward, the heat in the arena surged, leaving the battlefield bathed in steam and the air thick with smoke. The spiraling flames shot toward Todoroki, who stood unfazed, his eyes locked onto the incoming attack. He remained calm, despite the overwhelming heat of the fire. In a blink, Todoroki took a deep breath, and the temperature around him plummeted, his ice powers rapidly chilling the surrounding air. The shift was almost palpable and intense, biting cold that numbed the air. Then, with a fierce determination, he switched to his fire. The drastic contrast between the frigid air and his fiery blast created an explosive reaction. The cool air expanded violently as his flames heated it to an extreme, releasing a superheated blast of air so powerful it warped the very atmosphere around them. Woomph! The attacks collided with earth-shattering force, unleashing a blinding flash of green and white light. The shockwave sent a tremor through the ground, cracking it violently as the spiraling vortex of flame and the intense heat from Todoroki's blast tore at the air. The ground splintered beneath them as the two powers waged an intense battle for control. Steam rose in thick, suffocating clouds, engulfing the arena in a dense fog, blurring the line of sight. It was like the battlefield had been swallowed by a hot, oppressive mist, adding a sense of disorientation. Boom! The first shockwave erupted, sending a wall of heat and wind crashing outward, tearing through the arena like a tornado ripping through a city. The gusts were so ferocious that Midnight was flung backward, twisting helplessly in midair like a ragdoll. "Kaya!" she screamed, landing in a heap at the arena's edge, her body a twisted silhouette against the mist. The stands were chaos as hats, bags, and debris were ripped from their holders, sent flying through the air by the unrelenting winds. The crowd braced themselves, shielding their faces as the gusts howled, their voices lost in the roar. The temperature dropped and spiked unpredictably, the pressure between Todoroki's ice and the fire's heat creating an uncontrollable cyclone of flames and frost. The intense steam and fog swirled together, making it nearly impossible to see clearly. Debris and smoke billowed from the center as the two opposing forces clashed. "What the hell is going on?" Kaminari shouted, barely able to see through the thickening fog, his voice strained against the howling winds. "What the hell is happening?" Momo called out, trying to make sense of the battle, her voice drowned out by the roaring gusts. At the epicenter, the attacks fought for dominance, their power so intense that the very air trembled. The spiraling flames of heat blast's attack fought viciously against Todoroki's superheated blast, each force struggling to break through. The ground between them cracked and split violently, the battlefield literally torn apart as the two forces of nature clashed with unstoppable fury. The ground buckled, deep fissures forming as chunks of stone and dirt were torn away. Heat blast's fiery vortex spun like a buzzsaw, carving through the superheated blast of Todoroki's fire, the air shimmering from the intensity of the heat. With one final surge of power, Heat blast's spiraling flame tore through Todoroki's attack, slashing past his head. The explosion of heat sent a shockwave spiraling outward, the intense blast of flame causing the air to warp and shimmer. The audience shielded their faces as a wave of heat washed over them, burning hot even from a distance. The arena lay in ruins. The ground was fractured, the once clear view now clouded by a dense fog of steam and smoke. The destruction left in the wake of their battle was evident. Massive chunks of stone lay scattered, melted sections of cement and ice steaming in the aftermath. Heatblast, panting heavily, his flames still crackling, though now they flickered with exhaustion. Across from him, Todoroki stood, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his brow. For a brief moment, the arena fell silent. The deafening chaos of wind and battle stilled, and the audience watched in stunned disbelief. From the announcer's box, Aizawa's voice rang out, dry but filled with a trace of respect. The fight has only just begun. Heat Blast's flames erupted into existence, casting a warm, golden glow across the arena as he locked eyes with Todoroki. I couldn't explain what he was feeling, but his heart was pounding. As his flames pulsed with renewed intensity, a blast of scorching heat radiated outward, repelling the misty steam that had gathered around the arena. Todoroki looked at Heat Blast. Faint charcoal cracks appeared similar to Heat Blast shimmered into existence but vanished. As his flames began to roar with more intensity, they were hotter, brighter as they pulsed as the audience covered their eyes. Heat Blast's green flames erupted with a roar, casting an eerie, vibrant glow across the arena as they intensified, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around him shimmered with heat, and the surrounding mist was pushed back as waves of scorching warmth radiated outward. Todoroki's gaze met Heat Blast's, and faint, red cracks like smoldering charcoal appeared on his skin, flickering and vanishing with the heat. His fire roared to life, burning brighter and hotter as it expanded into a massive wave, filling the entire arena with a blinding orange glow. The audience gasped and shielded their eyes as the flames surged toward Heat Blast. Without hesitation, Heat Blast took a deep breath, flames sparking around him as his instincts kicked in. His green flames pulsed with raw energy, responding to his will. With a controlled motion, he spread his arms wide, parting Todoroki's massive orange flame wave as though it were a curtain. The fire, stretching across the arena like an ocean, split in two, leaving a path for Heat Blast to stand unharmed. His green flames twisted around him like a swirling vortex, bending and shaping the surrounding heat effortlessly. The crowd was stunned, their eyes locked on the flames that continued to roar with ferocious intensity. But then, to everyone's shock, Heat Blast casually split the flames in half with a single, effortless gesture. The control he wielded over them was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. The air crackled with raw power, and the heat that radiated from the battlefield was almost unbearable. It was as if the very atmosphere was on fire, but Heat Blast stood unwavering, not even flinching as he effortlessly parted the flames. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Kaminari, his voice barely above a whisper, managed to speak first. "You know, I kinda forgot just how powerful Midoriya is." Zero nodded, his face reflecting the same disbelief. "Yeah, he's such a nice guy most of the time. Wouldn't hurt a fly, but this." He trailed off, his words thick with awe. "This is something else." Most of the crowd seemed to share the same sentiment, nodding along in silent agreement. They had always known that Midoriya was strong, his power was undeniable, but witnessing it firsthand, seeing Heat Blast control the flames with such ease, was an entirely different experience. It left them all speechless. Momo stood with her mouth slightly agape, watching the scene unfold in awe. Her mind struggled to comprehend the sheer level of control Heat Blast had over the flames. She had seen Todoroki fight before, but never had she witnessed anything like this. "This kid is already more powerful than some top pro heroes," one of the spectators murmured, eyes wide with shock. "How is that even possible?" Another voice chimed in, tinged with genuine fear and amazement. "Yeah, what can stop someone like him?" In the arena, Heat Blast stood in the center of the fiery chaos, his body glowing with intense heat. His alien form was both intimidating and awe-inspiring, a towering figure made of molten rock and flames, his body pulsing with power. His eyes blazed with a fierce light, and his body emitted a low, rumbling hum, as if the very air around him was alive with energy. His fiery wings flickered and shifted with each movement, and the temperature around him climbed to an almost unbearable degree. With a swift motion, Heat Blast raised his hands, and the flames that had been battling Todoroki's eyes split apart as if they were no more than curtains of heat. They swirled around him, bending to his will like a storm of fire under his control. The flames danced in a circle, twisting and spiraling around Heat Blast's body as he manipulated them effortlessly. Todoroki, eyes wide with disbelief, watched as his orange flames began to shift, flickering and changing hue as they turned into the same deep, verdant green as Heat Blast's. The flames obeyed the alien's command, flickering and swirling in response to his will. Heat Blast's grin grew wider, his molten features twisting into something almost predatory. He could feel Todoroki's struggle, the power behind his ice and flames, but it wasn't enough. With another simple wave of his hand, the flames around him grew brighter and hotter, the air sizzling with the force of his control. Is this even possible? One of the spectators gasped, their voice trembling with awe. I don't think Todoroki can keep up with this, another voice whispered in disbelief. Todoroki, for the first time in this fight, looked a bit nervous, his confident expression faltering as he adjusted his stance. The arena crackled with tension, the air thick with the impending clash. He wasn't ready to back down, though. He locked eyes with Heat Blast and spoke with resolve, let's finish this. Heat Blast nodded in agreement, but something was stirring deep inside of him. It started as a faint whisper at first, almost imperceptible. But now, at the peak of the fight, it was no longer a whisper, it was a roar, a primal urge pushing him forward. His instincts were screaming, go all out. His body, fueled by his alien DNA, responded without hesitation. He bent his legs, one knee planted firmly into the ground as if preparing to spring forward. A fire built deep inside of him, as though the very essence of his being was telling him that this moment was his to claim. 20%. Heat Blast's voice rumbled, his words barely audible over the rising heat. The moment he spoke, One for All exploded violently from his body, sending a shockwave that turned the arena into a furnace. Heat Blast's flames ignited with a ferocity that dwarfed even the mightiest fires. Todoroki, unfazed, retaliated by launching a massive ice attack, a cascade of frigid projectiles the size of cargo containers hurtling toward Heat Blast. He planted his fist into the ground, preparing to brace himself for the impact. As he did, the ground around him began to quake from the force of Heat Blast's rising heat. 27%. Heat Blast growled, his body glowing with an intensity that could melt the very air around him. An explosion of heat followed, so powerful that the entire stadium seemed to warp in the oppressive wave. Everyone in the crowd had to shield their eyes, the heat unbearable even from a distance. The ice barrage that Todoroki had launched evaporated into steam the instant it touched Heat Blast's fiery aura, vanishing without a trace. Holy shit, a voice in the audience muttered, the sheer scale of the heat overwhelming everyone. Heat Blast took a deep breath, his instincts pushing him even further, urging him to push beyond his limits. His body was straining under the weight of the power, but the more he pushed, the stronger he felt. There's no strain, Heat Blast murmured, almost to himself, but the realization hit him like a thunderclap. I can go higher. 30%. The moment he spoke, a wave of heat erupted from him, an inferno so intense that it felt like the entire stadium was caught in the center of an exploding sun. The flames turned brighter, a deep, burning green that danced with electric blue, violet, and orange. The temperature in the arena soared, the air thick with heat as if the very oxygen itself was being scorched. The ground beneath Heat Blast began to warp and melt under the intensity of the flames. The cement cracked, bubbling and shifting as it liquefied. Todoroki, unable to endure the sudden increase in temperature, was forced to counter with ice, summoning a massive sheet of frost to cool himself. Even then, the heat was so overwhelming that the cold had little effect, dissipating the moment it touched the air. Behind Heat Blast, the grass ignited in a blazing inferno, curling upward like a living creature. His right side ignited, flames dancing in the air as he pushed himself to match Heat Blast's intensity. The entire arena, as well as the heroes outside, felt the effects of the escalating heat. Class 3A, watching from afar, could feel the temperature rise even in their seats. You can feel that? Mirio asked, his voice strained as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Yeah, Amajiki answered, his face grim. We're pretty far from the stadium, but this is crazy. Najire didn't speak, her eyes fixed on Heat Blast as his flames grew brighter, more intense. She couldn't take her gaze off him. There was something mesmerizing about the power he was unleashing. Midnight, watching from her position, her eyes locked on Heat Blast. She saw the smirk on his face, a grin that seemed almost too carefree. Her brow furrowed with concern, but the look on his face was something else. He wasn't in pain, he was in his element. He wasn't being overwhelmed by the power, he was embracing it. "Midoriya," she whispered, almost under her breath, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Turn back." Heat Blast's response was slow, but inevitable. His blood was boiling, his instincts pulling him forward like a tidal wave of pure fire. I can't." His voice was calm but full of resolve. He lifted his head, and the flames around him burned even brighter, more intense, as if fueled by a force that couldn't be stopped. "I don't want to." Midnight's eyes widened as she realized the truth. This wasn't just about fighting for him. This was about freedom, about unleashing his power to its fullest. It was terrifying. 35%. Heat Blast shouted, his flames exploding in a massive surge that sent a shockwave of heat so intense it sent Todoroki nearly flying out of bounds. The stadium, already on the verge of collapse, began to buckle under the intensity of the blast. Midnight, staggered by the force, immediately activated her earpiece. "Nezu, something's wrong with Midoriya. He won't stop." From the other end of the line, Nezu's voice was calm, almost detached, as he continued sipping his tea. "Of course he won't. He's a Priorite. I don't see what that has to do with anything." Midnight and Smonto shouted in unison, their voices filled with panic. "Priorites live on a planet that's a mirror image of a sun. A 5-year-old meltdown on their planet can trigger a supernova. So, what do you think an intense battle like this will do?" The revelation hit them like a ton of bricks. "What will happen?" asked 13, her voice quivering with fear. "He'll go supernova." Nezu's response was almost chilling in its nonchalance. "That, with his quirk, he'll kill us all." The realization spread like wildfire through the heroes and students, their faces drained of color. "Why are you so calm about this?" Snipe shouted, unable to keep his panic in check. "Snipe, please, you'll ruin my fur," Nezu replied, completely unfazed. "And anyway, isn't this a beautiful spectacle?" As if to emphasize his point, Heat Blast's flames began to shift again. The colors deepened from green to almost black, swirling in a chaotic vortex around him. Electric blues, bright violets, and fiery oranges twisted in the heat. The arena floor beneath him had melted into a boiling pool of molten cement. The very air was thick with the oppressive weight of his power, a force so vast and uncontainable it felt like the entire stadium might buckle and collapse from the intensity of the inferno. This wasn't just a battle anymore. This was something else entirely. 40%. The flames intensified, swirling violently. The flames surrounding Heat Blast swirled violently, growing more intense by the second. His emerald green fire burned brighter and hotter, sending waves of heat radiating through the entire stadium. The air shimmered, warping as if the very atmosphere were being torn apart by the intensity. The temperature soared, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack and melt from the sheer heat he was unleashing. Endeavor wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and reluctant admiration. I'm sweating." His voice was strained as he watched the flames, unable to tear his gaze away. "This kid's fire. It's beyond anything I've seen." His teeth clenched in frustration and respect. And he's still holding back. How much more can he unleash? The audience, stunned and overwhelmed by the heat, had to shield their eyes and faces from the blistering intensity. The once clear view of the arena below was obscured by the haze of heat rising from Heat Blast's form. The flames danced around him, becoming so bright that the crowd was forced to squint or close their eyes entirely. "Whoa, Midoriya, holy shit, dude." Kirishima's voice rang out. His hands were over his face, shielding himself from the burning light. Sweat poured from his brow, his clothes clinging to his body as he struggled to maintain his footing in the rising heat. "Just how awesome are you?" Toru muttered to herself, staring at the flames in wide-eyed amazement. Despite the suffocating warmth, her eyes were glued to the battle below, captivated by the raw power Midoriya was unleashing. Jiro's face was flushed from the heat, and she leaned forward in her seat, her fingers gripping the edge of the stadium's railing for balance. "That's our class representative for you," she said, breathless. Yaoyorozu's gaze never left Izuku, her chest tight as she watched him glow with power. She bit her lip, torn between admiration and worry. "Midoriya," she whispered, feeling the heat press in on her from all sides, her body sweltering under the unrelenting temperature. Ashido laughed nervously, wiping sweat from her brow as she leaned forward. I guess I can say Midoriya is the hottest thing in the room from now on, huh? She said with a chuckle, but it was forced. Go, Dekiru, Ochako shouted, her voice filled with excitement and encouragement, though she too was visibly sweating, her hand raised to shield her face from the oppressive heat that continued to rise. Kendo squirmed in her seat, her body shifting as the heat around her became unbearable. You never stop moving forward, Izuku. How's a girl supposed to keep up? She murmured to herself, her clothes sticking to her skin as the temperature soared. Kaminari's eyes were wide, and his voice cracked as he yelled, okay, it's official, Midoriya is a monster. His body shook, and he pressed his hands over his face, trying to protect himself from the overwhelming heat that burned through the stadium. His sweat was pouring down in torrents. Isn't it already a known fact? Zero quipped, though his words came out strained, his body shuddering under the extreme heat. The stadium around Heat Blast was practically boiling, the ground beneath him beginning to melt from the constant exposure to his flames. He was an unstoppable force, glowing brighter with every moment. Down in the arena, Heat Blast's body radiated so much heat that the very air seemed to bend and crack under its force. A reporter watched her eyes wide. She had seen the boy before when she tried to report him a few weeks back. He seemed so scared of everything, but now he just seemed unstoppable. Whoa, can't believe that's the same kid. The woman muttered. You know him? Her cameraman asked. Yeah, I tried to report him a few months back. Didn't realize he was this powerful. He didn't seem it. He was scared of everything, but what could scare him? A man within the shadows watching Heat Blast grow hotter. He was connected to medical equipment. That's the power of One for All and the Omnitrix combined. Hey, a mysterious voice said as he smiled ear to ear. I must have it. He laughed uncontrollably. 45%. Heat Blast shouted, the words barely escaping his lips before an explosion of heat engulfed the stadium. The air warped as if the entire arena had become a furnace. Flames erupted in a violent swirl of green, violet, blue, and gold. The audience gasped in awe, the colors of the flames shifting and dancing in a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of fiery hues. Red-hot streaks sliced through the air, colliding with the swirling blues and greens, while golden flames cascaded like molten rivers. The entire arena felt alive with heat, the very atmosphere thickening as the temperature soared to near unbearable levels. Yui's jaw dropped as she watched the incredible display. She fanned herself desperately, sweat trickling down her face, the furnace-like air nearly suffocating her. Ribbit, Suyu whispered, her wide eyes locked on the swirling inferno. She felt the heat wash over her, her skin flushed from the intense warmth as the flames spun higher. Incredible, Abara muttered in awe, her usual composure slipping as she observed the beauty and danger of the flames. The entire audience, once fearful, was now gripped with wonder. Outside the stadium, Mt. Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape. They watched as Heat Blast, the alien, grinned, flames spiraling around him in a brilliant, chaotic dance. His power was undeniable, and the sight of it left them speechless. Heat Blast felt the power surge within him, the overwhelming heat tempting him to push higher. He knew he could go further, unleash more. The thought of going all out thrilled him. But before he could act on the instinct, a voice, familiar yet distant, cut through the haze of flames. Damn, you got people sweating like a hooker in church, a voice called out, its tone both playful and sharp. Heat Blast froze, the flames around him flickering as he turned toward the voice. Time seemed to slow as his heart skipped a beat. Standing next to him in the verdant glow of the fire was none other than his father, Hisashi Midoriya. His freckles and messy black hair stood out against the fiery backdrop, and a wide grin spread across his face. Dad, Heat Blast gasped, his voice thick with disbelief. Hey, kiddo, Hisashi greeted him, his voice warm and full of affection, as if no time had passed at all. Heat Blast's heart stopped for a moment. His father, the one he had lost, was standing right in front of him, smiling. The overwhelming heat around him flickered in response to his emotions, as though it, too, was taken aback by this impossible reunion. How are you? Why are you Heat Blast stuttered, his throat tight with emotion. He could barely speak through the shock. I missed you so much. Hisashi's smile softened, and for a moment, it seemed like he was holding back tears. Yeah, missed you too, he said quietly, his voice cracking ever so slightly. Heat Blast's flames faltered as the emotional weight of the moment took hold. Hisashi looked around at the growing inferno and crouched in front of his son, his eyes filled with concern. Listen, kid, Hisashi began, his tone turning serious. You are Prionite. Heat Blast blinked in confusion, his flames faltering even more. Prion? What? That's your species, Hisashi said, a mix of exasperation and frustration in his voice. Nezu, Nimari, they never told you, huh? Damn, kid, he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, you're from a flame-based planet. Your people constantly expel intense heat. But here, you can't just let loose like that. Heat Blast's flames flared, a shockwave of heat pulsing out, forcing the audience to recoil in fear. His instincts screamed at him to unleash everything, to go higher, to burn brighter. But his father's voice stopped him. You can't, Heat Blast, Hisashi said, his tone firm. You're not Pryos. You can't just go supernova like that. If you do, you could hurt a lot of people. You've got to control it. The heat pulsed again, and the air around Heat Blast shimmered with the intensity of his flames. He blinked rapidly, trying to focus. I didn't even realize, he murmured, the realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. Hisashi placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his expression softening. A Prionite body works differently from a human's, Heat Blast. When you use one for all, it raises your body temperature to dangerous levels. A human could just stop using it, but you can't. You have to pull that heat back into yourself first. Expel the excess slowly, or it'll consume you. It's like turning off a stove. The pan stays hot, but you need to let it cool down carefully before it becomes a problem. Heat Blast staggered backward, his body trembling from the effort of controlling the overwhelming heat within him. The flames around him spiraled wildly, struggling against his attempts to contain them. His fists clenched as he tried to focus, pushing the fire back inside himself. The temperature in the arena plummeted as the heat receded. The molten streaks on the ground hardened rapidly, leaving cracks that spread out from Heat Blast's feet like spiderwebs. A cold breeze swept through the stadium, an eerie contrast to the fiery inferno moments before. Heat Blast staggered backward, his fists clenched as he drew the flames swirling around the arena back into himself. The heat receded rapidly, leaving behind molten streaks across the stone platform that began to harden and crack under the sudden cooling. A chilled breeze swept through the stadium, brushing against the audience as if the entire battlefield exhaled. Dropping to his knees, Heat Blast clutched his torso, his molten green flames flickering weakly around him. Pain radiated through his body as he struggled to stabilize the intense energy he'd just contained. Todoroki saw his chance. I understand, Midoriya. His left hand shot outward, unleashing a massive streak of fire that surged forward with unstoppable force. The orange blaze roared like a tidal wave, and the molten cracks in the platform began to glow once again. Thank you. Heat Blast's eyes snapped open. The pain in his body was overridden by pure instinct. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and raised his arms, the emerald flames reigniting in an instant. With a guttural roar, he unleashed a massive torrent of green fire, the attack cutting through the air like a fiery serpent. The two attacks collided at the center of the battlefield. The orange and green flames battled for dominance, intertwining like dragons. The explosion that followed was deafening. Boom! A shockwave blasted through the stadium, shaking the very foundation of the arena. The collision created a swirling vortex of heat and pressure, dense steam and smoke billowing into the air. The arena became shrouded in mist, the audience recoiling as they shielded their faces from the force of the blast. Through the heavy mist, faint silhouettes began to emerge. The once flat arena was now a cratered mess, the reinforced concrete scorched black and riddled with cracks. A body flung violently through the veil of steam, slamming into the far stadium wall with a sickening thud. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the figure slid down, motionless. The steam began to thin, revealing unmistakable features. Shoto Todoroki lay crumpled at the base of the wall, unconscious. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Midnight's voice rang out over the chaos, filled with equal parts shock and authority. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. From the dispersing veil, Heat Blast stood tall, his green flames pulsing faintly as he hugged his torso, struggling to remain upright. The audience roared, cheers and gasps of awe blending together in an electrifying wave of sound. All Might threw his fist in the air in victory, desperately trying to hold back tears. The audience erupted into applause, the roar of excitement filling the arena as Heat Blast remained on the ground, his flames flickering weakly, his expression pained and restrained. He did it. He actually beat Todoroki, Kaminari shouted, grabbing his head in shock. Midoriya won, Mina yelled. Nice one, Greenie, Kyoka thought, her smirk hiding her pride. You won and did it without hurting yourself. Momo mused, a small smile crossing her lips. Dekiru, Ochako cheered, her voice full of excitement. Suyu tilted her head in confusion as she looked at Heat Blast, who seemed to be slamming his chest. And that concludes our contest. The first-year winner of the sports festival first level is Izuku Midoriya of Class A. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Heat Blast let out a pained "Gah" as he slammed his fist down on the Omnitrix module on his chest, desperately trying to transform back. A beep echoed, but his fiery form remained, and a massive heatwave surged through the stadium. Whoa, hot monkey feathers. Midoriya, you've won, but turn down the heat, my guy. The announcer called out, voice filled with concern. Heat Blast struggled, repeatedly pressing the Omnitrix, but the heat only escalated. A huge wave of fire blasted through the air, forcing the staff and students to recoil. Aizawa's sharp gaze shifted downward as he noticed Heat Blast repeatedly pressing the dial. That's not good, he muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the situation. Midnight, Heat Blast called out, his voice laced with panic as another heat pulse surged from him. Midnight approached cautiously, looking at the burning form. What's going on, Midoriya? She asked, her confusion evident. Midnight, I can't turn back, Heat Blast said, his tone strained as the heat around him became unbearable. Midnight's eyes widened as the realization hit her. Wait, what? In that moment, a familiar voice filled the air. Okay, kid, you're gonna need to expel the heat. You've forced too much heat into your body, and with One for All at 45%, you've got to expel the excess heat, then lower the percentage before you can transform back. Hisashi's voice, calm and reassuring, cut through the confusion. Heat Blast's flames flickered in confusion. Expel the heat, how? Midnight, still confused, looked around, trying to figure out who Heat Blast was talking to, but no one was there, until Hisashi's form manifested beside him. Hisashi smirked. Let your old man teach you how I earned my nickname, Hisashi said, standing next to Heat Blast, his posture relaxed despite the chaos around them. Nickname, Heat Blast muttered, still grappling with the intense heat coursing through him. You might wanna call Toshi, All Might, over here. Hisashi chuckled as another pulse of heat surged from Heat Blast. Okay, no time for that. Let's get to work. Heat Blast, his fiery form radiating a warm green glow, stood beside Hisashi. His blazing hands mirrored Hisashi's movements, the flames on his fingers dimming slightly to avoid scorching anything nearby. Hisashi raised one hand, holding it upright in the shape of a pipe. Heat Blast mimicked him, his molten fingers curling to form a similar cylinder shape. Hisashi then began moving in a circular motion around it, as if tightening a wrench, his movements steady and deliberate. Heat Blast followed suit, performing the same motion, his wrench hand flickering rhythmically with each rotation, emphasizing his precision as he copied Hisashi's hand gestures. With a flick of Hisashi's fingers, he pointed toward a section of the stadium, and Heat Blast followed his lead, pointing in the same direction with his fiery hand. The audience, including the staff, watched in confusion as Heat Blast's actions seemed deliberate, even though they didn't understand what was happening. What is he doing? 13 muttered under her breath, watching with growing concern. Heat Blast collapsed to his knees, another violent pulse of heat erupting from him. The stadium temperature spiked again, forcing many of the students and staff to back away. How does Midoriya know those? 13 muttered, realizing what he was doing. Those are plumber signals, Aizawa said. They are. Present Mike said in awe, Huh, what is he saying? Evacuate the stands, Aizawa stated. In the midst of the heatwave, Hisashi gave Heat Blast a nod of encouragement. Alright, kid, you're on the right track. Just keep following my lead, and we'll get you back to normal. The staff at UA watched anxiously from the sidelines. Heat Blast was building to a dangerous level, the heat radiating from him already causing distortions in the air. They all knew, he couldn't hold it in much longer. All Might, Nezu barked, clear that section immediately. Without hesitation, All Might launched himself into action. His powerful legs propelled him straight into the stands, landing with a force that shook the structure but steadied the crowd's focus. Everyone, move now, All Might's voice boomed, his tone commanding but steady. This area needs to be evacuated for your safety. Stay calm, and I'll get you out of here. The spectators hesitated, confusion and fear spreading through them like wildfire. What's going on? Is this part of the event? Why is All Might here? All Might didn't wait for their questions to be answered. In a blur of motion, he swept up 3 people in each massive arm and dashed to the walkways outside the section. Whoosh! The wind from his speed rushed past as he deposited them safely and bolted back without missing a beat. A child clutching their parent froze, wide-eyed with fear. All Might appeared before them in an instant, his signature grin flashing like a beacon of reassurance. No need to worry, I'll get you somewhere safe. Before they could respond, he scooped them up with care and carried them to safety. Whoa, did you see that? A teenager exclaimed, watching All Might dart back into the section. He's like a tornado, another murmured in awe. Whoosh, whoosh, over and over, All Might blurred into motion, carrying groups of spectators to safety. The sheer speed of his actions was mesmerizing. To the crowd, it felt like he was everywhere at once, an unstoppable force clearing the stands in record time. Why is he doing this? A man asked, clutching his coat as he was set down. Something's happening in the arena, another answered nervously, glancing back toward the towering figure of All Might. It has to do with that green-haired kid. Within minutes, the entire section was empty, the rows of seats eerily quiet compared to the rest of the stadium. All Might stood at the edge of the cleared area, his chest heaving slightly from the exertion, his sharp eyes fixed on Midoriya in the center of the arena. He's moving people so that kid can cut loose, a spectator whispered. Cut loose? What's he gonna do? Someone else muttered, voice filled with unease. All Might clenched his fists, as he gave Midoriya a thumbs up. You're clear now, young Midoriya, he muttered under his breath. Do what you must, I'll handle the rest. His fists clenched. The heat roared. Then. All right, Izuku. Hisashi's voice rang steady. Galactical. Heat Blast growled, his voice like molten rock cracking apart. Flames surged around his body, spiraling with a deafening whirl as the heat distorted the air. He stomped the ground, cracks spider webbing outward beneath his feet. And then, with his head thrown back, boom, the world exploded in fire. A tsunami of green flames erupted from Heat Blast's mouth with the force of a bomb detonating point blank. The shockwave slammed outward like a battering ram, sending the crowd into chaos. People clutched their seats, shielding their faces from the searing heat and the blinding light as the flames surged forward. What is Dekiru doing? Ochako screamed, her voice barely audible over the roaring inferno. The heck is happening? Kaminari shouted, gripping the railing as his hair stood on end. Greenie, Kyoka yelled, her voice sharp with panic, earlobes twitching violently from the vibrating heatwave. The fire hit the far side of the arena like a meteor strike. Boom! A massive crescent-shaped hole blasted through the stadium wall, its edges glowing molten red as chunks of concrete and steel exploded outward. The shockwave rippled through the entire arena, causing it to groan and shudder under the impact. Reinforced beams twisted and sagged like soft clay, melting from the sheer heat. The flames didn't stop. They tore through the stadium's structure, hurtling beyond into the open air. A colossal shockwave followed in their wake, windows shattering into glittering fragments as the fire carved a smoldering path through the forest outside. The sound was unbearable, a howling roar of fire devouring everything in its path, mixed with the splintering crash of concrete and metal giving way. The heat surged back toward the stands, warping the air like ripples in a boiling lake. Handrails glowed red, too hot to touch, as glass in the seating areas began to bubble and buckle before bursting into shards. The audience gasped in stunned horror as they stared at the devastation. A section of the stadium was now gone, reduced to a gaping hole, its edges molten and crumbling, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. And still, the flames raged on, swirling with unnatural ferocity. They coalesced for a brief moment, twisting and curling like they were alive. From the heart of the inferno, a dragon's head began to form, its searing green flames pulsing as it loomed ominously over the ruined stadium. The audience sat frozen, faces slick with sweat, mouths open in disbelief. All around, the only sound that remained was the crackling roar of the green inferno and the distant crumble of the stadium's shattered remains. Classes 1A and 1B exchanged awestruck glances, the sheer magnitude of Midoriya's power widening the unspoken gap between them. Endeavor stood frozen in disbelief. Years of relentless pursuit, training, and agony had gone into mastering his flames, yet even now, his quirk would never allow him to release fire of this scale without searing burns scorching his body. And here was this boy, standing tall, unleashing a maelstrom of flames without so much as a single bead of sweat. The audience held their breath, the tension suffocating as the dragon's colossal jaws unhinged. Smoke poured out like a dark omen, thick and oppressive. "Izuku," Momo whispered, her voice lost amidst the crackling flames. Her wide eyes mirrored the disbelief that etched across Monoma's pale face. He struggled to process the titanic power he was witnessing. Then, Heat Blast growled one word, his voice echoing with an unnatural ferocity. Dragonoid. The dragon's mouth snapped open. Boom. A tidal wave of verdant flames erupted, the force of the blast sending a shockwave tearing across the UA grounds. The inferno roared forward like an unstoppable juggernaut, hitting the second-year stadium like a meteor strike. The moment the fire made contact. KRRRRRTHOOOOOM. The stadium exploded outward, concrete, steel, and glass shattered into fragments, vaporized by the sheer heat. The flames tore a gaping hole straight through its center, the edges glowing molten red as the debris scattered like volcanic ash. The arena groaned in protest before collapsing further, sending plumes of smoke and rubble soaring into the sky. Before anyone could react, the dragon's flames surged onward, its molten breath locking onto the third-year stadium. Ka-boom! The second impact was even louder. Flames blasted straight through the arena's core, blowing apart its reinforced walls as if they were cardboard. The ground trembled violently, cracks spider webbing outwards as the flames created another colossal crescent-shaped hole. The air itself warped and shimmered from the intense heat, turning the surrounding atmosphere into a hazy inferno. Spectators shielded their eyes, some even ducking for cover as the heatwave slammed into the stands. Handrails glowed red-hot, glass buckled and shattered, and the shockwave rattled the entire complex, reverberating like the aftermath of an explosive detonation. The stadium fell deathly silent. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward like pillars of ash, swallowing the shattered remains of the stadiums. The air hung heavy, warped by the residual heat still radiating from the destruction. Cracks spider-webbed across the ground, molten fragments of concrete glowing red-hot, dripping like embers. What had once been three colossal stadiums now bore gaping, crescent-shaped scars carved straight through their foundations. The devastation was unfathomable. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the Omnitrix broke the oppressive silence. Heat Blast fell to his knees, coughing violently as steam rose off his glowing body. The flames around him dimmed, and for the first time, he looked smaller, just a boy holding on to too much power. A murmur ran through the stunned crowd. Did he just destroy three stadiums? Kaminari whispered, his voice a shaky tremor. Jiro's hands gripped the edge of her seat, her earlobes twitching from the lingering heat waves. There's no way, she choked out, her words catching in her throat. Momo, still frozen in disbelief, turned her wide eyes toward Izuku. Her voice was faint, barely audible. The scale. From the stands, Lieutenant. Steel folded his arms and grinned, the destruction reflected in his gleaming eyes. This kid, he muttered to no one in particular, his admiration breaking through in his gruff tone. Ishida, on the other hand, stood rigid, fists clenched at his sides. His face twisted with fury and disbelief, veins pulsing across his forehead. He couldn't tear his gaze from the ruined arena. Deku. He growled under his breath, the single word soaked with anger and jealousy. In the Midoriya household, the television flickered with live footage of the aftermath. My baby. Inko Midoriya wailed as she frantically paced the living room, tears streaming down her face. I hope you're okay. Oh, Izuku. Her sobs echoed through the small apartment, her hands clutching a handkerchief that had already been soaked through. Back in the stadium, as the smoke began to thin slightly, Heat Blast remained kneeling, clutching his chest as he coughed up embers. His once brilliant form flickered weakly, like the last moments of a fading candle. The Omnitrix's incessant beeping filled the silence, its shrill tone warning of imminent danger. Through the haze, Izuku could barely make out a figure kneeling beside him. His father, Hisashi, with a calm, molten visage, appeared unshaken by the devastation around them. Despite the destruction, there was warmth, not from his flames, but in his eyes. Hey, Izuku, Hisashi said gently, his tone light, almost teasing. You're still upright, huh? You've got more grit than I did at your age. Izuku coughed, his voice trembling as he tried to speak. Dad, Hisashi raised a hand, shaking his head with an easy smile. No need to talk yet. Save your strength. We've got a moment here, and I don't want to waste it. He ruffled Izuku's fiery hair, the gesture full of care. You've grown into quite the young man, Izuku. I'm proud of you. The Omnitrix's beeping grew louder, and Hisashi's smile softened, tinged with regret. I owe Toshinori for this, giving me the chance to see you like this, even if it's just for a little while, he said, his voice taking on a more serious edge. But you've got to listen to me, son. You're pushing your limits too far. These forms may handle the power, but your body can't. Get to recovery, girl. Don't wait, and don't play the hero any longer today. Understand? Heat Blast's flames sputtered again, his glow dimming. I'm sorry, Dad. Hisashi knelt closer, his hand resting on Heat Blast's molten shoulder. His voice was calm and steady, yet it carried the weight of unspoken pain. No, Izuku, don't be sorry. I'm the one who should apologize, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he searched his son's face. I left you and your mom behind. A father is supposed to stand by his family, to protect them. I wasn't there for either of you when it mattered most, and that's something I'll always regret. Heat Blast shook his head weakly, struggling to speak. No, it's okay. I understand. Hisashi chuckled softly, leaning back as his smile widened. Look at you, always trying to shoulder everything, just like your mom. You've got her strength, Izuku, but you've also got my bad habit of overthinking. For once, don't try to figure everything out. Just rest. You've earned that much. The Omnitrix's red light flashed brighter, and the beeping quickened. Listen, son, Hisashi said, his tone growing lighter despite the urgency. You've got so much ahead of you. There'll be trials, more than you can imagine, but you've already proven you have the heart for it. A hero doesn't fight just because they can, they fight because they must. And you'll fight for people, not for glory. That's why I know you'll succeed. Today, you showed the heart of a true hero, Hisashi said with a soft smile, his tone calm and steady. Stepping in to help Todoroki, even though it wasn't your responsibility, and even though it might have cost you the match, that's something remarkable, Izuku. The beeping became a piercing wail, and Hisashi's smile grew wistful. One last thing, Izuku, he added, his voice turning playful again. That kendo girl, you'd better treat her right. Any girl who's willing to shout, I love you, for the whole world to hear is someone special. Don't let her slip away, okay? Izuku's eyes widened as the words struck him, heat rising to his cheeks even as his flames flared. The Omnitrix gave one final blare. Flash. The red light engulfed Izuku. When it faded, he stood in his normal body, his chest heaving as he struggled to remain conscious. Impossible. Endeavor's voice cut through the silence, heavy with disbelief and barely restrained fury. His fiery gaze locked onto Izuku, his clenched fists trembling with a mix of rage and envy. To produce flames of that intensity, he growled, his voice low but laced with bitterness. Flames so hot they've melted reinforced steel, flames powerful enough to tear through stadiums like paper. His anger surged, his voice rising like an inferno. And you don't even bear a single damn burn. Izuku staggered slightly, his legs weak beneath him as he stood at the epicenter of the devastation. Around him, the ground shimmered with heat, cracked and blackened by the sheer magnitude of his power. His breath came in shallow gasps, the faint glow of his skin still radiating warmth, a living monument to what he had unleashed. Endeavor's teeth ground together, his fury bubbling into something deeper, more resentful. For decades, he had chased an impossible ideal, the insurmountable shadow of All Might. And now, standing before him, was a boy, a mere child, exuding a power that threatened to dwarf them both. The thought sickened him. Damn you, Hisashi. Endeavor snarled through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with raw emotion. How do you keep beating me, even from beyond the grave? Nearby, Midnight and Smintos stood at a safer distance, the unconscious Todoroki in Smintos's arms. Both stared wide-eyed at the scorched wasteland left in Izuku's wake. The once pristine arena was unrecognizable, a scarred battlefield that stretched outward, a massive, crescent-shaped trench carved into the earth. Smoke rose in curling plumes from the molten ground, and shimmering heat waves distorted the air like a mirage. Sure, quirks evolve over time, but this... Smintos shook his head. He's no an ordinary kid, that's for sure. Izuku lay on the bed in Recovery Girl's temporary office, his body slack, arms hanging limply at his sides. Black, grotesque spots dotted his skin, a grim reminder of the toll his powers had taken on him. Sweat poured down his face as he struggled against the overwhelming pain, feeling as if his very body was being torn apart from the inside. Todoroki, sprawled on the bed beside him, was covered in ice packs, unconscious and resting after a grueling ordeal. Recovery Girl moved swiftly, her kisses light and precise as they landed on Izuku's skin. With each kiss, the black spots seemed to fade, but the damage was severe. His body trembled violently before finally settling, though the strain on him remained palpable. Toshinori, who had been anxiously watching over Izuku's condition, leaned forward with concern, his eyes fixed on the black marks spreading like ink beneath the boy's skin. Recovery Girl, what's happening with him? Toshinori asked, his voice filled with worry. This is the backlash from overusing his power, Recovery Girl explained, her voice steady but with a hint of frustration. She kissed the boy's skin again, erasing more of the black marks. At the same time, Nurse White forced additional stamina through his body. Izuku, barely able to speak through the pain, managed to voice his confusion. But, Heat Blast handled 45% of One for All. I didn't feel any strain. Foolish boy, Recovery Girl muttered, shaking her head as she continued to work on him. Your alien forms can handle the backlash, but you can't. The damage was delayed by 10 minutes when you transformed back, that's why you didn't feel it immediately. Izuku's mind whirred as he processed her words. But, why is it different now? The backlash morphed into those black spots. They're signs of necrosis. Cell death, Recovery Girl explained, a solemn expression on her face. If you had gone any higher than 45%, you could have suffered irreversible damage. You're lucky you got here in time. Your internal organs would have been severely affected, possibly beyond repair. Toshinori frowned, deeply concerned. I didn't know the strain could be this bad. We've been pushing him too hard. Recovery Girl sighed, her voice tinged with guilt. If you had only used it in your arms or legs, that would have been manageable, I could have healed that. But internal organs are a different story. I can heal them, but it's not something I enjoy doing, especially not under these circumstances. Your forms have their own instincts, and the fact that he managed to hold back is a miracle. Keeping him in the dark about this, about everything, is making it worse. Izuku blinked, still fighting through the pain, confusion filling his exhausted mind. Wait, keeping me in the dark? He asked, his voice strained. Toshinori avoided his gaze, his expression guilty. Izuku, I'm sorry, I should have told you everything sooner. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to piece together the situation. I talked with my dad, he muttered, surprising both Toshinori and Recovery Girl. Both adults turned their attention to him. You talked with Hisashi. Toshinori asked in disbelief, his tone laced with surprise. Izuku's pained expression shifted into one of realization. So, you did know my dad. His voice faltered, but there was a touch of excitement hidden beneath the pain. Toshinori flinched. Yes, I knew your father. He was my oldest friend. He was the one person who knew about One for All. We confided in each other. Toshinori's voice softened with nostalgia. But I tried to keep my distance. You get his stubbornness from him. Izuku groaned again, but there was a hint of amusement despite his agony. If I wasn't in pain, I'd be geeking out right now. Toshinori hesitated, looking even more conflicted. Izuku, your dad, he was a hero. One of the greatest heroes. Some even say he was greater than I ever was. Izuku's eyes widened, his voice full of awe and disbelief. Whoa, my dad was a hero. Before Toshinori could answer, the door to the room slammed open. The girls from Class 1A, along with a few from Class 1B, rushed in, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Izuku, Momo, Itsuka, and Yui exclaimed as they rushed to his bedside, their concern evident. Ochako was already seated nearby, leaning forward with worry etched on her face. Iida stood rigidly at the foot of the bed, while Kaminari hovered awkwardly at the edge of the group, unsure of what to do. Dekiru, are you okay? Ochako asked gently, her tone soft as she reached out to steady him. Izuku groaned, his body feeling like it had been through a war. Recovery Girl leaned over, pressing a final healing kiss to his forehead. The blackened spots on his skin faded, but the searing ache remained, radiating through his limbs like a lingering flame. I think so, Izuku managed, his voice raspy. He winced, his body still stiff. Everything hurts, and I just want to sleep. Young Midoriya, Toshinori's voice cut through the air like a soothing breeze. He stepped closer, his frail frame almost dwarfed by the weight of the moment. We'll finish our conversation later. But, he paused, his signature smile spreading across his face as he gave a thumbs up. Do you remember what I told you? What you'd have to say to the world if you won the sports festival? Izuku froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The memories of their earlier talk crashed over him like a tidal wave, every word clear in his mind. When you win, Midoriya, the world will look to you. And you'll have to tell them something only you can say. The room seemed to close in, the expectant silence pressing against him. He looked down, his hands trembling slightly as he clenched the sheet. Shame flickered in his eyes. The memory of the match against Bakugo resurfaced. He could still see the blood on his knuckles, hear the echoes of Bakugo's defiance fading under his relentless determination. His chest tightened, and his head bowed as his hair fell like curtains around his face. The guilt coiled within him, a heavy knot in his stomach, pulling into an overwhelming sense of regret. I am here. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.